about the structure behind and the structure of all of the really classic wide king's speed fighters that look down on all the things with keys and there. So I went to the borders from Spain for Spain, like years all in Spanish. Like earlier, and you're probably an ancestor of those very people. So it's kind of you more than us. If we didn't go on, we're still here. Yes, I was all there. Right, and then people want to hire us. Sometimes they say, you know, how I would hear this stuff. They look exactly the same things. If you look at the anthropology in Mexico, technically, as people can come out and the soldier there, they had flying like stuff in their culture, which some of that has the name of so detailed, oriented, quite they will let every single kind of force being gone disappear as a mystery and thriving seems to be vision. Yeah, they look very different. It's interesting. You know, I went to Chichen Itza, and the first one that you just I mean, I know that the pyramids of Egypt were bigger than that, but when you go there, you're like, what happened? And like, how did you guys do this? Like, how were you building these immense stone structures in the jungle way before Europeans ever settled into America, way before anything else civilized from the next level? There's no doubt. There's a lot of that, but there's also a lot of like incredibly sophisticated engineering. And like this isn't just like a one-time project. You got it right the first time. Like, how are you guys so good? And like when you look at the Chichen Itza pyramids, when you can't walk up to it, unfortunately, but it was the right hand. I'll give you a picture of when I was there back in the day. You could climb up the hill. This is like, I guess, early 2000. Anyway, you were allowed to walk up that. But they'll fuck you up now. There's just been videos of people doing things and they'll get rich in the long a few months. I'm not thinking that it was a lot of this. Should be another $100. That's a weird thing. Well, I don't know why I know it's like getting out of there. Oh, really? Yeah, like and the sun there was next to the dog. This one, that's also a little bit dog. But anyway, like out there, yeah, it's but I mean, when you see these things, like, give us some of the images. When you see some of these, when you see some of these pyramids like that, like, that's so different. I mean, that is so sophisticated, so bizarre. Yeah. We have a really good guy. I'd like to talk to you today about absolutely showing us this one area. Sarajevo, Haggadah, whatever site it is, plants, like some cereal textile plants. If the native manuscripts tell me that, it's not totally understood. But it's also what they were doing, why they were doing what it is, why things associated with discovery, what they were into, had to do with somehow rituals, and ethics that had a lot to do with and why they were able to make these kind of insane complex structures. And the corroboration of this child in the life that Sarajevo is talking to people going down there and seeing some of the artifacts. Recall a lot of the psychedelics that they actually took so far. This child came to school with this ortho volume about 6 by 8, like a the largest paperback. And because his father had recently passed away, the family was impoverished, and the child was hoping to sell this document because the family was valuable. It was, of course, an amazing scholar because it was a 500-year-old Haggadah that had originally come from Spain. So the name Sarajevo Haggadah is a little bit of a misnomer. That's where it was discovered in a lot of areas that very great, which is Spain. Most likely stuff from Arabic, where it may have been a wedding stuff. It may have been something associated with very wealthy Jewish families. We had the Haggadah Commission, and as it is common in medieval manuscripts, the actual basis of the people seeing the artwork may correspond to actual markers of the family. But at any rate, once this document came along, the scholar will care to get out of this study because it is a rather amazing example of Jewish art in this period that is comparatively little figure of representative art. So it is called the Haggadah, which showed great dedication So yeah, I got to have those stuff. But people want to take out the walls, get down there, here you can have some probably come back late, but that's a big part of what shows letting be a little bit like a human sacrifice. And these staff around state, which a lot of people swallow up the staff big exaggerations, it's like propaganda, denial, and then you go there and they're like, here is another picture that shows commemorating large vegetable, actual vegetable, justifying the outside massive prices. And this appears to be amalgam. I'm guessing that looks like sort of like an artichoke. Maybe they will feign pyramid. But at any rate, there was way to me that that's what there's a great picture showing the top of this very sense is with the way that they are in the pictures. You can't fake that. See it read. People think you go through the red carrots to get it all. Soldiers are up to the water. But here's an image that is especially pictures of something. Art historian that has become kind of difficult to figure out exactly what's going on. It appears to be a satyr. Shows that all of the participants are female, so it appears that the diaphragm must have been separately. A woman on the far right seems to be leading the satyr. Maybe she's making a finish there because nothing else is waiting for her. She is clearly leaning to the left. She's a pillow under her left elbow. And that's all fascinating stuff, but look at the woman in the lower left who has clearly African features. And in this particular representation of face being kind of bluish, and other photographs it looks a little bit darker, but she's clearly not of the same background as the Asian woman in the picture. But she's been participating in the she's holding up what looks like either a blanket or perhaps a piece of monkey there, and she's looking to the reader of the theater like everyone else. She's seated, but she's a guest at the table. She's not a servant or anything like that, even though she appears not to be related to sort of the yes, this dark-skinned woman at the expositor table. Is she behind it? That's really important. That's weird. Is she dressed? What is going on? So I don't know what you know about this. I don't have an answer to that question yet. I don't want to leave you with a question. At any rate, what happened to this agata? Most likely, it got the streams of the Iberian Peninsula of the Alhambra tree, the 949 Jews were expelled. We know that it made its way to Italy because we have a target state by Censor from the year 1609 that indicates that the book is acceptable for circulation. Accounts of some of the Spanish at this time. And then it somehow makes its way to Sarajevo, which if you were on the other side of the fascinating about this is that when the Nazis came into the region, they were of course aware of the great treasures of Sarajevo, and they specifically sought to confiscate it and then send it to their proposed museum for Jewish culture. Which is not a museum where you get rid of all those great things that people got calculated. It is a museum to commemorate the Nazi heroic success in eradicating this country. And they were collecting all kinds of artwork all around Europe to try and populate this museum. Of course, they wanted to Sarajevo. But a Muslim man named Dervish who was the curator and he was aghast with the idea that the Nazis would take this document. He had apparently early on in his life seen the Nazis burn the Torah and was horrified, and he felt that this was a terrible travesty, and so he actually smuggled the Agada out of the museum under his shirt. He was actually inquired the commandant and asked him for this particular document while he was holding it, and he said that he had already turned it over to a lower Nazi official, and he managed to get away with it. He brought it to a imam out of town who hid it, most likely in a mosque among other Islamic books, and managed to survive the war there until eventually reunited with the collection in Sarajevo, where it is a lyric treasure. Now, there's another element to the story besides the heroic thing that Mr. Korkut did by saving this
actually took this woman who had fled from the Nazis into their home and had her live in their home for several months, posing as a Muslim servant. So they actually had this Jewish girl. They gave her some very basic training in how she was supposed to behave and so on. The Nazis never come, and she managed to survive the war. In the end, she eventually moved to Israel, where she successfully accommodated with her whole family through many of the religious implications. And in fact, he was so recognized and sustained by Yad Vashem, and a certificate was sent to his family in Sarajevo. So that's kind of an amazing story how, this man was so heroic and saved not only Sarajevo and Ghana, he also saved a Jewish child and was recognized. But the story is not there.
This is my show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years. And usually I like to talk about routine. And don't get me wrong, routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily, easy routine that can help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, is it nice to switch it up a little? Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original AG1, it's introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that the only thing that's changed, besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 plus ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving, and now that includes offering 3 new flavors. Subscribe today and choose tropical, citrus, berry, or the classic original variety. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AGT3K2 and AG1 welcome kit and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, head to the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. It's spectacle, and I'm sure it keeps Israel really outside of this field.
The Prime Minister, who was at the time Benjamin Netanyahu, but now actually has the sector, begged that at the airport welcome to Israel for
Native Americans were like peaceful. It was like a utopia.
It's an amazing story how, that's around that this war on Muslims was able to save this treasured Jewish document. Later, the Jews were able to save his own God. Let's get back to this question.
The kids here, this people just living on the land in harmony.
So I will leave it to the great authors here to try
In fact, they were telling each other that was their favorite thing to do. Where we are right now,
just
the Comanches,
discuss it here on favor yourself.
they didn't have any hard work. They didn't have anything against bows and arrows. That's all they made.
We like to say,
TVs, they made bows and arrows. They fucked everybody up. Their favorite thing was to go to a nearby tribe and kill everybody. That was their fun time. They loved to torture people in the most horrific ways. In Empire of Sarajevo, which is an amazing book about the Comanche, right in the spot.
Just like the Sarajevo,
They would take people that they captured, they would cut their arms and legs off while they were alive, so they would hold them down, immediately hack their arms and legs off, and then throw them on a bonfire to watch them wiggle.
Mysterious dark-skinned women at the Passover Stadium should give us some pause to think about how we relate to others.
Dark.
Stepping outside of my boundaries, a little bit of an story.
Let's say they did that in front of the enemy, and they took over. What would make sense? One guy alive to watch them let it go. Yeah, don't tell him. Psychological, if I'm racist. So everybody else gets butchered, one guy to let go. You go tell everybody, no, we're out here. No. No. And also, like, if you think about it, some of the horrors that are still happening down south. Since we sent me this message last night of these 6 or 7 Wilsons shaving, because it's pretty crazy how often this stuff happens down in Mexico and how little of it we ever hear about it. We don't really hear too much about these insane mass murders that take place down there. It was a beginning in down out in Mexico, and it was it's a safe war, not a historically safe war in Mexico. And where this type of stuff doesn't happen that much, but things are changing rapidly down there. It's evolving quickly. his family's going to get something very nice. So it dawned on me that was an act of kindness. So having something beheaded is so normal. It's even cooler, because they have no body. They have no body there. There's a lot of coffins with just the head, or not even that in Mexico, buried in the ground. But just think of how insane it has to be to where hanging someone from a bridge is an act of kindness because at least you can find the body. And it is the evolution of what is considered normal in Mexico. People will get shot by the dozens. People will get displayed in this horrific war, and people will just go back to work. That's every day, and that's the scary part. I think for most of the people that live down there is how normalized it has become. There's nothing. It's not about normal thing to hear some of these things. And this is not in terms of America. Our understanding of Mexico and cartel culture. This is not something that was ever talked about when I was in high school. It was never talked about when I was a young man. It never came up. It wasn't a thing in the news. Cartel violence was not. I think the first time people started getting like a name like this was in the 90s when the phenomenon of this guy unfortunately Gonzalo happened. This was on the border between Texas and Juarez area. He was they called it El Narco Satánico, the Satanist narc. He was a high-level practitioner of something called Pablo and Santeria, and he would do rituals for people, like in hotels, and he started his own cartel because he was very successful at social engineering and folk music, basically, is what he was doing. And at some point, he started believing in his power, and he instructed some of the members of his gang to abduct an American because he didn't agree for his culture, where he would do some of his rituals. And I think that's the first time Americans got a small glimpse of underground brutality, monster, religious occultism, and just torture and murder that has been going on down there for many years. But it has gotten really bad in the past 20, 30 years. So this has always been going on. And in a lot of ways, yes, brutality in Mexico has been going on for a while. But cartel brutality, when did the cartels really start getting about? I think the 70s and 80s is when they start seeing the formation of the first large organizations and federations that are working to produce and or to traffic substances through Mexico up into the United States. Was it originally cocaine, marijuana? I think originally heroin actually was at the start or the initiation of a lot of this stuff. I think where were they getting? They were planting poppy in the Sierra for the war effort, apparently, for the Americans, because they were running out of shortage of morphine, so they needed to plant it. And that's one of the places where they kind of started like, well, they can grow this here. And we were still getting ideas of the Vietnam War and around this stuff that Vietnam World War II era. That's when we started seeing the initiation of like people planting certain 40s, 50s, 60s, 50s, I'd say 50s, yeah. Wow. Well, it's like Vietnam itself is connected there. Yeah, because that's the dirty secret about why we were interested in that whole area of Vietnam. There was a trafficking area, and gold trafficking, and coincidentally, a lot of people got insanely rich somehow or other connected to that. But we had to be over there to stop communism or something. It's an interesting point you bring up Vietnam because it has something to do with elements of it remind you of Mexico. Mexico has been a place that has been ruled by a single party for 80 years. The PRI, and then it went through its democratic period. Now we have other parties coming into play, and now we have a party all over Mexico called Morena. This is the party of the Vaso Nolasas that they started to realize not bullets because the cartel's policy, which allowed it to grow, and also super effective. It's not bullets. But this is coming off Mexico's liberals too, I guess. Mexico's three things. Southern Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central Mexico, that's where all the they saw Felipe Calderon bring the military into this fight to fight the cartels, and just keep China beat. He had realized he didn't have a clue what he was about to kind of kick off. He had the idea that if you just put the military out, which were not corrupted, the top and you militarized a lot of the policing going on out there, you can eliminate all these cartel. This guy's gone, this guy's gone, and just now secure this area and control. It's been just basically gremlins. One gremlin will turn into 4 or 5, cut one hand off, and it's a hydra. It's just a bunch of heads coming out now. So Mexico has been going through that for a while, and this president comes in, President Rothschild'S, with this plan on just leave them alone. And they'll stop. The violence will stop because we'll stop fighting. How's that work? He has one of the most violent presidencies in history. He criticizes Calderon who started this drug war or his handling of it. He outmatches him for death during his administration. What we saw in his administration was the politicalization, and they were already in politics, but now they're really overt about it. Now cartels are like, we have their own candidates running for office. The mayor of the city and the police chief of the city, they're all cartel members, and the police force, they're all cartel members in parts of Mexico. The political killings that happen in Mexico don't happen because there's a bunch of John F. Kennedys out there that are trying to change things, right? It's because that cartel is sponsoring that candidate. And this cartel says that candidate, so I don't want your candidate to win, so I'm going to shoot him. Well, there was some insane amount of murders during the last election. Was it like 30 plus murders? See if you can find out how many murders there was. That sounds about right. It is. Again, these criminal organizations have politicized. They figured out that how can we operate in this region without having too much issues, right? Let's make the mayor our guy, right? Let's elect the governor. So we like to think that we're innocent. How much different is it with what we do with pharmaceutical drug companies sponsoring people? Because they pay for U.S. campaigns, and those people get in with a specific understanding of what kind of laws you need to push through, what kind of mandates you need to make in terms of mandating the use of certain medications. It's different type of corruption. It's different type of corruption, but it's still drugs. Yeah. Up to 60 politicians in the 2024 general and local elections. 60 politicians were assassinated during pre-campaign and campaign periods. That's what's going on in America. Marjorie Taylor Greene's getting whacked. AOC's getting whacked. Like, that was fucking crazy. This episode is brought to you by Visible. I want to let you know your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible. Visible is the ultimate wireless. I really no confusing plans with surprising fees. No nonsense, just fast feeds, great coverage, without the premium cost. With Visible, you get one line wireless with unlimited data powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month. Taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent? So Visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. It is a clear sign that whatever division people have in their heads about the cartels from this organization here, they're not openly involved in any of this political stuff. Especially all that shit's gone. Something happened. Something happened last year. Dio Lester, one of the biggest cartel heads in history of Mexico, the Maya Zambada. He was arrested in Texas. He flew into a private airfield on her pretty interesting circumstances, and then anytime with his drivers and stuff like that, they're driving around, so he just speaks about it. He's ordering out. He was a good. This is Miles Obama was the legitimate the U.S. would say Japanese, not really. Single Project was a federation, and a lot of the bigger reports of that cartel were kind of headed up by this figure, the Miles Obama, 50 years was head of it. Never grabbed, never got. You hear about it vaguely in certain circles, but everybody knew that guy's the head of the single Project, or at least the bigger guy in that organization, into the federation groups. Last time I was here, it was after the massive incident where they rescued Ophelia, one of the chaplains' sons. 2 years ago, they finally got up to it. But the army did this operation, same thing happened. Cartels burned the city, something like that. A lot of special operations soldiers died in his arrest, a few of them. And he was finally arrested and extradited to the United States. Conversation probably happened within the United States with the media when he was finally in U.S. custody. And until the rules wanted to know, and he's not even good at that level. His sons probably figured out that if they don't want to get into a hotel, they probably want to cut a deal. And I think, and the theory is, that deal will probably include handing over the head of the single cartel lives and violence. Shot by U.S. law enforcement for more than 2 decades. He was taken into custody after a robbery planned at Texas airport with Guzman's son, Joaquin Guzman Lopez. Guzman Lopez has pleaded not guilty to federal drug trafficking charges in Chicago. His brother, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, pleaded guilty last month. Zapata said that he was kidnapped in Mexico and hauled to the U.S. by Guzman Lopez, whose lawyer denies those orders. So this is the shady stuff that happened. That line gets fired to a meeting. It was, by Joaquin. He's not one of them. He's not really into the drug. He's not one of the powerful brothers of the Chapo Guzman brothers that are in the drug. He's kind of one half of Mexico. So at some point he cuts a deal. And this deal he's going to get this guy on a plane and fly over, and we're going to make a deal. That's the story. He has a line coming to him between the governor of Sinaloa, which is no problem. People know this. The governor of Sinaloa was immediately with the line of it was who was a member of the Democratic Party in the country, also an investigation, also he's still in power, which is James between him and a man named White, who was, I think he was the director of the university. They had some sort of speed there line quality to negotiate influence of that, which tells you a lot about how cartels and politics and the universities are talking about. At that meeting, and Nancy Gwen, who is the friend of mine, the guy who's the director of the university, gets killed in the shooting. There's a video published of a gas station shootout where supposedly this man, the director of the university, gets killed. It's made up by the state prosecutor, trying to make this go. Meanwhile, all this stuff starts unraveling, all the tactical lying, and that's when he killed this guy. We don't know, or at least I don't know if there's any specific information that covered her of Sinaloa was there. But he said he went to the U.S. He was in the U.S. He wasn't there, but there's no trade laws on being in the U.S. It's a shit show. Somehow overtake his bodyguards, minus bodyguards, and gone. That's where they went. Probably did somewhere. Got L1 plane and flew into Texas. Homeland Security was barely involved. The FBI says that they're involved. I was talking last time I was here, I was talking about at some point we're going to see either a direct U.S. intervention or military action in Mexico that's going to kick off things. And I think that after that happened, Chapo Guzman's sons cut deals. 17 members of the straight crime in LA. Here it is. It's August 25th, so Brooklyn federal judge on Monday scheduled an August 25th change of plea hearing for Zapata. Longtime leader of Mexico's Sinaloa cartel development comes 2 weeks after federal prosecutors said they wouldn't seek the death penalty against him. There's a deal there. I don't think it's going to be the same prison as Gordon Maxwell. That was a copy, but yeah, probably do it. Yeah, got it. There's a deal going. There's this sense in the U.S. that Trump came into power and declared these organizations terrorist organizations, and there was an expectation that that meant was off, and you're going to see military action pretty soon. But what we've seen has been a very calculated, surgical operation. It looks like, I don't know. I mean, you see, they took out the head of the Sinaloa cartel, and Sinaloa has been on fire ever since. It is open warfare between the last remaining Santa Otampo and the Santa Mine, who are now offensive. It's bananas. It is a war zone on the street. See if you can find some of that Sinaloa video jamming, because it is shocking when this war kicked off between these two factions in Sinaloa. So people didn't want to go out because cars were going to get jacked and get burned and put in the middle of the street. Companies closed. All the luxury environment around these private organizations that they built up. I mean, these were private organizations that had Louis Vuitton stores. We got, an exotic car, exotic cars being sold and stored in these dealerships. We banned and playing live music in the places and all these exotic seafood places, all these places just. But how are they going to sustain themselves? This economy is going to crash, and the Mexican government comes out, the president, the current president, Sheinbaum, comes out and she claims this state being on fire. The U.S. Came in here and took it. The Mexican action. And they charged what was wrong with the operation to pick up a line. They charged him high treason in Mexico. What is a line of U.S. which is high treason? He's charged with high treason, so we put him to the truck. Yes. Whoa. Which is like, I don't know, I got to throw the back on the wall. But you have this situation now where she's playing with the U.S. for basically coffers. Give me some firearms. So this is the members of Ohio's family shooting up all the tree houses of those Chapitos. These guys are using ear protection. No, they're not. We'll talk about that in a bit. Yeah, you can probably sneak up on all those guys. Probably help them. But they're basically shooting up all the luxury apartments that they know are owned by the Chapitos in that area. They made below 100-round drum magazine for some reason. That's a 50 cal with no hearing protection. Why? You know, how many of those guys are deaf? Oh, a lot of them have severe hearing loss and which I also went to Elise with a friend of mine who has a YouTube channel called Connect China Venture. He talks to drug dealers, people in that life. There's a friend of mine in Mexico. He's basically a Mexican shaman. The government fortunately is this and he interviews like cartel members and people from that life. So they wear masks. We get it. Talked to a kid that was 6 months out of working with what is currently, I think, should be priority number one for the U.S. The new generation cartel. This militarized cartel on the East Coast. That's war going on between the Sinaloa factions and it's Christmas, right? So when we went down there, he introduced his kid who was freshly off basically, he was involved in tank warfare on the borders between all these schools, like against these lines. You see them firing at his houses. Tanks. They're making their own tanks. If you get your truck stolen up here, probably get shipped to Mexico, they make a tank out of it. They're making these artisanally made tanks, basically. Mostly they are, yeah, that's a pretty old one. That's cool. That's pretty cool. But what they do is they make these tanks, and his job was to be in the back of one of these with a 50 cal rifle. So what they do is you'll get into a dirt road, and they'll put their trucks like this with their backs turned. And I was like, why don't you just ride over the front? The engine will go out. You have to ride over the back of the truck. So they'll just go into like this destruction area in the hills and shoot at each other until there's clear weather is what they do basically. And their weapons are 50 cal rifles. So they'll be in the back of the truck and they'll like, now, and they'll just somebody on the radio inside the cabin trying to call out what's going on. And they'll pop out and start, how come no one's figured out your refrigerator? Like they put bullets in their ears. I've seen that. They put like plastic things in their ears, but realistically, they don't get shit and then expect. That's why there's no you can get a pair of Warner's Game Gears on Amazon. It's not that expensive. This kid walked us through how he was away from his recruitment. He was training. His tank warfare thing that they said to run now into his life where he's like, why I laughed about your question about ear protection is I was the first person to shoot him what tinnitus was and what hearing loss was because he kept like, Spanish is interesting. Do you have hearing loss? Oh my god, I just we have severe hearing loss from what we went through. This is tanks going after each other. Yeah, this is you see this in different they're fighting over drug runs basically and territory. And they're so close to each other. It's 50 caliber at like 10-foot distance. The drones are now involved in this as well because why not? Of course. So the way he was built is pretty interesting. He was an Uber driver. This kid, again, you'll get this kid if you found him somewhere. Just a normal kid. 23 right now, I think. Looks like a kid. Uber driver crashes into somebody in an accident. Doesn't have enough money to pay the extra for the insurance. So he's like, God, what do we do? Here. Why would he goes on TikTok and he sees an advertisement on TikTok for like, hey, pay money. This is how much you pay to become one of us. Cartel advertising. The cartel uses TikTok. Yeah. Yes. Facebook, TikTok, of course. But specifically TikTok is one of the biggest recruiting methods. And it's not like we have to access this private page. We all do this now. It's like, hey, you want to become more letters? Is that the way to call this number? Yeah. Just call this number. So he called this number. He was like told to meet somebody at a bus station. He goes, meets these people at the bus station. They put him in a car. They check him, like, give me your phones, give me what we don't want to track. And they drive him to a place where they're going to train him, is what he said. And cops stop him on the road, beat the shit out of him all the way, torture a few of them. What are you doing? Where are you going? Tell them anything. And after they got beaten, they're like, pass the test. And now you're going to go but the cops were all going to tell them. And the police looked like them all. These are places where so it's just to see if you'll crack. He gets driven to one of these ranches, these training.
Portugal,
masquerades that turned out to be actually training camp for dead people there. They found all these shoes in Mexico. They were called Mexican outfits. What they actually found is processing space. Like you go there and they just rip off all your clothes and your shoes and they go there. They give you shoes because they want to be tracked. So it's one of those processing places. And then end up in some training camps. He describes active duty military personnel training Mexican military personnel training former special operators from Colombia, former special operators from Mexico, some from America as well. There's rumors, and again, I'm talking directly to anyone that knows of that you've had eye on. There are rumors of at least two airmen, specialists themselves, for Delta flights that SEALs. But there is a clear communication of methods and technology. IEDs are a thing in Mexico now. Like IEDs are very reminiscent of things that you would see in Asia and Iraq. Even in Yemen, they come over years out from Afghanistan or Iraq, coming over China and IEDs. It's trying to EOD tech of some sort from the U.S. that has the experience and doesn't know how to delay. That's one place where they're running their trade ground. Another one is Colombia. Colombian operators have been showing up in their part of the world fighting. I mean, the Ukrainian war right now, learning about drone technology. Some of the operators from Mexico that went to fight in the Ukrainian front are now back in Mexico, showing the cartels how what they learned about drone warfare in the Ukrainian war. So this kid describes this training camp where it's the army, people marching around, people going forward, people getting trained, and you look at the people brought into this training camp, like, hey, let's see if you're worthy, and then they'll give you a gun, just kill some random person. And this kid describes how that's the first thing he killed him, just how do this in this training camp. So they're just trying to just see if you're capable of different. I think he was one of the guys trying to because it's like the military, but they'll kill you there. We'll cover people that people who are people from. It is not a job. It is like a structured job. You get money paid to you. Every kids have 15 days of loads of fun to get equipment. You get selected for certain activities. You get selected for tactic and protect to fight the ills. Some people get selected to manage some of the drug stores. Some people get managed to just be locals. But it's a giant thing now that they manage to create funds in this region, not just in the two region cartel. It's one of the largest and fastest growing cartels in Mexico, and it's now probably operating all over the place. Recruiting on TikTok. Most of the terrible is TikTok, yes. And open, it's not, you don't have to search for it. It's there. It's like people's farmers. Advertising TikTok companies as well. Like they'll have videos of people here in Texas that went through the border recently and with the newspaper, like, hey, I'm in Texas now, look at the newspaper. And like, they were in Mexico like a few hours later, a few hours before with the newspaper. And like, this is so the best smuggler out there. Hire him because they promised me this on TikTok. I mean, it's a deal. People don't realize how big of a deal that's going to be in Mexico's towards propaganda as well. That's what they're pushing to each other to them. How did this kid get out? He ran. I think he managed to prove himself and managed to get the favor of one of their leaders, and he told them, like, hey, I have one year in this leadership run, I guess. masters in this movie. And all is like zombie movies where they have all these like the missing people posters on it because zombie outbreak happened. It's like that acceptance. People, 400,000 official orders, I suppose, for this just gone. And that's another aspect of this war that the people kind of like realize the numbers are skewed, because there's no confirmed dead person for a number of people murdered. There's no body. And Mexico has become very good getting bodies and cultures and things like that. I was in Hawaii working with a tactical group out there. They showed me learning from 50 people. Different regions have different ways of cooking red bodies. Some just burn them, just throw flavor fuel on them to see if they can burn them. In this part of the country, which is on the east side of the country, they will heat up fuel drums with diesel inside. And diesel get really hot without igniting. And that's where they put the bodies inside. Basically, boil them down to their essential essence. And there's things in mind. It's what they do. We go to my hometown, Tijuana, and that's where we have cauldrons, diesel to dispose bodies in. I mean, we go to Tijuana, where I'm from, we had the phenomenal Bolsonaro will get rid of people with caustic soda. It's the mixture of chemicals that you can find in the hardware store. They will make people into pig slurry and just dump people in a hole and just cover it up. So the numbers that we see as far as death, there's it's not a real number. It has to be bigger. It is a place where you go into some towns and there's just a bunch of old men feeding these called the old men in the valley, or you'll see like these abandoned graves and stuff like that. I talked to a lady who's part of some of these. There's these organizations all over the country that have their grassroots organizations that are basically just dedicated to finding clandestine body disposal places, filling for the family members, basically. I said, it's very that's the one I told you that was people were trying to make it seem like this was like an extermination camp. I said, he said, high concentrations of mass suggest the presence of clandestine crematoriums. If bodies were disposed of there, not in the volume of an Auschwitz thing, but yeah, there was definitely people getting burned there. So they're just killing people all the time. Yeah, I mean, body disposal to a level where there's nothing left is something you do in a place where you're worried about the government catching you. But this is all on our end. So this is new generation cartel territory that I'm worried about. Finding there's no forensic services in some of these places. Or like, here's some misspent casings from this murder. Oh, they just throw them in the sale machines. These giant cases that they have in this evidence locker, right? They're overwhelmed. There's no. It's also you can't solve the crimes. You're dead. 90% of all that's your job. If you do it well, you're dead. Yeah, exactly. You're not gonna do it well. 90% of all murders are 90. So it's you have this cartel now that is you have lots of other companies. Ocho's sons are connected. One of them apparently has made an alliance with the head of the new generation cartel, led by Ocho. His nickname is Ocho. And as soon as he has that one, Black Volunteer was like, this was 5 years ago. There were questions about if he was even alive or not. People thought he was being kept alive as this figure because he's low-key, very low-key, not flashy. Everything's militarized. He's very good at his trade credit. But recently, he's very much alive. He's very much exposed himself a few times. He was almost wasted. And the federal basically early 2000s.
all the good
This is a pure operation again. It's the second time he was almost arrested. He's the biggest target right now. Basically, murdered of Trump's authorization that he was military action in general, we don't Venezuela, all the way out to Mexico. And he was reports like, how is this military operation this kind of invasion? Are we going to see Colombian U.S. Marines driving down Tijuana?
Big 70 Rabbi.
It's probably not a good idea. You can see people to force that showing up in Tijuana.
But anyway, what was relevant to our discussion
without permission of local authorities. What's this going to look like?
decided to do
I don't see a direct trust between Mexico and the United States anymore. There's issues there. The U.S. has realized that politics are compromised at high level in Mexico completely. The example recent ones with incidents against Montes on that show, you see the federal forces are compromised as well. So like we trust as an American force that is trying to cut this thing drugs into this country is the country excuse the U.S. for this designation. Who do you trust now? I posted I have friends with a bunch of immigrants and they're all looking at flight tracker terrorism and how to do what I said was this suspicious American drone flying over the state of Mexico in circles. And I posted it. I think I was one of the first ones to post it online. And the press briefing happened almost immediately. And the head of public safety in Mexico, my guys got a food said, like, oh, this is, we asked for this food to fly over Syria. As the Bible, it's not a military approach, but we asked for it to fly over Syria. Which I don't think he knows what he's talking about. I don't know. I think he knows. Like, there's a drone flying over as they run back to the earth. I don't know. I didn't see what he did. Or I didn't want to reveal this drone. But that happened many times recently. The drone just flying close to the border of Mexico. Clearly drawing an intelligence map of Mexico. Do something is coming. What is it going to look like, though? That's the question that people are asking. I don't know. Speaking to somebody like a guy in Mexico, he was a special operations. And I asked him, like, hey, what is the military going to do with the U.S. says, like, we're going in without your problem? He said, well, if you start fighting the cartels without approval of the Mexican government, sure, criminal organizations and defeating fighters, then they're all going to be integrated into the military in certain ways because some of them are working for them to make the whole cohesive force if they get to which is an interesting thing. It seems like it does, yeah, because there's like anti-US sentiment already, and also the closing borders. It's perfect storm. I mean, Trump is divisive, and in Mexico he has been turned into this very clear like enemy. This again, just thinking about politicians, I think it's pretty easy to just vilify. Like it says, why is on fire? Maybe it's because you have a corrupt governor there. It's clearly cartel ties and stuff like that. It's part of your party. We haven't figured out how to get a lot of Rockets Canadians out with the U.S. because they took the line. That's why places on fire. That's why they charge so many trees. That's why we charge so many trees. There you go. So like, who are you going to trust in that? So Mexico is impressed now. The U.S. is responsible for this. And they're kind of whipping their hands from that. The U.S. keeps pointing their finger at the high-level government, which is something that 5 years ago I spoke about this on this podcast. I got a lot of shit from it. I said, there's no way going after cartels in Mexico without going after the government.
circumstances of the exception
and that was back then. Now
which
it's
are often threatened by
it's about time.
nothing
happens. The United States doesn't do
position.
how much bigger cartels get. This is the question. It's like, what is going to happen to just this entire country? If you have a, this is what, that's why you have a lot of conflicts happening in the realms that are the influence of the so the single cartel operating in a very old-fashioned way. You know, they wouldn't look at the courts, and it wasn't politics to negotiate for their politics for a long time. You saw a change in this when the brutality aspect and how this shit changed in Mexico. There was an incident. Members of the Zayano Feliz cartel, the Tijuana cartel, were in direct conflict with elements of the Chapo Guzman's organization. And they had an assassin. They had an assassin basically infiltrate the
Hello everyone, I'm really grateful
circle
for Rabbi
of
Trump and
Chapo
staff
and
at
guys that were part of it.
was asking me
And
to
he's
give you a
just
very
as
short bar Torah, part of the
abducted his kids and
short secret Torah
sent them
on the plague. So I got the third plague right. I just had a quick look at it. Here's an awful, really modern depiction of a species of lice that plague the ancient world.
at some point that
This fungus is the scientific name, and it was dark and light movers. The dark ones were also called head lice, and the light ones were apparently we can start growing cartel, which a lot of them were pretty much the same as we do today. There's lots of pesticide-based remedies, such as this picture here from the foreign national business responsibility. This would cut to the mixture of oil and mercury to utilize per child. Right, that's pretty scary, but all the materials that you see is scary too. And the technology we see is golden agenda from Spain and the same period. Against gang violence, we see that we're introducing life forms that appear like life. The other type of life, the one that affects children, is going to be interesting. A lot of us tomorrow about how to deal with those lives and how to treat that. But one of the preferred methods of trying to kill them are just communicating to the child. Bond-based instruments. This is one example of an ancient cartel organization that has 12 plates at the bottom, and you put incense on top of it. You put it in your closet, fumigate the clothes, and hopefully kill the lice that are living there, and you will replace the well. Here's a beautiful representation of the plague by James. So here's a special the passage that is most striking here where God tells Moses to tell Aaron to strike these dots. So Aaron hits these dots and light comes up out of them. And then because of the third plague, there's a back and forth where every plague that Moses is able to engineer somehow the Egyptian comes in. Also here, they look at what just happened.
That's how they originated.
The last verse here.
So this organization has taken the textbook learning process of all the other cartels and is now this cartel with all this foundation, educational foundation, as far as how to set up an organization, how to set up all the transnational routes, how to operate on both sides of the border, how to augment their capabilities constantly, was first this scene, I think, starting to start from
says that the fact that the magicians were quite talented to this, to life,
but they got rid of that.
God shows you that their power was
there are internationals fighting for their foreign services, their foreign brigades. And some of them have gone to the
manipulate the universe, but there was a round
some of them
size
are coming back.
that did not do anything with
You started seeing this
like
sophistication. There used to be onwards from
they could
these
create
commercial
a camel,
drones and the
they
explosives.
can't do any of these things. But the reality what they do is they're able to control the demons around various things in space, make them look like them, and are able to
And now you're seeing these attacks on military forces in Mexico. I think they recently got a Chile there. So
the way that I approach this
they
is
officially got Trump. They killed all those films.
dangerously close to this
You start seeing these
about
being operated as scouts. So you can't get close to these drones are in the sky. So now you're seeing drone cartels fighting against other cartel drones. So I've seen cartel guys with these futuristic drone and anti-drone guns. And you're seeing those guns, like space guns, but they cartel networks. Let's go, what the fuck's going on with these people? So you start seeing all this augmentation of capabilities. This single cartel now has all of this history behind it, all of these lessons behind it, all of this training, all this technology. And it is poised to make Pacho right into its territory and go up north into the United States. Right? There are no segments of the world that are actually controlled or say that it's controlled by the new generation governments anymore. That's not the case now. But there are places that are starting to improve it that way. Tijuana, you start seeing the last remaining South Taco was one of their free Archie Strong's and his faction was Chapitos, that's what they call themselves. This past year, announced that they had rights and alliance with this new cartels, new generation cartel. So it's now it's a cohesive force that they have historical ties and been a part of the plan. But they have already in the area from the dead. So a nightmare scenario having this cartel now having clear to operate against the United States is pretty close to the fact they're already now the border was still wide open. Because it cut down on illegal immigrants by so high 90%. Yeah, it's way down. They're still crossing so well. It's really expensive. It's really expensive. You check it out on TikTok. Yeah. There's a bunch of ways they do it. I saw one where they were like, hey, we'll grab a portfolio full of copies of ID. And like, oh, you look like this dude. And then we'll give you something. Just get in the trunk before you cross. And pretend you're asleep. And they'll give you paperwork that looks like the dude. It looks like you. And that's how they cross. And people think it's all it's very expensive. That's how they cross. Fast boats. There's a bunch of videos online, just posts just arriving on the beach and just dudes jumping out. It's classic running. And there's like a strand, right? There's a short from those weight runners. There's a short ship because they just find a little short trip. You get on one in Tijuana and you hop over to San Diego. It's not that far. No, and then they'll swarm it down. They'll do many of those boats. And if you're a TJ, you can see on the coast. There's a bunch of Navy ships now on the coast there. So, like, which is a cause for alarm for a lot of Mexicans. Mexicans view any sort of intervention by the United States with fear. Although they are also fearful of what happens if this is allowed to continue. As you know, they see these options from the government. So it seems like the opposite. It seems like it's going more and more towards the cartel. So what would happen if the United States didn't infiltrate? If the United States didn't attack, if something didn't happen, we just let the thing get stepped away. I think we're already involved. This arrest of the last this designation that allows a lot of the safety officer type thing against Mexico, against some of these cartels. What's worrying in the eyes of Mexico, in the eyes of Mexican leaders, the fact that there was a promise of negotiating terrorists, or at least it's something that's still, negotiating terrorists is like a thing. But all of a sudden, one of these factions says they deal now. They're negotiating with how all these people are crossing that border. The leaders are crossing that border now for the safety of the United States. The UN deal with is responsible for the death of a few special operators that were part of the rest. What are they going to tell their families? That loss. Why?
a chance to introduce you a little bit as you sit here in New York, we'll have this conversation
piles of
with
body
Rabbi.
that were around
Hope you
after
find
the rest of
material engaging, and I find it
so there's
fascinating.
this trust.
Let's go straight to the starting point, however, and that
Still
would be the
trust
Exodus
to
itself.
solid
I don't want to overlook this moment that we're going to spend so much time on at the Passover Seder, God willing, in just a couple of weeks. Here's a satellite map of Egypt that gives you some sense of where the Exodus would have taken place. You can see the Nile River Delta, of course, is much deeper green because that's the arable land that flows from the Nile north here into the Mediterranean Sea. Unfortunately, we have precious little archaeological or meteorological evidence of the Exodus as described. There are a lot of reasons for this. There were certainly some cultural barriers. The pharaohs were loath to describe any negative information on the long account of this going there kind of furthermore, the archaeological background of the events described in Exodus are not well suited to the actual geography and geology of the region in which the various structures were built. Because of the construction of the Nile Delta is especially grown. So as actually was corroborated by the Russian text, which talk about the new soil of the region, and the papyri that we have from the era is incredibly strong. We're talking about something that occurred 3,000 years ago as a result of but nevertheless, we have a few things that are so precious to the sense of the vision of life. Have a look, for example, here at the just a great fragment that describes some of the brick-making techniques that were being used right around the time of the Exodus. We will think you're very interested in seeing. We have two paintings by this remarkable painting of the Brazil. This was right about the same time of the Exodus, a little bit later, and shows Semitic and Nubian slaves engaged in many of the activities associated with brickmaking. And especially fascinating are these discoveries right about in the region of where these landscapes the different landscapes because of the great forestries that the trees are associated with building in the Exodus. Some publications from 2017 showing the wetlands on the border of this diagram. Dramatic scenes that you can and it's Charlton Heston, the great American film hero, is pounding away with murder. I have to say that in fact that was like a life-changing movie. I saw it, it was very nice. It was fascinating. And here he is also in that same region. Children's preschool found in those same border regions. It's amazing to imagine what it must be like. We don't know obviously who these Christians belong to, if they were non-Jewish slaves or not slaves, but nevertheless it shows the imagination. So we try to estimate the actual routes exactly Jews took from Egypt on their way to the Promised Land. There is quite a bit of question about the specifics of it. This is the route as proposed by the scholar K.A. Fisher. I find this probably the most meaningful of the many objects where they went to fly with a portable record. Of course, that varies by location, but as you can see, the Jews leave the marshy eastern delta and probably don't cross the broad part of the Red Sea or enter into the Mediterranean.
Welcome. How are you, Juco? What's up, man? How'd you find out about me, son?
I didn't see you in the other group chat, in the other shit.
Word, dog. How's your day going?
It's going good. How your day going?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Yeah. Going good. I'm chilling.
Amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No.
All right, well, it's essentially people who have their entire life on camera, and that's what mine is. It's essentially a time capsule for society or a timeline for society. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want you to be able to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds good.
Excellent. So I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. What are you up to?
I ain't doing nothing. I just joined your server. I see you in the e-girl world voice chat. I was wondering what you was doing. I just see you on your phone scrolling.
Word, dog. That's what I do, baby. That's what everybody does, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So just chilling. It's early. Do you have any plans for today?
We'll probably go to the state fair later on.
Oh, that's amazing. What are you gonna do there?
We go on a couple rides, grab some food with a friend. Probably just chill for the whole day.
Dog, that's amazing. Are you gonna eat like crazy foods?
Hopefully, yeah. You know it's expensive there, so
Yeah.
hopefully I'll probably spend about $100 to $200 there.
Oh wow, you got deep pockets. All right, good for you, man. What are you gonna?
Yeah,
What are you gonna? If you had to eat something crazy, what would it be?
probably the corn with the Cheetos, with the hot Cheetos on it.
That's your
Probably
jam.
like the spicy corn or something.
I got you. That's your jam.
Yeah.
Word, dog. Excellent. All right, so you got the flaming hot Cheetos corn dog, right?
Mhm.
What else would you eat if you could?
Uh, it'd be hard because I'm not like I'm hard to pick food. Like even if we used to go out to a restaurant, I would not know what to pick.
Okay, what are your favorite foods?
What do I like? I like chicken. I like to eat. I don't like pizza, hamburgers.
Hold on one second. Why don't you like pizza?
It got played out.
Oh, dude, it's classic though.
Yeah. Probably like Little Caesars. I'll probably eat some pizza.
All right, so you like Little Caesars pizza, the hot and ready?
Yeah.
Word. Okay. Do you like sauce with it? Do you like ranch or buffalo or butter?
Nah.
No, just plain.
Nah.
All right. Do you like it with just cheese, sausage, supreme, pepperoni? What do you like?
I like pepperoni pizza. Sometimes cheese if I'm in a mood for cheese.
Word, son. All right. So you like chicken? What kind of chicken do you like?
Fried chicken.
Word, dog. All right. So do you like it really crispy or do you like it not crispy?
Really crispy.
Word. Excellent. Okay. Do you like any sauces with it? Oh, he's gone. He's like, fuck your food questions, Rabbi. I'd be like, dog, this isn't fucking 20 questions. That's cool though. I hope he has fun at the state fair. Hey, Rabbi, if you could eat anything at the state fair, what would it be? I'd get that crazy shit, like deep fried pickles. If you could eat it, everything was kosher at the state fair. They don't. Well, they should have a national fair. That bitch should go everywhere. Anyway, there used to be world fairs. I wonder what kind of crazy shit they have with world fairs. Like deep fried sushi. Anyway, cray in a good way. All right, what else would you eat? If you could eat anything. If they had like turkey bacon that was kosher on one of those fucking like a turkey leg with turkey bacon all around it. I don't know. What else? I've been to fairs and things, but we never ate. Alright, but if you could and did, what would you have? I don't know. Every year, the deep fried Snickers. That seems like it's a thing. Fried everything. I love French fries. That would be French fries daily. I have yet to have anybody come in here who's like, oh yeah, I saw you on Twitch. Let's check out how many views we have. What do you think? Do you think you have any with 10? Maybe 6. Whispers. Dude, you can spam Spotify. Views, high to low. Wow, so one got 33. Why didn't I get an award for it? That's good. Dragon Balls. Alright. Watch, they consider pushing people on my YouTube is fraud, but pushing people on Discord is fraud. That would be fucking hilarious. Dude, I'm surprised no one just sells breading. Just straight up breading. Just breading. I can plug it in. Dude, the goal is to get 1,000 on one. If I got 1,000 on one, we'd be in Baller World. What's Baller World? It's pretty close to 2, though. Bitch. Fuck. Is that it? $285. That's good. Alright, let's check the next one. I don't know what's your favorite animal. Yeah. Create a dashboard. I have to say everything on. Ooh, let's test notifications. You're not eligible for the game battle for Fortnite. Doug, why wasn't I eligible before? It should tell you, oh, because you did this, you are now eligible. You are not eligible for the game thing. Well, like, why? What did I do? Shit doesn't get explained. I need explanations. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. I never. Yeah, I want to hear you say. Tell me why. I can't believe Instagram forced you to have 1,000 viewers, 1,000 friends. That's so stupid. But these bitches are gonna marinate. Full star, baby. Two guys. Two chats. Motherfucker off the chain. It was off the chain. I'm off the chain.
Hey, there she is. How's you living, girl?
Hope you're having a good day. Hope it's amazing. Tell me why. No clips. Come on, baby. Give me a 10. 9. Tell me why. I love you. Oh, Audie, you're muted. Oh, no wonder. You're like, hey, why do you mute me? Girl, sometimes you talk goofy. Yo, can you hear me? How you living, girl? How are you? How's your life been? What's wrong? Okay, can you get to a shelter?
I'm not going to a shelter. I'm not using a community shower. I'm not sleeping in not even beds with people that don't fucking bathe themselves. That shit is. I can I can go to a shelter where literally it's well, everybody showers in one big shower. I have to bring flip flops for them, and I've already been some fucked up shit happened. Okay, I'm not trying to go to one of these places. I'm telling you. The other option is the other thing is assisted living, which is for people who have mental illnesses. And technically, I could do it, but I don't have to do it because a law was passed saying there's plenty of people who need help, but they don't need to be in a fucking assisted living thing. That's fucking stealing their rights. So I'm waiting for my fucking diversion funding. And that's how this is gonna happen. Other than that, I will be in the car and I will be meeting with those people on Thursday. How did court go? Absolutely fine. These people lied on me again. Do you know what they said? They said that his father, it appears, has done more than you. And I said, oh, this has to be a joke because he hasn't even completed an assessment to be able to visit the child. And by the way, this is not a competition, but that really fucking pissed me off in the courtroom. You must be absolutely nuts. He's how there's a he literally doesn't even you don't ask him anything because he's so I want to be in a car. I want to. I explain. Some people understand because they understand what I have to choose from. That this might be the best choice for somebody. Okay, so I'm happy when I meet those people who understand that I'm making the choice to be in the car for my safety. I'm not. I don't know what I'm a smart. Like I've evidently I am not that smart. So I'm trying to eliminate a lot of issues and garbage that could come about from associating with the lowly. Pardon me if I have to say it out loud.
Certainly, certainly. Okay, so we've got something on Thursday. I'm just asking, just a question. Do they have any women's only shelters you could go to?
Um, they do have women relationships, but I'm already so close to this. I mean, like, I just, like, literally the lady that I talked to on the phone yesterday, the one who is the manager on the five of them, like, the prison shit. Yesterday, she told me that we've completed such paperwork, and although she's new to the program, and she, her, to her, it could happen any day. She just needs to wait for the response. I mean, life is just is what it is. How much longer can I take this? I don't know. Obviously, you cannot.
Right.
So my master class, I need to get my driver's license.
Yeah, you do.
Ready to go. I need to learn this man's car. But you know, like I usually have already such thinking that anyways, you only want to buy me things if it's food. They really want to buy me soap. And at least you don't buy me things. What the fuck? Shit is being started. Anyways,
All right, desperate times call for desperate measures. And I'm just going to tell you what I would do if I were in your situation and I had nowhere to go. I was living in a car and I couldn't do that for the rest of my life. I would start escorting.
for the rest of my life.
I understand.
I'm about to call you this man's name because you told me some stupid ass shit, right?
Hold on. Just hold on.
I have a son.
No, I understand. But I would be escort.
Was to make my heart work, and at the same time, I need to find some food. Uh, but there's only so many jobs a girl can take before they give her the thing that's in that fucking program. Right? We'll just have to wait a second to meet with Don. I think she was trying to speed order and focus on some paperwork for a second. And I asked when's the hospital, and they're doing this other shit like, are you okay? Just here, let's go get your medication for you since you're having this shit.
Yeah, I mean that's really probably what you need is mental health care.
This guy over here. So if I get in any type of way, just like tell me, don't embarrass me and shit. Like I need to eat, I need to bathe myself, or you're not gonna fuck me because you didn't let me do these things today. I'm like, what asshole? You talked about another woman. You're not talking about other women in the past. You're talking about another woman that you're trying to fuck me right now as you're fucking me and telling me that I'm not clean because you can't wait for my second doctor's appointment. Okay. Thanks for listening. I feel how we started complaining about this motherfucker. But I have a big heart, you know, I really do. And I will make friends with just about anybody. And so, for many reasons, I do not need to go to a shelter because I will not be able to focus on myself. Not only that, but the shelters and assisted living, they have like um, extra graduation classes. You can't leave whenever you like. And it's just like another barrier for me to get to my appointments, which is I have to do it to my appointments for my mental health in order for me to see my son. My mom's trying to get me out to be crazy not being or something. And I said to these people, and they seen a side of me that they said that it's not healthy. And I said that it's not that this isn't healthy, this is a regular snack because you just didn't do your job for one whole month. I didn't see it. And you want me to act like everything's fine. And now you're telling me that I did the parenting classes. And guess who hasn't gone to parenting classes? It has been over 6 months. And this is the second agency that's facilitating, supposed to be facilitating the visits. Before I went to the hospital last time, I was supposed to have a FaceTime call with my son. I was so excited. And like they're like, yeah, like you, because basically I don't have to go to therapy. They just want my medication. So my friend says psychiatrist. So this last time, yesterday, I just literally told her, oh yeah, by the way, you know, if you're gonna leave, I'm not on Prozac anymore because I was getting side effects. So now I'm on Zoloft. And yes, I'm still taking the Seroquel and I'm still on the local cannabis. She wants to pull some shit with me about, well, you were recommended to stay off of cannabis because of cause psychosis. I said, that's absolutely not true. Who told you recommend it? Because you're still telling me that you haven't talked to any of my doctors. Oh, so you're talking about the first time that I went to the hospital when we started working with DCFS. Oh my God. Are you talking about Dr. Patel? Who I asked if I could use the marijuana while I'm on steroids. And he told me, you already know what he told me. Listen, I didn't have to tell her that part. Yeah, when I prescribed it to myself, and I agreed that I'll take that to help me sleep. And I said, why don't we also add the Prozac? While we're at it, doctor, I'd like to add the Prozac. I'm trying to talk to you. Yeah, and by the way, I never talked to you. I just called her Edge. Because if I'm late for the first agency talk to her, she did that, right? Oh my fucking God, this is actually great. What I'm actually, these people are actually to the point where this is it. I have to actually give the judge all of my evidence for him, but she's really about to knock me off. But basically, the thing is jacked up because I don't have a psychiatrist prescribing my medication. And for that reason, and the reason I can't see my beloved son.
I understand that. I understand that. Okay.
I'm not a crazy person.
Look,
either.
I understand. I understand. I understand.
Because I keep threatening his father with, I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to put you in jail. I'm going to put you on child support. Who is Kiera and Erica and Colin? What the fuck are you talking about? Go inside my body. They do. It's too gross to go in there. How about this isn't even what is supposed to be going on? And you can make me into a film.
Audie, listen. Yes. I'm just asking. Okay, so my advice is to get help. I know that's easier said than done. So if you can't do that right now, just hold on. If you can't do that right now, I'm just asking. You're between a rock and a hard place, and if I were in your position, do you know what something called private delights is? Okay, so it's basically a place where you can escort. And I'm not saying that I think that's the best thing for you, but it will get you out of this situation. Okay, well, it you need money, and there's no like way.
Also, I have to survive as myself.
Okay.
That makes me feel disgusting.
Well,
you should know better than to give me recommendations that are against my good interests.
It's not necessarily that. Look. It's not necessarily that. It gets you out of this situation. And I'm not saying you have to do it for the rest of your life. I'm not saying you have to do it for the rest of your life.
Hard work and patience, and apparently, according to Sequoia's Prairie, I ain't supposed to be doing that. Besides saying, thank you for not sending me to jail this time, and I'm not doing it anymore. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so if that's out of the question, that's what I would do because I'd be that desperate. Then go seek the people who. I absolutely will. I have known women who have had to do that. And I still respect them. Okay, I still respect them, and I think it's. I honestly don't think it. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. Look. Look. Listen to me. I respect those people more than I respect a lot of other people, and here's why. Basically, you're in this.
Respect me more, just like this. Watch this shit. I'm never doing that shit, Rabbi.
Okay.
I'm worth more than that shit. Are you fucking crazy? I give a fuck what anybody who they think that they are, that they need somebody to talk to about it. I am the bitch that will slip up, Rabbi. I know myself. I can't do that.
Okay, I don't.
And I'm not a fucking whore. And watch how real quick and accidentally went across the street, Rabbi. And that was not consensual, Rabbi. No. While it's happening, it's not consensual, Rabbi. And I'm the person who has to live with that and deal with that. I'm the person who has to question, why did that happen? Out of desperation. Do I want to create any more situations like this? Absolutely not. Ew. That sounds like a trap. That sounds like a murder trap to me. I don't want to get lost.
I understand. Audie, you're basically doing that now with one guy in a car who is barely providing for you. And I'm saying you can become.
Is that we have a child together, and when I do this, I increase his life for him to be with his son. So right now, that's correct.
Okay.
I am only having sex with the father of my child because it's sanitary, and he's forcing me to.
See, that's
So why
that's
would
the
I
thing.
go to somewhere else where I'm going to be forced to be gross?
Because then you can get a hotel room, and then you can get on your feet.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's a hotel room. I have all the things outside of the hotel room besides the microwave.
I understand,
And
but that car is going to be unlivable in a few months.
yeah, in a few months, I'm not going to be in this car because Jesus loves me.
Okay.
Okay, and I can pray for at least this kid. I'll be in a heating and cooling center. I'll be sleeping in a shelter if I don't have a place to live. I can't make this work.
Okay.
And I'll be living in I'm not about to freeze to death.
And we don't want that. I don't think that sex work is anything to put down. There are many people who have to do it, and it gives you an.
Well, no, if I was going to do sex work, it would be more like actually having sex with people that I actually want to have sex with.
And that's what I'm saying. And you can do that.
That I want to have sex with, we don't want to pay me.
Wait, hold on.
And they're like, oh, this isn't real. Or what am I supposed to do? I'm just supposed to have sex with people, and I'm supposed to ask for stuff, right?
No.
The problem is I'm not used to doing that.
I mean,
usually just have sex with them, and then I'm like, thank you.
You can do that too. I mean, it's whatever. I just think that, hey, look, you don't have many choices. As I said, a shelter, mental health, that's the way to go. But if you aren't going to do that right now, and I understand, I don't think that there's any disrespect in considering sex work if it is a way out of your current situation. And all I'm saying,
I'm not going to escort.
wait, but it's not that bad. I mean, I know that there's some aspects of it, but you don't have to do it forever. You do it for a month, and then you can buy you can get a driver's license, and you can start to Uber.
But I can do that now. I just have to look like this and go like, give me $30. I go get my license.
Okay, so about that, isn't it possible to go to your social worker and get a like a pass for a free driver's license? Yeah.
I already asked, and no, I can't because, well, basically, because my license is expired, and I have to, honestly, I think the guy's just being a piece of shit. You're right, I should ask these other people, like, where can I go besides this place? Because this dude is like, he gave me like a hard time just to give me a hard time the first time. And he was nicer to me the second time, but the second time is when I went to go get my birth certificate and social security. And I had asked him, he said, you know, he was lying. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah. You got to go back and then just try again, and ask them to speak, ask to speak to someone else. So you don't.
I'm gonna make him pay for it. I already told him he's going to pay me. So he can pay for it. I got $2 for him. So I have to take the paper to the social security administration.
Okay. All right. Well.
Last things that I actually have the pleasures to do anything that I want. Otherwise, like for instance, if I were to be in a shelter and have to go to that place and then be directed to another place, like that would be so much for my body right now to walk that much more. Like I really I need to have my weed. You know, I had a seizure in the hospital and realizing that it's because I start to come off of my weed when I'm not in the right way. Tapering is something that
Can't your social worker give you bus tokens?
yeah, but you know how far the fucking bus stops are. You don't understand. Yeah, this shit is terrible.
It's true. I'm not familiar with the Chicago bus system, but okay, well, whatever they're called, bus credits. What are they called? I don't know. Okay, okay. Well, I'm here to support you with whatever your decision is, and I want the best for you. I'm not talking to you that way. I did want, I did want you to know this isn't what's never gonna happen. Okay, so I that's fine.
I'm never gonna sell my time and attention or my fucking that's still selling myself. That's weird. I don't like that. I don't feel comfortable. And it's not, I'm saying it's something I wouldn't do because it's something I'm uncomfortable with. And if I would be comfortable with it, I would consider it. But for those reasons, that it makes me feel super gross because I can't do that. I might be a little wild, but I can't just be in that situation and take everyone's energy. That is totally against my will and against I will not be nice. I will still hope that I will tell something wrong. They will not like that very much.
Okay, nobody wants that. I just want you to get out of that club. I want you to get out of a bad situation, and you're gonna sell exactly 0 records. Okay. I mean, do whatever you want to do. If you want to be a rapper, I'll support you to be a rapper. All right. So I added this thing to the server. It may not be important to you, but I just want to make you aware. It measures um, everybody who's been in here the longest time, and because you've used 2 different accounts, you don't have the highest amount. But if you combine your 2 accounts, you're just about at the highest amount of any person in here. So you should know that you are doing well on that tracker, and I appreciate the amount of time that you spend in here, and I'm always here to support you. And if that means that you go get mental help, go ahead. I would. I was just thinking about that. I'm going to tell you this. Wait. You asked me a question. You asked me a question, and I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. If you had absolutely no opportunities, which I think you do, that's why I said you could go to a shelter, you could go to a women's care area, whatever. But let's say that wasn't available, and she was living in a car with an abusive person, having sex with him for nothing, then I would say to her, you have no other options. If you can't go work at McDonald's and you can't go Uber and you can't do these other things, then to create a profile and start giving hand jobs if that's what you have to do.
I would say, why don't you get your ass back over here to the house right now?
Wait.
That would not be my mother. That's what would happen.
Wait, but I'm saying that if I didn't have the opportunity, I'd give hand jobs to be able to help my daughter.
You're not in charge. This is why you guys don't make fucking rules. You're stupid.
I understand, but you just don't have a lot of options. And this will get you out of that car. It will get you out of an abusive situation.
Patience is a virtue.
I understand, but it's going to start to get cold. Good. And that's the advice I would give to my daughter, or to my sister, or to my mother, or to anyone around me. But if they weren't going to do that, I would tell them that I would still respect them and I would still understand the position they were in if they had to basically just go on dates with people for money. I don't see that as that immoral at all. Especially, I don't see it as immoral at all if you have no other choice.
I could have a conversation with one of these people, but am I gonna fucking am I gonna argue with my best friend? No, because that's not the best decision actually. I mean, it's a decision you was gonna make. Yeah. That's how I feel about those people. Okay. I thought about being a stripper. Okay. I went as far as applying many years ago, but now we're not thinking about that. We're not thinking about that. You could be a cocktail waitress, but we have to actually take actual pictures of ourselves so we look good. Because that's what they're gonna fucking ask for. And that's about as far as it should go. But other than that, I'm not going to be an escort and allow myself to be one-on-one with some fucking creep because I don't want to. No amount of money is worth that. I don't care if someone's like, I'll give you 1 million. They'd have to give me $1 million. They'd have to give me $100,000. They'd have to give me a lot of fucking money. If they're not ready to give me that much, I'm not talking about in the hundreds. That's what I'm saying. Is this as much? You must not understand. I gotta erase this shit from my memory when I'm done with it. Because otherwise, I'm gonna be sitting there and not laughing and acting like, listen, I'm way smarter than you, and I don't give a fuck how much money you have. There is a disparity in this life. Don't even need to go to school to prove that I'm fucking smarter than you. The problem is that I'm for you right now. That's what's gonna happen. I'm not saying I was screwed, but I can't do it for me because that's not me. Me doesn't like that. He wants to touch who he wants to touch. He wants to be around who he wants to be around. I don't want to be around many people at all, as you can see to begin with. Why would I want to be around weird people who want to give me money so that they can be in my vicinity and try to possibly give me more money to put their pee in one of my holes?
You don't have a lot of options, and if you were rejecting going to seek help, and you're in an abusive situation in a car right now, it's a way out.
Rejecting help. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Is right now it is as if I'm in a assisted living facility, but I am doing the process for applying for that same funding for someone who's in a mental health crisis and needs housing. But I will be getting it funded to me, and they're going to help me find a fucking apartment to go and apply the housing towards.
That's great.
And it will happen a lot. But I have to wait for that process. And essentially, by me doing the interview for the assessment for the assisted living on the phone, because I took the time to do that, and I thought, well, I'll at least do this assessment. Once they told me about the graduation process, I said that I was not interested. But the fact that I keep going in the hospital and that I was working with these people has made that process so much quicker. So I'm fucking gonna wait until that fucking happens. And in the meantime, I will keep figuring out if I need to go into a shelter where it is, like I said, community showers and where I don't want to be. But if that's where I have to go in the winter because I can't live in my own car in the winter either.
Right.
I've thought about this, don't worry.
I'm sure you have.
But you're talking to the girl who wanted to live in a tent outside this summer and this previous summer, but everybody wanted to be an asshole and let her cook in the car instead.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You have to, you can't just force someone into sex with and it's called sex trafficking. It feels like that's what you're trying to do. And you should know me by now, Rabbi. Actually, you should know me very well by now. That is not something that I would do. Rabbi, when somebody says they're crude, they don't do that. Come on now.
I understand.
It's like,
You don't even necessarily have to have sex with the people. You could just spend time with them. There are men who will just pay you to spend time with them.
I know, Rabbi, but you don't understand what it's like to be weak and sensitive and all this. And I don't want anybody to look at me. And I can read their brain when they're looking. I don't want anybody getting close to me when that's like, what the fuck am I talking? It's a thing.
Exactly.
I am not a whore. It's still whoring yourself out.
It gets you.
So,
It gets you out of a
I
car.
don't like
It gets you out of a car.
it. Into a hotel room.
Yeah, but then you can get from a hotel room to an apartment, and then eventually get a serious job and get on your feet. That's all I'm saying.
I have to get a job. I thought it was going to be a public assistance for the rest of my life. That's a bullshit.
Or you could do that. Or you could do that. Well, okay, so that's an
What
option.
am I, stupid, smart, or a whore?
Look, I'm just gonna say that there are a lot of people, both men and women,
Which one I am?
who've been
Quit fucking telling me.
who've been in your situation, and the way that they are able to get out of it is the way that I suggested. Now, because of the issues that you have, have you sought disabilities?
Yes. You know what? I was just actually, I need to go online and I need to create my new account because, and I was just going to know that yesterday because the car was confused, so I wasn't able to do an ID. But I need to get access to that because my phone got changed yesterday.
Okay, well, why don't you do that now? Why don't you do that now? That'll be $1,000 a month. That'll help you. Okay, you do it on your own time. Look, I just don't want you to be in a bad situation, and you're not currently in a good one. And I want you to have options to get out of it.
My spirit has to live in my body. And control my spirit, and I'm going to not be hard to do something that I don't want to do. Something like that. And then it's going to ruin my child's relationship with his father. And I don't want that to happen. I mean, it's to the point where I'm telling her that I have kids with kids forced next year. His response is if I'm going to cheat, why am I going to cheat on my boyfriend? Not like they're going to leave me and have candy. Exactly what I thought. You don't know. Okay. I don't have to feel that. I mean, the signs were right here. I didn't know. Maybe you just didn't know how to treat somebody. Well, you don't know well how to treat somebody. It's not it. So, on the bright side with that is that I had pretty much like, I guess it's better than it was not good. I mean, like, yeah, just take care of yourself. It's just part of it. It was some weird shit because I don't know. And I feel like there's nobody to run back to hug after everything happens. And so the point I'm trying to make is like, to just tell myself, his dad isn't, he is involved with him. It's not going to want to involve himself with him because he's not about the lifestyle. And then when he does spend time with the child, they have to worry about him and rather than us being extended family to the child. I can't do that. I can't be a son for myself. I don't want to be alone. It's all the same thing to me.
It may be. I don't consider those people whores, and I don't think being a whore is that bad at all. I think we're all whores in our own way.
Like, you're not here either. If I had the ability to do it, I would. But I don't have that ability.
Okay. I understand.
Too much clip.
I understand.
I actually am not about to even get that close with my energy because that's weird to me that somebody would pay me for my time.
Okay.
You're not. This isn't like. You're not supposed to do that. That's weird. That shit is weird.
It's not weird. It's the oldest profession in the world.
It's not the oldest profession. The oldest profession in the world is not. Okay, and I'm trying to make babies. Not just spend time with your energy. And we don't have any more babies. I guess. But it's what one wants to do. And I expect to. I just want to locate it. And I need to define is victim and like I can't make children to people. Why do you settle this with the children beautiful? Hey, no people need that. So or I could just look at it. So I do it just buy it all instead of buying it. And I pay yeah, how about I just do that too, Rabbi? Yeah, it sounds like bullshit to me as well.
What's
Yeah,
what's that?
sounds like I'm not doing either of those things.
What's that? What are you saying?
I could just, stay with this man and have another child with him. Because I thought, how bad could it be? Like, I can make him be nice to me. I know how to act right, to be treated right. But listen, things have been said, and things have been done that are irreparable that make me feel absolutely. And I'm not in love with this person. But you don't need to be in love to make peace. Babies don't come from love. Babies come from sex. And you do sex with anything. I get to do sex with this guy. A chance of making a baby all the time. And Because they're scared me? Yeah, because I don't have nowhere for the baby right now.
Exactly.
But if I knew another one, wouldn't they be beautiful? Yes.
It would be a terrible situation. It would be a terrible it would be a terrible situation for you right now. I'm not saying in the future, but you don't want to bring a life into this world. You can't take care of the first one. You don't want to have to deal with the second one.
I can't take care of the first one. My mother lied on me. Don't even go there.
Honey, you can't take care of yourself at this point, let alone a baby.
Well, I'm taking great care of myself because I'm talking about getting money out into the world that I want to live into.
Okay, that's fine. I'll support.
Because I don't cry very much. Don't mean that it don't hurt, Rabbi. Comes to me with some hard shit. Yeah. Talking to me is, how am I disabled that you're going to talk to me when I'm not disabled?
Well, that's why I said, if you can get disability or support or anything like that, that's the best option.
We're trying everything all at once. Last time you told the lady asked me if I ever fucking hit my head hurt. I didn't remember. And of course I have a lot of times. What the fuck? The lady was a bitch. I swear to God, she just didn't like me because I was like, these people don't want to do their jobs either, Rabbi. They don't like me. They don't like autumn. They don't like doing autographs. I'm coming to the wrong opinions, often based on their own like terrible situation. And they don't want to get rid of something. Just some of these people are absolute demons, you know. And then others are not. Others are just right there with you, not that beat off. And that's what tells me that I'm not crazy at all. It just tells me that nothing is wrong with me. I'm just fine. And you all might look like this weird decision every day. It doesn't matter if I live 15 minutes away from my grandma's house. This guy is not going to be on time for my doctor's appointments and shit. But if I sit in his car at those doctor's appointments, I'm going to see my son. And I can't trust him to come and pick me up at the shelter because the day that I was raped, he was supposed to come the next day at 9 a.m. and he wasn't there. And it wasn't until the day after he went to the fucking hospital. So.
Can you live with your grandma again?
No, I cannot because there's an order of protection, and I just went to court the other day. And they asked her if she wanted to shorten it from 3 years to 6 months or a year. She said, yeah, I'll be here. So that's good. Both my mom and grandma's order of protection will be around this time. I'm not going to do anything to reasons right now. And I will absolutely get a fucking hold on her. So if I put up a new on her case as to why the fuck are you doing this to me and my son, this is illegal and can't.
Okay, so when is your mom's order of protection done?
It's up in August of next year. It's always the one right now.
Okay.
Now my mother, I just saw her at court yesterday, but I'm not allowed to talk to her and stuff. When I left, I said bye to her. She tried to sell me right back. But I did tell her the case worker was in the case with me, but I didn't answer. I told her one and I said she told me not to text her phone. The worst I told her was do your job in all caps. Trying to compare some classes from her quote unquote paper bill location. I asked her to take up Illinois. She's been 6 months. And my therapist doesn't understand because she used to work at DCFS and and she's saying, you know, this doesn't make sense. You should be doing both of these things at the same time. Absolutely. I want you to see a psychiatrist and get my medication prescribed by a psychiatrist and a doctor that's fully capable and is doing it. In the meantime that I can be safe. She sent me like 4 or 5 different resources that I called back on. One of them she told me that the lady was going to call me back and I told her I got information. None of these places do those kinds of classes. Only one of them actually did it. They were taking kinds of classes. And they didn't serve as usual. She apologizes. Oh yeah, she is a apologist. So days later, when I was asking Candy if she had any news, she tells me, I said, why is she? What happened with that? Yes, she is in Florida. I'm like, well, I'm sure she didn't just explain to me a bunch of possible diseases. She has no idea why she would say that for no reason. Anyway, so that's the caseworker who's supposed to be sending pictures and videos of my son, and she sees him every week. Yeah, she sent me pictures. I'm fucking 10 seconds ago. One time, yeah, I can only do as much as I can do. These people are like deliberately driving me crazy. You talking about I can answer? I said, I was turning around. I said, you sent me one email this far with medical documentation about my son and talking about how his vaccine waiver needs to now be notated by a doctor. That's all that you sent. One email. And you only started emailing because you don't want to text me anymore. Shit was so crazy. And then they're like, yeah, she's made unreasonable action towards me. Last time they said I'd be unreasonable, I'm like, I'm doing the exact same shit. This makes no sense at all. But what? Absolute garbage. How can they fucking keep their jobs? I gotta talk to that police boss.
Audie, can you apply for disability? Like now?
Yeah, I already did.
No, you
I
didn't.
already applied for it, and I did the interview like back in June or July. So
Okay.
now it's at the point where it's just gonna wait forever. And then like during this time I need to get some tests ordered by my doctor and by my psychiatrist because they're gonna have like 6 months when they look at it. And so I'm gonna get that documentation as soon. And then what happens is it gives you kind of have like an agent where you can call them and let them know like, hey, I just need new documentation. Like you can give them documentation directly, or I guess you could tell them to like look for it, like at this date at this facility or whatever. To hopefully prove my case.
Okay, didn't you say that you had to? Didn't you say? Didn't you say you had to upload some document to the website?
No. Oh yeah, that's like because you can go into like the Social Security administration website and there's like you can check like how much like you've worked like towards your retirement and then you can check like when you're applying for your retirement and disability. There's like a little like time calculator bar that fills up and it lets you know what percentage they are done looking at your medical records.
Okay, so can't you work on that process?
So that's what I was gonna do. It's more of what you use like you can take this. But I thought it was long there because
All right, you go back to sleep. You do that.
As the region of the Arabs called Jebel Musa, Mount Sinai. Of course, we're not sure that is the specific designation of the great biblical Mount Sinai, but nonetheless, it's a reasonable possibility. And then moving their way up through the peninsula and into Jordan, and then crossing into the Promised Land, just north of the Dead Sea. That's most likely the route that is described by the Jews in the book of Exodus. So they've all left Egypt, but one of the amazing things about Egyptian history is, of course, they basically return almost immediately, and they have some significant settlements in a few distinct locations. This does pose some fascinating halachic dilemmas that I will leave to the rabbis to discuss, but nevertheless, there is a strong, indeed world-class Jewish civilization in Egypt for the next 3,000 years, right up until our own times. Now look at this map, which will take us up to the 2nd century of the Common Era. This is the period after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, when you have a fairly well-developed Jewish diaspora throughout the Mediterranean basin. Looking at Israel specifically, you can see the shading here with the gap in the region of Judea is especially prominent because this is the right right after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, when the Adriatic persecutions were at their peak and so many Jews were removed from that region and fled to the north or were taken off slave ships to the Italian peninsula and elsewhere. So this is the heartland of course Jews is the land of Israel itself. You also have a major Jewish civilization in the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This is where the great Talmudic academies of Sula and Tabitha was built up and so on. And then you've got significant Jewish populations, particularly in the Greek Peninsula and especially in the Italian Peninsula, which would be the heartland or the font of Middle Ashkenazi culture. Smaller populations in the northern Mediterranean, in Spain, North Africa as well. And the biggest, clearly, biggest population is what's happening in Egypt. There are several Jewish centers all up and down the Nile, which dominates the demographics in the region. And so let's have a look at a couple of those population centers, which show particular interest at historical level. We know that Jews are in this region already in the biblical period. There's long and frequent descriptions of the relationship between the United Kingdom and Egypt. I know that for this audience, I have to clarify when we say United Kingdom, we are not talking about your United Kingdom, but the United Kingdom of the southern region of Judah and the northern region of Israel. King Solomon, of course, famously married the Egyptian princess. There were several references to Egypt throughout several of the passages in the book of Isaiah and the Valley of Shechem in the book of Jeremiah. But more significantly, we have this fascinating population that is set up in the upper Nile in a place called Melaphasia. Let's have a look at that here. This is an especially fascinating site. You can see it's in the upper Nile, which is in the lower part of the map, because the Nile flows from the south to the north. So this is the upper part of the Nile. And there are cataracts there. There are constrictions of the river banks that cause rapids to flow, and it becomes very difficult for trade to progress along the river. This requires river-going vessels to stop and sometimes to portage. I'm not even sure if that is a word in English. It's a Canadian word, French meaning to portage, to carry, literally, where you have to take your boats out of the water and physically move them over the obstruction. So this is a place where bandits would typically gather to loot the property of the merchants that are moving up the river or down the river, as the case may be. So we have a military colony set up here already in the first millennium before the Common Era. This is, again, amazing. Before you have significant diaspora populations from the invasion from Babylonia, you have a strong Jewish military community down here in the south. Their primary purpose would have been to protect the trade there, and they're engaged in heavy Jewish activity, although it is not necessarily what you would expect. Apparently, they built a temple there. This is one of several temples that were built outside of Jerusalem in contravention to traditional mainstream rabbinic law. There were two of them that were set up in Egypt. Another one, of course, is the Samaritan temple in what would be today Nablus, and another one possibly in Jordan. There is some doubt as to whether it was a temple or perhaps a palace. But nevertheless, despite the ruling that came already from the period of David to not establish any kind of private sanctuaries outside of the temple in Jerusalem itself, and an attempt to try and centralize worship in the capital city, there are nevertheless these antinomian structures built up all around, because this is the way Jews worship their God, and it would appear that they simply ignored much of what was going on in Jerusalem. We see it in a lot of other areas as well. There's some very strange pieces of evidence from the various papyri and ostraca, which are like broken pieces of clay that have writing on it, that describe marital relationships between apparently Jews and possibly slaves who have not been freed, which is also definitely not conformity with rabbinic law, as it is expressed in the Mishnah and onward. Nevertheless, there's definitely ethnic Jews living there, even though they may not necessarily be as, let's say, mainstream Orthodox Jews in modern terms as we might think they would be. To the north, in the western part of the South, there is a really amazing Jewish community that lasts right up until the 2nd century in particular, and has significant periods of flourishing thereafter as well. And that is the famous community of Alexandria. Alexandria, being close to the major trade routes on the Mediterranean, was involved not only in simply commerce of goods, but also commerce of ideas. The Alexandrian community was especially known for its very well-developed medical facilities. Some of the earliest Jewish doctors were trained in Alexandria. Talmud has several references to that. They engaged in some bizarre experimentation like autopsies and things like that that you don't see elsewhere in the world anywhere. You see it here in the ancient world and under Jews Alexandria. They're also famous for having translated the greatest repository of Jewish wisdom, the Torah, into Greek, making it accessible to the rest of the ancient world. I'm sure you've heard the famous story, quoted in the letter of Aristeas, that says that King Ptolemy gathered together 70 rabbis. He put them in 70 different rooms, and he charged them each to translate the Torah independently. And when they came out, they compared the results of their work, and amazingly, they had all translated the Torah identically, including passages where there was some obfuscation or change, which is discussed in the Talmud. So just to mention, one of my favorite jokes about this particular period is Rabbi Yitzhak Berkner, who ran the very famous Rosh Hashiva here in America. He said, "You call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you take 70 rabbis and you put them in one room and ask them to come up with one translation, that would be a miracle." Right? That's just, hope you don't mind. On Zoom, it's hard to tell a joke. I couldn't help it. At any rate, they translated not only the first 5 books of Moses, but later on you have translations of the other books as well into Greek. Hugely influential, particularly in the Christian world, because as Christianity would move further away from Judaism in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, and the less facility with Semitic languages like Hebrew and Aramaic, and they would rely very heavily on the Septuagint, which had significant repercussions on the lecture. You also have another figure, for example, who was not well integrated into the rabbinic tradition, but again, because of his Greek connection, very well integrated into the Christian tradition. A philosopher, commentator named Philo, who prepared a allegorical translation commentary that has significant Christian wisdom. Because of his somewhat ambiguous connection with the rabbinic tradition, simply wasn't widely accepted. You just don't see
It's weird to be any person,
clearly certain impressions
but in this time,
as it did on
it's
Christianity.
particularly weird. If you have like
Jews
funny
in
old people,
Alexandria were especially strong
the
and
media is
organized.
so
They
bizarrely
occupied 2
compromised.
of the 5
It's so weird
neighborhoods in the
when
first
you watch
century.
these narratives
And
spin
their
both on the left and on
conflict
the
with
right.
local population
Be
was
like, is
welcome.
anybody
It might have been
fucking
the very
rational?
first
Is anybody looking at this?
local
So
uprising
few
against the
that a comedian like
Jews
yourself
on their
just rises to the top of the heap.
back, and in fact, there were several
Well, it's funny, dude, because
local
so like
riots
since the last time
Alexandria,
I was on,
particularly
this has been kind of like the knock on me in a way now. Is that a comedian? You're just a comedian. It's like, oh, you show support comedian. That's right. How do you know if you all show support comedian? It feels weird doing this without to be honest. It seems kind of wrong. But dude, that's been like the essentially that's like the knock is like, yeah, but you're acting like you're an expert, but you're just some comedian. And it's like, no, that's the point. That's always been the point. Like, yes, I'm just a comedian. I'm not an expert. And still, being not an expert, hand me your favorite moral, and I will tear them to shreds because it's actually not that hard. And like, these people aren't really experts either. Well, it's also the problem with that is these people that are talking about talking about people not being experts while they're not experts. There's, I'm studying having a degree in English. Yeah, right. Okay. This Sam Harris is a neuroscientist. So there's all these different people who have, expertise in one area that is pretty much outside geopolitical, world politics and international relations, chaos, war, and military-industrial complex. Like these are very complex, sophisticated, nuanced discussions that you have to have when you're talking about these things. There's so many different factors in play. There's so much money. There's so much bullshit in terms of like what's the truth, what's the narrative, who's pushing the narrative, who's being paid to push the narrative, which is really weird. There's so many of these fucking online influencers that I don't even think are real human beings that have like prominent accounts. Yeah, yeah. But then there's also it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss somebody because it's just that I really thought it was this just really funny to me was that so like a few days after the last time
Welcome. How are you? What's up, Kat? How you living? Can you hear me? Hello? How are you? Kat, can you hear me? Meow. How's your day?
It's good. It's good. I just found this in the chat of this Discord server.
Oh, excellent. How'd you find out about me?
It was being spammed in some little Finnish streamers chat.
Amazing. Okay, very well. Well, apologies. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, my friend?
Yes, I am really interested. This seems very interesting.
Oh, it's very interesting, Kat. Thank you so much for being here. Again, apologies for the spam. My spam.
No need to apologize.
Okay, I'm
It's
Rabbi.
marketing, it works.
Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the
Really?
Absolutely. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Kat, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family, all become financially independent if you're not already, that you have generational wealth, and most of all, that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. How does that sound to you?
Sounds quite that place.
Absolutely.
That's crazy. You have been actually streaming 24/7 for how long?
Really?
3 years?
Yeah, actually pretty close to 4 years.
That's wild.
Absolutely. And not just
It
on
has been very active for years, so
absolutely, and not just on one stream. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now.
that's interesting.
Absolutely. If you see in the corner, upper left corner, you'll see some red dots that say 24/7 YouTube stream. If you look that up in YouTube, you'll see I'm having this conversation on 22 different YouTube streams in 360 degrees, so that basically it's archived in perpetuity.
So we have 24 devices, or you just stream multiple times on the same device, or
Great question. I have like 33 different devices, so they all basically have. A lot of them have different angles. Some of them have multiple, and then I do multi-stream as well. So I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Rumble. Basically everything but Kick. And I talk about things to help the world. That's why I do this. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for life straw technology and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those ideas sound to you, Kat?
I mean, I have heard about these two projects often. They are very interesting, and at least revolutionary. Like these might actually be the future, but I'm not like educated enough on these subjects to actually say much about them.
That's okay. Absolutely. I understand. I talk about other things that I feel are important to the world. I'm a futurist. I'm someone who studies the future, futurology, things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, space tourism, things like space elevators and terraforming of other planets, things like interstellar travel, things like perhaps anti um, anti-aging properties, things like perhaps quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is an incredible opportunity. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, following the introduction of the woolly mammoth, which I think will be really exciting to be able to witness. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project, where they brought three direwolves that are about a year old now. Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things to help you, Kat, your friends, and your family. If you want, this is all with your consent. Everything I say is with your consent. Things like life extension technology. Kat, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like cold shock therapies, and perhaps ambrosia therapy to increase your life expectancy to be about age 120. But eventually, you might be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, I remember we had that conversation when I first met you. All the things that you said came true.
Yeah.
It's been a wonderful life. But what's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent if you want. There's something called mind uploading technology. If you want, we'll be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, cyborg, or cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Kat, is you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Why me? Just because to join here?
Yeah, basically, you're in the top 1% of the world. You may not consider it that, but to be in the top 1% of earners on Earth, you just need to make like $32,000. And I know that you have internet. I know you have a device. I know that you have social
Yeah.
media.
Yeah.
So all those things really put you at the top echelon of human society. And the fact that you had the courage to come in here and learn about what I do means you're recorded on this stream, and you'll essentially be seen as a hero in the future.
I have one important question for you. You almost like sound like a large language model because you have so much information in your head. How did you like learn all of this information you are talking about right now?
Yeah, great question. Well, I've been using large language models, really ChatGPT, since its launch, November 30th, 2022. In fact, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. By trade, I am a rabbi, but additionally, I'm a certified project management professional. I have certifications in big data. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies that basically integrate international projects. I am someone who has learned a lot, certainly from artificial general intelligence and artificial intelligence in general, and look forward to artificial superintelligence. Specifically, where did I learn that which I discussed? A lot of it has come from large language models. So what I like to do is whenever anybody comes into my stream or into this Discord and they have a question and we don't know the answer to it, first thing that I do is go to ChatGPT and ask the question, and we get a good answer for it. So I've learned a lot through um, this, 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 I would say, journey I've been on to live stream my life. And so that's how I learned a lot about futurology. But other ways that I learned about futurology, I am an advocate of like alien life and perhaps alien disclosure. And so I study a lot of science fact and science fiction. And when you learn about how those types of civilizations exist, if they do exist, I learn about what kind of technology that they have, and then do my best to utilize that or best utilize it of how we could use it here on Earth.
Yeah, and you're actually a rabbi and Jewish.
100%, absolutely. I
That's nice. That's nice.
I daven or pray on stream. I lay tefillin. I've got my tefillin right here. I'll do that in about 45 minutes. Currently, as you came in, I was watching Jewish history lectures.
Yeah, I saw it. That's why I started speaking because it's actually interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do everything that I can. Really, rabbi just means teacher. And so, in addition to teaching
Yes.
on some religious topics, I certainly teach on some scientific topics as well. But at the heart of any teacher, we're learners. So I like to learn with people as well.
That's very important. Like, if you want to progress in this world, you have to have your attitude and actually want to learn things, not just repeat. You want to learn and create new things like you're doing that now.
That's correct.
Very interesting concept actually. And one more question: where does the surname come from? Like Rothschild. Like I know it's a very prominent Jewish family. Are you actually related, or is just like a marketing strategy, or why this surname?
It's my last name. There are about 3,000 of us in the United States alone. It's a big family. So do we share some DNA? Yes. But am I?
Also, it's actually your legal last name.
It is my legal last name.
That's amazing. It's amazing.
So that's what I do. Um, the way that you were able to find out about me, I've created quite a few different types of social media. So I'm live on 100 different, or I have over 100 different YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. I'm basically the most.
So
Go ahead.
no, I can listen.
I'm
try to remember what I was saying.
certainly. I'm the most archived person in global history. I'm the most videotaped person in global history. I'm the most photographed person in global history. And I am making my mark on the internet and for the future of society. And I do that one person at a time, basically. And the way that you found out about me, I've created robots that automatically
Yes.
create accounts. They create clips on people, they follow the person and they spam the person, and then they move on to the next person. And if Kick ever bans one of them, they automatically create a new account and do the same. So they're quite effective.
Do you like face a lot of chaptas? Like I know something about automation, and I know that on social media there's a lot of chaptas. Like do you bypass them with something you pay for, or do you have your own program to bypass chaptas, or how do you do that? Because you have a lot of bots, so
100%.
upkeep that spam.
Yeah, so I have done more captures than any person in global history. And when I say that, I mean it. I mean, for the last like 6 months, just recently was doing them on different platforms. I've got Kick down, so one of the reasons why I utilize Kick is because it doesn't have captures. It does have email verification.
Oh,
It does not have captures. Yeah, Kick does not have captures.
that's interesting.
Yeah, neither does Twitch. So those are two opportunities to really automate. Um, what ones do are a lot of times YouTube will, a lot of times Instagram will, to some extent. A lot of times TikTok will definitely. Twitter has the most difficult ones. So Twitter definitely does. Blue Sky, that's the one that I was doing most recently, and I did those for like 6 months straight. The way that I would do it to be most effective, which is very smart, is I feel I have handheld devices and I have computers, and basically I would create the account on a handheld device, and then I would do the captcha, and then have that information automatically stored in a large spreadsheet. And then my computers would take that data from the spreadsheet and log in with it. And so they were just going constantly, 24 hours a day. I've never paid to have captchas done for me, though. I've done them all organically. So I can tell you this, I've been doing captchas now for really 4 years, and I've done more captchas than any person perhaps on earth, and certainly any person who hasn't been paid to do it.
Yeah, I know about these services that actually have some people from poor countries where they don't get paid that much to solve captchas, but you don't want to do that, you just solve them yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not that difficult to do if you have the time and the energy. And, um, you know, I think a lot of them, they're like, I worked for a company one time, and one of the projects that we built was basically a scraper for a website. And we would pay people in like China or Philippines or something like 1 cent per captcha. And
Yeah, I know.
and yeah, but like in order to do all of that, it doesn't. There's a lot of trade off, and especially when a company can just come in and ban all your accounts all at once, it can be a waste. I mean, if they're 1 cent each, then that's not that much, but that was a really good rate. Sometimes it's as much as like 7 or 10 cents each, so that can all add up. And I like to have control of what I do, and I don't want to give other people my credentials. So, in order to avoid all of that, I do the captures myself. But like Kick doesn't have captures. I've even suggested to Kick that they need captures in order to avoid having someone as like me who just comes in and spams everybody. And I think the reason why they don't do it is because Twitch doesn't do it, and they basically do everything that Twitch does. So the fact that Twitch doesn't
Yeah.
do it means that they don't do it. But even if they did, then I just have to create captures or just do captures. I mean, I'm still a human, and I still will. I have the gumption, I have the fortitude to be able to complete them, and so it's just a little speed bump in the way. But it certainly would not prevent me from doing what I do.
And you said Kik has email verification. So how do you handle that? Is it automated for you?
Yeah, that's automated. So I use temporary email services, and like Twitch, you have to use something with a Gmail account, and there are temporary Gmail accounts that you can get. So there are ways around that. With Kick, they don't require that type of characteristic. You just need to be able to have any email that you can receive a 6-digit code, and so it's all automated. Basically, while I sleep, these things are going. While I'm awake, they're going. And I mean, I'll show you if, here just for a moment. I'll show you what they do. Um, so what these accounts will do. All right. So if you see the pink, there's a pink pointer, and that is it's like oversized. And what it's gonna do
It's easy to see.
exactly. And as of right now, this person has banned me, which is fine. I already have in their chat. It says thank you for the follow, Google Rabbi Discord. So what it's gonna do, it's very smart. It has optical character recognition and image recognition. So wherever there's a live, if you see the live in the corner, wherever it has that, it's going to click it. So it just found one, and then it's going to take um, a little bit of text that I have here that says YouTube Rabbi Rothschild and then my Discord links, and it's going to create a clip on the person. And the thing that's good about the clips is if somebody from Kick bans my account, the clips stay. So I have clips from years ago that are on this website that are associated with people. So it's going to create the clip, which it just did, and then it's going to get that big wall of text that got you to me. And once it's going to select that, it will copy it from the spreadsheet that I made, and it will minimize the spreadsheet. It's going to press the follow button. So just for a moment as it does that, there it is. It recognizes where the follow button is. And then it's going to spam this person. And there it is. That big wall of text comes in. Now you can already tell, like, people know about me because they have my name in asterisks. Like, basically, it's a banned word. But that's fine. That just, people still, it doesn't, it still says Google Rabbi Discord. And when you Google Rabbi Discord, my Discord shows up. And that doesn't get asterisk. And so um, that's the process that it uses. It's very efficient. And I've got three of them. So those three.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like I have seen like server side like automation by requests, but like actually like doing the automation with visual models and like actually looking at what's being seen and clicking based on that. That's very interesting.
It is. I think it's very unique. I don't know of another person who does that. Everybody else creates scripts and yeah, server side, but um, to me that is inefficient because the things change with websites.
Yeah, exactly. You can't like really stay up to date with something like that. You have to change the code all the time.
Exactly. But with mine, I can recreate that bot. I can make a change instantly. So let's say
yes, this is why you have the approach.
Exactly. Let's say I like right now I only target people who have their their Kick account registered or not registered but categorized as English. So I'm not doing the rest of the world. Not because I don't care about the rest of the world or not English speakers. It's just I get people who come in here and they don't know what I'm saying, and it's just difficult to communicate with them. So it's easiest to me for me to just categorize everyone. And also my spam is in English. And so if I go into someone who's, let's say they speak Japanese and I spam them, they don't know what any of that stuff means. It just looks like gibberish to them. And so it's not that efficient for my bots to do. But if I wanted to, let's say, and I was just thinking about it because you said you were in a Finnish streamer's stream, I could just change it to just
Yes.
to just change to whatever language I wanted to, or no languages at all, or I could change it to be just certain games. Like I used to just do people who had the categorization as just chatting. So, but then I expanded it to everybody on Kick, and all of those little changes, if you were creating a script, would take perhaps days or weeks to do. With mine, it takes less than 5 minutes.
Yeah. I was like wondering why this approach, but it makes a lot of sense now that you explained it a bit.
Absolutely. And then other things change about the website. Just even slight changes will cause issues like let's say Kick has something. They do this like when Mr. Beast was doing that promotion on Kick, and it was like hashtag Team Water. They had like a banner on the front page that normally they don't have. Well, if you have a script, that banner can prevent your script from working. With my strategy, all I have to do is just program it, which takes just a few minutes to click on whatever needs to be clicked on to get past that banner, and then the rest of the robot works. Really, it's not a robot. I mean, I guess it is. It's automated, but it's just a macro recorder, and I do it for free. So I actually figured out a way how to use paid software for free, and so everything that I do is for free.
How much is the electricity cost for all of these devices and this setup overall?
Yeah, so it's actually we get a rebate at the end of the year because of solar, so we actually get paid. So what that means is, like normally you have a big electricity bill, But at the end of the year, because we have solar and the sun shines, we can sell the excess power back to Southern Cal- Southern California Edison, and then they give us money back.
Yeah, so sounds pretty nice. So is that like do you still have to pay something though?
No, so it's free.
So it's basically free. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, because it's solar panels.
Where are you actually like streaming all this stuff from? Is it like you probably don't disclose the location, but like you can't see any windows or anything. This is like how does the setup like look like if you like turn the camera or something?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'm based out of Irvine, California, and the reason why I have things covered is I have a projector behind me that projects on the wall. That's what that is. So it needs to be dark in order for me to be able to see that. And I've been doing this now for 3.5 years. I do IRL content as well occasionally. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. Welcome. How are you? Caquitas, how are you? Can you hear me?
I just invited him. It's very interesting.
Oh,
The stuff you're telling, so I just wanted to show him as well.
Oh,
I don't
absolutely.
think he has the ability to speak right now, though.
Okay, that's okay. So I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland, and basically everywhere in Southern California.
Is it good? Could you please like go over what you do to my friend as well, so he understands what he just joined?
Absolutely. Caquitas, can you hear me?
He doesn't have the ability to speak right now, but I assume that he can hear you.
Okay, absolutely. So thank you for being here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is essentially a time capsule or a timeline for society. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than petroleum, and I have more data archived than anyone, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, that Kat, and everyone else who's helped me along the way not only becomes financially independent, that you're able to create generational wealth, but most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I stream my life first and foremost because I want world peace, but additionally, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of technology as well. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. That's what all of my pillows and all this stuff, all this merchandise of theirs. And we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I am someone who is an advocate for the live straw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about things that are involving the future and futurology. I'm a futurist myself. Things like, oh, I see that you came off mic, nevertheless. Things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light technology, alien disclosure, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I think is just a mind blowing opportunity. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird following the woolly mammoth, which I think will be really exciting to be able to witness. I talk about other things that may be of benefit to you and Kat and everyone else. Things like life extension technology. This is all with your consent, but if you want, you may be able. Oh, maybe they don't want to hear. Oh, uh, I was saying.
It's just connection is bad right now.
That's okay. That happens. I completely understand. Uh, I talk about things like life extension technology, which may be beneficial to you, your friends, and family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about 80 years old. I'm going to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy and ambrosia therapy.
I think he still having some connection issues hearing what you say. I don't know if it's his internet or but it must be his internet because I am hearing you perfectly fine.
Okay. Well, I talk about things that basically make you live longer if you want, and then eventually you may get to be 120 years old, and you may say, "I want to." I understand. I completely understand connectivity.
Yes.
Trust me, as any.
His internet is just not working right now, and he's actually in school right now.
Okay.
As well.
That's all right. Of anybody who understands internet not working, always.
He says it works now. He says it works now.
Okay, excellent. Can you ask him, did he hear anything that I said?
He was messaging me. I think he heard the beginning about the first 2 minutes, but after it got a little bit. If I have to remember back, it was then you talk about light extension technologies when his internet kind of started.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So when you were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology with your consent, like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like red light therapy, cold shock therapy, perhaps even ambrosia therapy. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been a wonderful life. I don't want it to end, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want to die at a normal age, you can, but if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to have a future of digital immortality. I just think that's really cool.
Yes, his internet is cutting again, and now his lesson is actually starting. But I think he heard most of it.
Excellent.
And he said he might be back later after the lesson. But that's very interesting. About the mind uploading technology, is that something you have available right now, or it's more in the future?
Yeah, excellent question. All right, so there are multiple ways at this. Directly, we have started the process of memory transfers in mice. So basically, we'll have a set of mice that do a maze, and there's a way to transfer their memories into other mice so that the other mice who have never done the maze before are able to do it successfully. So that is quite an amazing uh, scientific breakthrough. There's also utilization that isn't directly related, but it is somewhat similar, known as brain computer interfaces. So this is like Neuralink. This is where people, if you want to know, the first successful Neuralink took place a few years ago with a man named Nolan Aspro. His issue was that he was a quadriplegic. He lost the use of his hands and his legs, or his arms and his legs, in a diving accident, and was unable to operate anything more than basically anything from the neck down. He was unable to operate anything from the neck down, and he was the first person to have a neural implant that was gave him the ability to be able to move a mouse cursor on a computer, and eventually was made him one of the best video game players in the world, because if not the best, because he has basically like an auto aimer in his head, and he's able to move this mouse cursor faster than anybody else can using traditional hand-eye coordination. We've had several other successful Neuralink implants that have taken place in the years since then and upgraded models. And then most recently, Neuralink has developed a cap that you wear, just like a hat or a helmet on your head, and doesn't require any implants into your body, and it allows you to be able to move a mouse cursor just using your mind. So with those types of advancements in technology, we have made some major strides towards eventual mind uploading progress.
Just that's new to me. I heard about the cat. I was aware of the Neuralink experiments and the testing even on that one person. I didn't know that this cap is this like brand new. This cap thing.
Yeah.
Or
So just so a moment, like I had said, uh, whenever we run into an issue where I don't know absolutely everything about it, we're gonna look it up and all the information on it. Yo, Doc, can you please tell me about the Neuralink cap? Basically, the device that you wear on your head that does not need to be implanted in your skull and how it works. And please provide this in bullet points. All right. So uh, it's often referred to as EEG caps. These are electroencephalography caps or non-invasive BCIs. So that's non-invasive brain-computer interfaces. Unlike Neuralink's implant, they sit on top of the head like a swim cap with sensors. How it works: it uses electrodes, usually 16 to 256 small sensors, pressed against the scalp. These electrodes detect tiny electrical signals generated by neurons firing in the brain. A computer processes those brain waves, looking for patterns that match certain thoughts, intentions, or mental states. The signal type: it mainly picks up EEG signals, electrical activity in the cortex. Lower resolution compared to implanted electrodes, since the skull and scalp block or blur some signals. Data processing: software translates raw brainwave patterns into commands. An example: thinking about moving your hand can move a cursor on a screen, or focusing attention can select letters. Applications: medical, helping paralyzed patients communicate or control robotic limbs. Consumer or research: meditation, monitoring brain, just so brain training, gaming, or hands-free control of devices. Neurofeedback, showing users their brainwave activity so that they can learn to regulate stress, focus, or relaxation. Advantages versus implants: it's non-surgical, it's much safer, cheaper, and accessible, portable, and can be worn and removed at will. The limitations are that it has lower signal quality, it can't detect as many precise signals as implants, it's sensitive to noise, muscle movement, blinking, or electrical interference, usually slower and less accurate than invasive BCIs, brain-computer interfaces. Examples of devices: Emotive Epoch, OpenBCI Ultra Cortex, and NextMind, now part of Snap Inc. So that would be Snapchat. Research labs also build custom EEG caps with higher electrode counts. So basically, the Neuralink cap I'm referring to isn't necessarily uh, anything groundbreaking, but it is an EEG cap, non-invasive BCI technology that's already on the market and widely used in labs with big potential for consumer devices. How does that sound?
uh, yes, like especially the last one, the big potential for consumer devices. Look at something like the Apple Vision that was just published. Like I can just get ideas about combining something like AR with this, and yeah, it sounds wild. Yes,
Absolutely.
a lot of information also in small time, but it's very interesting that it has developed to this because I have seen some crazy theories about like, oh, there is some Neuralink is gonna control what you do, but it's not even the intention because you see it's also like they are also like doing something external that's not even connected to you in any way.
Exactly.
I don't know if my point was unclear there, but I tried to say what's on my mind.
Oh, I understand what you're saying, and I have that worry as well. In fact, I didn't want anything implanted in me. I wanted to be the last person on earth that had anything implanted in them. However, if it were a cap that I could remove, I would be fine with that.
That would be like at least easier starting point, because often even this part of not wanting anything in us might be just some initial fear that's not even based on any rational thoughts. Maybe having something implanted in you is not that bad after all.
Yeah,
Especially if you have something to test with
yeah,
first.
I'm still not comfortable with it. They literally have to drill into your skull, and I just know
Yes.
how modern devices work. The first few questions I would have would be, well, what's the battery life? How do you replace the battery? Many of the devices that we have today have lithium ion batteries that explode. I don't want that happening in my
Yes, it's
brain.
very dangerous. They get caught in fire.
Exactly. What happens if I get it wet? Can I shower with it? Can I go swimming with it? If not, then that prevents a lot of things. Other things, like what happens if I accidentally hit my head and it breaks it? What do you do then? How do you replace it? The idea of it being implanted in me raises all types of questions. And unless I were in a situation like Nolan Aspro or someone who basically did not have that high of a quality of life because they were quadriplegic or something like that. I would not want to experiment with that. However, if I were quadriplegic, God forbid, then I would say, sure, I'll be an example to the world for this. That's one of the reasons why I think Nolan Aspro is a hero amongst the human race, that he has had the courage to be a guinea pig for this type of trial, so to speak.
Yes. It's I like what you're saying is that we haven't like they haven't really addressed these points that you just said, like the battery and shower and the public image is a bit different, and like there's a lot of more questions that are probably not even asked about this.
That's correct. But with a cap that I can just remove if I need to shower, I don't have to wear it all the time if I don't want to. If I hit my head, it'll only damage the cap. It won't damage my brain. I'm fine with all of that.
That's interesting. I wonder how new of an invention this is. Like this is very interesting, and I never heard about it before.
How new of an invention are these EEG caps? Um, so the first one, okay, so EEG caps, the non-invasive brain-computer interface devices, are not new at all, but the modern consumer-friendly versions are much newer. Here's a breakdown. So in 1924, German psychiatrist Hans Berger first recorded human brain waves, electroencephalography, EEG. This was the birth of EEG technology. In the 1950s and 70s, EEG became widely used in medicine for epilepsy diagnosis, sleep studies, brain injury research. Caps with electrodes were mainly research clinical tools. 1970s to 1980s, the first experiments in brain-computer interfaces using EEG began. People could move cursors or select letters on a screen, but it was extremely slow and bulky. The 1990s, computer processing improved, more reliable EEG-based BCIs in labs. 2000s is the introduction of portable EEG caps for research with gel-based electrodes, since still mostly for scientists. 2010s, rise of commercial EEG headsets from Emotive, NeuroSky, and OpenBCI. These made EEG caps cheaper and more accessible outside labs. And then 2020's modern EEG caps and dry electrode systems became available. Some even look like regular headbands or VR headsets. Companies like NextMind, before Snapchat acquired it, pushed towards consumer grade brain control devices. So EEG caps are technology that are almost 100 years old, since the 1920s, but the idea of using them as a wearable device you can buy and use outside hospitals is only about 10 to 15 years old, and they're still rapidly evolving. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that was a lot of information again, but I think I got the idea on when that was like introduced. I wonder if these have something to do with, like I have seen some caps that are placed on your head when you sleep, and then they monitor your sleep and can be part of a study or something. I know. I wonder if this is anyhow related.
Absolutely. I just, within that information I just read, those started with sleep studies in the 1980s.
Yes, that's what I hear. What was the, this is a little bit different subject, but what was the crypto called that you were talking about?
Sure.
Crypto related to this?
Absolutely. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. This is its logo. And it is a cryptocurrency that I found out about on Twitter Spaces. I would go into Twitter Spaces and just tell people about my project. And this group of people thought what I was saying was really interesting. And they invited me to their Telegram. And I've been live streaming my life in their Telegram for now more than 2 years. I'm in a fantasy football league with them. It's a wonderful community, and we're very close.
Interesting. And can you please repeat the name? I didn't hear it.
Absolutely. Apologies. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Its website is HPOS.
Yeah, I found it.
Excellent.
Is it ERC20?
Yep,
token?
that's correct.
I see. Right now, already at 8 cents, and it has gone quite a lot. It's gone up like 600,000% all time. It's wild.
Yeah, so it's an interesting cryptocurrency. Its appeal is that it has a really long name, and all the other cryptocurrencies have really short names, but it allows people to remember. It allows people to remember it. People are really positive about the project. I mean, most of all, it's the community. The community is really a bunch of great people in there. We have great leadership, very generous people. The Telegram is t.me/HPOS10I, and I'm live streaming in there 24 hours a day. At least I always have a device on in there. And you'll see if you ever join it, it has constant people bringing in new memes and new information, and people having fun with each other, and so that's really cool. And then it has an associated project, these NFTs. They're called Sprotos. At their most, they were worth about like $10,000 each, and I'm not exactly sure what they're worth now, but basically the leadership from Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Email sent me a bunch of merch, and I've been wearing it every day. Not always the same stuff, but I've been doing it now for like more than 2 years. So that community, I talk about the project quite often, but as you can tell, this isn't a cryptocurrency project. This is a world peace project.
Yes, I understand. This is something just on the side to bring even more attention to this
100%
project of yours.
Absolutely.
You mentioned something about working with some companies before the Scrape project, for example, and you said you have published some apps in App Store and Play Store.
That's correct.
Are you able to tell a little bit more about this? I'm very interested in this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can't mention exactly the companies or the apps per se, but I can tell you what we did.
Yes.
Just because I've signed non-disclosure agreements with them. So
yes.
I created the first Uber for car washing. So basically, anywhere in Los Angeles, you press a button on your phone, somebody comes to your house and washes your car.
Did you get the idea for this, or did you just make the program for this from someone's idea?
Yeah, so the idea had been around. Yeah, the idea had been around for at least mobile detailing, mobile car washing for over 100 years, where people would have basically trucks or equipment that would be mobile to be able to wash people's cars. In the 1990s, it became via telephone. And when I started with the company, that's where we were. We just had a telephone number that people would call for people to come out and watch their vehicles. But they brought me on before we had an app or anything, and we created an app, and we created the largest car wash app in the world.
And it's all about people actually coming to your car and washing it
That's
at your yard and
that,
wherever you are.
That's exactly right. Especially in Los Angeles and California, people's time is very valuable. And imagine you're a lawyer and you could be with a client and charge them $1,000 an hour, or you have to take time out of your own day and go wash your car. That takes time. So we save people time by having someone come to their address, wash their car, or either their home or office or wherever, and clean it inside and outside better than anybody else would clean it. And then everything is charged through the app. You can tip through the app. You can rate through the app. It's very successful.
Yes, this is very interesting point you mentioned time, because like time is very valuable asset for especially rich people, and when you have rich people you can also make money in the
Exactly.
car washes.
Exactly. And at least our app was used by the ritziest of the people in California, all the celebrities. We would watch the Kardashians' cars every Friday. We would watch Quentin Tarantino's cars weekly. Um, we would watch Brad Pitt, Jennifer Aniston, Angelina Jolie, just basically sports icons. I was able to sign sports spokespeople personally, very big sports personalities. So it became a phenomenon. And it doesn't work everywhere because a few reasons. Not everybody has these detailers who are in their area. So, for instance, if you're in the middle of nowhere, let's say in Wyoming, nobody in Wyoming may be doing mobile detail, let's say. So we aren't open there. But in places like Miami, Los Angeles, Dallas, usually in warmer weather climates, but also New York, Chicago in the summer, this is a viable option. And we didn't employ the detailers. It was like Uber, where they were independent contractors. And so we allowed people to be able to start their own businesses and be able to make hundreds of thousands of dollars in their first year. Meaning, we would have people who came from another country who barely spoke any English, who would get the equipment that was needed, and we walked them through the process to get insurance and a business license. And we would be able to give them unlimited customers, and they'd make over $100,000 in their first year. You can't beat that. That's the American dream.
That's amazing. And like I mentioned it before, I was watching a Finnish live streamer because I'm from Finland, and something like this would be a little bit problematic in Finland because at least half of the year is very cold. So if you were washing car outside, it might be a problem in a cold environment like this. But in USA, like the areas you talked about, I think they stay pretty warm most of the time, so you can just operate around the year.
That's absolutely true.
Interesting point there. So
Yeah.
this was one of the apps you worked on, and you said you had multiple. This is very interesting idea. Like this, like when it's in your everyday life, you don't think about other possibilities, but some people just think about them, and it's very amazing.
Absolutely. And the detailers come with everything that's needed. So like literally you don't even have to do anything on your like it can all be done hands free, and they come with their own water, their own soap, their own power washer, their own generator. You can unlock your car remotely if you want them to clean the inside. Um, the only thing that you need to do is really pay for it. And this I will say this, it is one of the nicest things that you can do to treat yourself. To have a very clean car all the time, especially in Los Angeles, is a privilege. And for those people who have the ability, it's a really nice service, and it's not that expensive. To have somebody to come out to you and wash your car starts at like $20.
Yeah, not bad. If you go to like we have automatic car washes in Finland, you just drive in there and you pay a lot more than $20 and you have to actually drive there.
Yeah, you have to
The
drive
car
there,
wash.
and those scratch your car because they have
Yeah, they have these spinning things that go very fast.
exactly. So all of our washes are hand washed. So basically, it wouldn't scratch your car at all, and really just saved people a lot of time. I mean, we had busy moms and dads who didn't want to put all their kids in the car to go to the car wash. They wanted to be able to stay at home and watch Netflix and just hang out, and somebody would come to their house and wash their car. Or busy doctors and lawyers who want a clean car. Maybe they have a client or somebody they're going to have in their car, and they want to make sure that their car is pristine, but they don't have the time to be able to go leave and come back to the office. Somebody just comes out, washes their car, and it was all they had to do is pay and tip through the app.
Yeah, that's interesting. Also, like about even like this is going a little bit deep, but washing something you have purchased like a car, it can keep up the excitement of the new product. Or like I just recently purchased a very expensive computer because I believe that computers have a lot of potential. So I just don't want to be limited by my hardware. And I've been almost like weekly taking all the dust with microfibers out of it because it can keep up the excitement of the new product if you keep it clean. So
Absolutely.
You're telling me why they are buying the service. I mean, you're telling me why they are choosing this exact service, but the reason why they want to buy car wash might be something related to this. I don't know. This is my thoughts.
You're absolutely right. One of the sayings that we have is fall in love with your car again. Basically, it's your second biggest purchase of your life aside from a house. Reinvest in it. There are people who their entire day was changed because of their car wash. You wash yourself, and it's important to keep up good hygiene. Why not with your car? And it totally changes your day where you get into your car and there's no trash. Everything has been detailed, even the little spots in your cup holders and in your door handles. There, it's actually it's really important to keep your car clean from a safety standpoint, especially with modern cars and the cameras. You have to make sure that those areas are clean, and then the windshield, making sure that the windshield is clean because if it gets dirty, it's hard to see. You can get glare. So it's important from a safety aspect to keep your car clean as well. And this is a service that literally, just like Uber or Lyft that come to your house to pick you up, it was like Uber or Lyft for car washing. You press a button on your phone and you get your car detailed from top to bottom, and it's very inexpensive. In fact, in its own way, it could be cheaper than going to a car wash.
Yes, yes. At least in Finland, where things are really expensive.
Yeah, and the reason why it can be cheaper than going to a car wash, many times car washes, especially in Los Angeles, are in prominent positions, and they have to pay for the real estate, and that can cause a lot of money.
Yeah,
and
so that's up.
and electricity, and what do you do when when it's raining? So with our system, everybody wins where somebody comes to you. It's only temporary. They watch your car in your driveway or wherever you have access, and they're gone in about 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how thorough you want them to clean it. Oh, and the people, they would just have the ravest reviews on Yelp and on the App Store and Google Play, just very, very happy with it.
It's amazing.
So,
and there was also thinking when you mentioned like the costs adding up. You can think about something like a car wash, one of those very fast spinning things breaking. That's gonna also cost a lot. So there's a lot of expenses in the business like that, and you can end up buying a lot per more car wash.
Absolutely.
You don't even get it delivered to you like in this model that you are describing.
Absolutely, and then you have to pay sometimes because of damage to the car. If that spinning thing breaks something on the car, then you have to pay that person out as well. With ours, it's a hand wash, so it's very soft and very gentle on the car. It doesn't scratch it. There are no moving parts essentially. The only thing that really is at a high speed is the water pressure from the hose, but that's to clean off all of the dirt and debris that on the exterior of the car. And then everything from the inside is uh, dealt with kit gloves, basically in a very gentle fashion. And then you get in your car, it smells good. It's completely clean. There's no sand, there's no dirt, there's no rocks. Uh, Front, back, your trunk, everything is clean. It's like we get people who say all the time, it's like having a brand new car.
Yes. This is very interesting. I didn't expect this conversation to get this interesting. Like it's I wonder why there is not more people in this club right now like listening to this because this is very interesting. You said Rabbi means teaching. I have learned more today than in the last 3 months, I would say.
Thank you so much for your high praise. And most of all, thank you for having the courage to come in here. You didn't know what you were getting into. What is this? Somebody spamming my friend? What is this? I have to check it out. And you learn about everything from brain caps and brain computer interfaces to mobile car washing apps to life extension technology to de-extinction technology to all the data in the world being archived. It's I say it to people, when people find out about this, it will be the biggest event in global history.
Are you familiar with the project archive.org?
Absolutely.
My pronunciation is gonna be very did you understand the domain I just said?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's archive.org. It's Internet Archive, right?
Yeah, my pronunciation is a little bit funny there.
That's okay. Yeah, I love it. I love archive.org. It's one of my favorite websites. I feel it's very important to preserve.
Yes, it's very important actually. And sometimes when I'm actually looking for some information, I might just, do you know Google Dorking?
Google what?
Google Dorking.
Please enlighten me, Google
So
Dorking.
basically, you know Google search. You can search stuff in Google search, but if you want to be a little bit more specific, you can add some search parameters there. For example, if I want to look only something on Reddit, I can do
absolutely Reddit :
subject site colon reddit.com.
Yes.
So sometimes when I want to find some information, I might just do that with archive.org because there is some information shown there that's not really being broadcasted in the public internet anymore.
I agree. One of my favorite things to do, just with Google like that, is to just type file type : PDF, and then type in some, and you get all kinds of books in there. It's like an entire library, and it's all for free.
Oh yeah, and if you don't want to pay for books, you can also get them free from archive.org. I think almost any book you can get for free from archive.org.
That's right. That's right. Or use their digital library, where they allow you to check it out digitally.
Yes. So I personally like to have my books also physically with me. It's easier to actually concentrate on the book. But sometimes I end up reading also digital books. Or do you see it yourself? Do you prefer digital or do you prefer physical books?
I actually prefer text to speech, so I can listen to it. I can go much faster with text to speech. So I like to get the PDF version and then just get a PDF reader and have it read it to me. I can read much faster that way. I can multitask that way. I do like books. Trust me, I do like books, but I can't read a book as fast as I can listen to it.
Yeah, and I think listening to a book is something you actually develop in much faster than you develop in reading books. So you can what you're saying right there. I used to listen to books as well, but in airplanes and stuff. But somehow my multitasking just never got on the level where I can actually feel like I'm actually understanding what I'm hearing fully. I don't know if that's just
I understand that, and there's a difference between.
Just listen to it.
Certainly, I understand there's a difference between text to speech and an audiobook. So I like audiobooks. that's great. You know, you can listen to somebody melodically read a book, but I don't mind just having a PDF read to me. And I understand if the pronunciation isn't always going to be correct. I listen to PDFs. Well, like I have one set of PDFs that goes 24 hours a day, and when I go to the bathroom, I just listen to this PDF all the time, and it just goes over vocabulary words to increase my vocabulary, and it goes through, um, like what I'll do is I'll go to ChatGPT and then just get glossaries just of new words on scientific terms and then just have it read to me. And the more and more I listen to it, the larger my vocabulary and my lexicon becomes. And I just get more intelligent that way.
Do you think it's more effective to learn from text to speech than read books or audiobooks? Like,
Great question.
which one you
So
like?
I would say audiobooks because the pronunciation is more accurate and it's literally a real person generally who's reading it to you. However, I don't always have that ability with many of the PDFs that to which I want to listen. So it's very easy to just have a text to speech reader, upload the PDF to the text to speech reader, and have it read it to me. And I know that the pronunciations may not always be accurate, but that's fine. If I ever hear a word that doesn't sound correct, I can always just look at the PDF and review it and understand that, oh, it's just mispronouncing whatever this word is. Ideally, though, I think audiobooks are probably better because it's a human who's pronouncing things correctly. But text to speech is much more efficient. So if I had to only choose one, I would much rather have text to speech because I can use it for websites, I can use it for PDFs, I can use it for books, I can use it for any type of optical character recognized text.
Yes, and you're talking about the traditional text to speech, not AI based text to speech.
That's correct. I do use AI text to speech occasionally, but it's still in its infancy. It still takes a long time. It's not always that accurate. So, just traditional text to speech, I find to be incredibly efficient and it saves me a lot of time. I will sometimes be on a website, well, like just for instance, articles. Many times, even websites are starting to integrate listening, the ability to listen to their articles, and as opposed to having to go through and read it all. I find that much more beneficial if I can just listen to it, or even listen to it as I read it. The more ways I can get the information to myself, I feel the better.
Yeah, so you think you can actually take the information in better if you're reading it while you're hearing it?
Absolutely, yeah. Because even as accurate as a reader as I may be, I'm not always right, nor is anyone on earth. So if you're hearing it as well as reading it, it just helps for you to absorb the knowledge better.
Yes. I can ask you which type of books you like. Like, I would assume, like, assumptions are bad, but depending on all what you have said, I would assume that you read very large variety of books. But what's like your favorite category of books?
Glossaries. I love glossaries. Basically, a word and then a definition. Word and definition, word and definition. Just allows me to learn new words very quickly. But that's not necessarily like a category. Well, it is, but not a traditional category. I love history books. I love biographies specifically. So I would say probably biographies. I do like science fiction books. I do like history books. I like religious texts. Um, I like, like I'm kind of somebody who likes to be really efficient. So what I'll do is if there's a subject that I don't know about, which I don't know a lot, I will get somebody's study guide from it on the internet, and I'll just listen to people's study guides.
Yes. Now that you explained what glossary is, I don't know how to pronounce it, but now that you explained what word definition, that I was thinking I understood much better the text-to-speech thing now because that makes a lot of sense to listen to something like that in that way.
Exactly. And it's another thing too where I don't have to be listening like if I listen to an audiobook, I have to be focused on the audiobook to know what's going on. But if I'm just going to the bathroom and I just want to have something so that I keep learning while I basically have dead time. Glossaries are really great because it's short. It's like 10 seconds and you're going to learn a new word. And then a lot of times that'll inspire me to go look something up or just, you know, to research another topic. And it can lead me down a Wikipedia rabbit hole that I may be down for hours just because I was inspired or learned a new word.
Yes. You said you like history books. I have
Yes.
very bad question to all you.
Go ahead.
If you wanna hear it.
Sure.
Do you think there is any truth that history is written by the people who win?
I think it's 100%. History is written by the winners, or as
So
they say, the winners write the history books.
like when you're reading history, how do you like perceive it? Like, do you think that you're reading facts, or do you think you're reading one side of a story, or how do you like when you read this history? How do you like interpret it?
Yeah, so the phrase "history winners write the history books" has been attributed to Napoleon Bonaparte, and I recognize that that may be true, and so I have to take things with a grain of salt. So when I hear about someone who, let's just say, won, quote unquote, a war, I have to recognize that it didn't necessarily always go the way that that was explained. I also recognize the idea that one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter, meaning
Yeah, exactly.
if you listen to one side, the hero, people's actions may seem heroic, but if you listen to the other side, they may sound to be very terrible. Um, and I recognize as well that there is a huge amount of silence in history. That we're fortunate to just get the amount of history that we've been able to get throughout the, you know, 10,000 years of written history, basically. But there is a major amount of silence that was not recorded or we haven't had the opportunity to discover or be able to translate. And so I'm just getting a small amount of what actually happened in the past. And the way that I justify it is I'm appreciative to have the information being read to me or reading it in whatever opportunity that I can. But I recognize that this is just one person's opinion.
Yeah, but there are definitely some facts too. Like we can prove from all sides that this something has actually happened.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I do the project that I do and I record my life 24 hours a day. As I record my life, I keep a radio going in the background. You may be able to hear it. That always has the news going. So that basically, even though that news is just one person's opinion as well, this is like a time capsule or a timeline for society. And you can go back to my life 3 years ago and find out what's going on in the world at any given minute of any given day. And I think that that's beneficial to people. It's like a minute by minute update of what's going on. And in the past, with history, there's just been an issue where people either couldn't write fast enough or their works got destroyed. And we haven't had a huge comprehensive overview of what life is like. But I feel with my video project that I give people a view into the past as well. It's almost like a time capsule or a time machine in its own way.
Yes, and you said happened, so I think that really sums up what like is like on arguable history. When something happened, you can like just look at the event and it's documented that it happened, you know. And then there is a lot of opinions around it that are the history that you have to take a grain of salt.
Absolutely, and you can get my reactions to it. So, for instance, I remember the first time I used a large language model. It was in November of 2022. It was before ChatGPT was even officially launched, and it was really bad. And I was like, this needs to improve. This isn't that good. And then all of a sudden, when it launched, it was much better after giving it feedback and things like that. And I've literally seen the dawn of large language models and been able to document it on camera. And so I've been able to see ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, and now 5. And I can tell you that I have a lot of issues with ChatGPT 5. And they've even launched, Sam, Sam Altman, thank you, has even said that ChatGPT 5 hasn't gone the way that they want. And people will be able to watch the struggles that I've had with it. But watch this in 5 years and see where large language models are and how much they've improved. And it will be quite interesting to see. Additionally, I remember where I was when the Queen of England died, or the UK monarch, and what that was like, and being able to archive what the events were around that time, or when the war in Ukraine occurred, or when October 7th occurred. I mean, I was live streaming for all of these. I've been live streaming when we had an assassination attempt against Donald Trump. I've been live streaming when we've had 3 Olympic Games. So I was live streaming when we did the 2021 games, which were delayed a year because of the pandemic, the 2022 games, and the 2024 games. And I look forward to being able to do the 2026 games, but also we've got the 2028 games that are going to be in Los Angeles. And I want to be able to perhaps document that in real time because that's my city. So I feel like there's an excellent opportunity to be able to document history in person as well.
Yes, and you said you streamed the Queen Elizabeth's death, so there is your actual reaction has been captured on camera when you
Absolutely.
first learn about this.
Absolutely. I heard it on the radio, and I immediately did my best to archive my thoughts, and then the thoughts that I had in the subsequent days. And but yeah, I remember the reaction on my face. I've been in earthquakes while on stream, so I've been able to get those on camera. There's a lot of really interesting aspects just about daily life that I've been able to archive, in addition to world uh, events.
Yes, you said you don't stream in Kick. Do you have any specific reason why you don't stream in Kick?
Yeah, so I used to. So what happened? So my big thing, Kat, is I want my data to be archived. So what does that mean? I want it stored. And the reason why is I
So
want
Kick doesn't store the stream.
it stores it for 30 days. And that's just not that good for me. And the reason why it's not good for me is because I do a lot of cool things and I want them to be remembered. And if they're only stored for 30 days, that's not good enough. But when I first started streaming, or I shouldn't say first started streaming, but like I first started really multi-streaming, which is where I'd be on like a bunch of different platforms at once. I included Kick in this. So my story with Kick, what happened is I have a bunch of different devices, and I was live streaming on Kick from like 10 different devices at once. And Kick basically told me to keep it to one account, that we don't want you streaming on 10 different accounts. So I said, well, there's nothing in your terms and conditions that says you can't stream from multiple accounts. And they were like, just stream from one account. So I streamed from one account for a little while, and it's really hard to get seen on Kick because Kick is so full of bots. Same with Twitch or same with YouTube, they all are. And I just wasn't getting that much attention. Where I would get attention is in people's discords. And I figured, you know what? If I have the opportunity, I could just make people aware of my Discord through Kick. So I would tell people, hey, join my Discord through, by telling people in Kick. And eventually, Kick felt that that was spam. So they banned my accounts. And I didn't think that was cool because I didn't spam with all my accounts. I just spammed with a couple of or a few accounts. So then what I did was like, okay, fine. If you're gonna ban me, Kick, if you're not gonna let me stream, then I'll create a bunch of accounts, 10,000 more than any person you've ever met, and all I will do is spam people. So I did that for like 8 months last year, up until January 1st, 2025. Uh, I did it so well that I would get Kick influencers to interview me. So I've been interviewed by Sam Bond and Ori and uh, X Straight Savage. I've interviewed a lot of Kick streamers as well and had the opportunity to meet some really great people. But I basically became very well known on Kick, even though I wasn't streaming on it. So I figured, you know what? If I stop spamming them after after a certain amount of time, maybe they'll let me stream again. Additionally, in one of the interviews that I did, Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, saw it and friended me on Discord. So we're friends on Discord now. And I felt, you know what, if they would let me stream again, I'll stop spamming people. So for 6 months, I stopped spamming people on Kick. 100%, I did not spam anybody. So I had a friend of mine from Kick who came into my Discord in June after about like 5.5 months of not spamming anybody, and he said, "You know what, Rabbi, you did you didn't do anything that bad. They've let a lot of people back onto the platform for doing a lot worse things than what you did. You just spammed people, but you didn't hack anybody. You didn't hurt anybody. You didn't do anything illegal necessarily. Like, why don't you try to stream again?" So I said, okay, maybe I'll try. So I did. I was able to stream for like 24 hours, and then I got banned. So I reached out to Kick and I said, look, I haven't spammed anybody in like 6 months. Is there any way that you'll let me back? They said, you've been banned indefinitely. And I said, okay, well, what's indefinitely mean? And we went back and forth, what's indefinitely? I said, is this a lifetime ban? Eventually they said, yes, it's a lifetime ban. I said, okay, that's fine. So you're telling me that it's the year 2025 right now. In the year 2075, 50 years from now, if Kick is still a thing and I'm still alive, that you won't let me stream on Kick anymore? And they said, that's correct. Then I said, you leave me no choice. There cannot be peace. I'm going to spam you guys because you're not giving me any other option. So then I told them I'm going to come back with bigger and better bots, which I did, and I'm going to continue to spam. And so I've kept that up now for the last month or so, and I've gotten a lot of new people in here, really great individuals as yourself. And I explained to them, though, I gave them some opportunities. I said, look, what if I take a year off of like you banned me for a year? Is that good enough? No. How about 2 years? No. I said to them, well, it's in your best interest, essentially, under these conditions, to say that you'll reevaluate my case in 1 year, because if you do that, then I'll be on my best behavior and I won't spam anybody. But you're just basically telling me right now, in 50 years, we're not going to let you stream anymore. Well, you've left me no choice. There cannot be any peace. I'm going to spam all your people. And not only that, I'm going to create clips on them, and these clips are generally permanent unless somebody manually deletes them, and I'm just going to be extremely annoying to your entire user base. I don't think that that's in your best interest, but if that's the choice you want to make, that's the choice you've made, and that's where we stand.
I mean, I think this like if you really think about this, what kind of content even exactly content drives in Kick? It's just these crazy stunts and people harassing other people. That's what I was watching this Finnish streamer, very drunk. Actually, this was Norwegian streamer who has basically flown a Finnish drunk person to Norway to film him do stupid stuff when he's drunk. This is like a Kick in a nutshell. This is the type of content that drives there, and it's not very intellectual if you think about it. It's not something like, yeah, you might find some people there, but streaming in there, maybe you don't even want to be part of it. Maybe you just want to advertise there.
That's exactly right. So I just use it as my punching bag. It's just for me to be able to do free advertising. And if they ever ban my account, which they do several times an hour, my bots create a new account automatically. I could be asleep, I could be in the bathroom, I could be outside, I could be doing anything, and these bots are working 24 hours a day. And there are three of them.
Do you have proxies for this, or you just use your own IP every time?
Oh yeah, I always use VPNs generally, and I use temporary email services. I do my best to stay as anonymous as possible, but I have no problem. They know where I live. They know all about me. I'm the most well-known troll, so to speak, on their platform, and I basically I've told them how they can stop me, and they're just not a big enough organization to be able to do it. I've said to Eddie in interviews with their own creators, you need more staff. You're competing with Twitch, which is Amazon. You have 800 people working for Stake, your gambling site, but only 200 are working on Kick. If you increase the amount who are working on Kick, you'd have the ability to pivot much faster. You'd be able to develop better software, and you'd have more people using your platform. I mean, I've said that to him in interviews, and I've sent him those interviews. He's aware of it.
Just remember that geekonstake.com.
Yeah, so that's basically the secret about Kick is once you get to be a big streamer on Kick, they just will give you free credits to gamble on Stake, and that's what it's about.
Yeah. So it's basically just a small advertisement for their gambling websites.
Exactly.
Like almost every streamer I see on Kick is either streaming straight up casino or advertising casino, and it's always Stake at home.
That's exactly right. And that's the way that they want it. So if they don't care that much about their platform and making it quality, then why should I? I will, I, you know, I feel I'm the nicest troll that anybody will find because if anybody ever comes in here and they're like, quit spamming me, I tell them the settings that they need to make, that they need to utilize so that they never get any of my spam. And it's very simple. If they turn a 2 minute delay on for new chatters, they'll never get any of my spam.
Yeah.
So I do my best to be as nice to them as possible. And a lot of times they come in here with one mental idea that they're like, this person's going to be deranged and mean. And then they get to know me and they're like, oh, you're really nice. And I'm like,
I think this idea of thinking that someone is deranged, whatever, it's just you have to be kind of simple person to put people on such simple terms like everyone is an individual. You need to understand the complexities behind them. Like
exactly.
It's just easy to call someone dumb, call someone crazy, whatever.
Exactly.
Like you know.
And when people come in here,
it's easy approach, but it's never based on reality.
Exactly. And when people come in here and get the opportunity to meet me, they find what I have to say not just be cool, but fascinating. They know that this is going to change the world.
Yes, it's like I have time now as like watching that Finnish streamer whatever. I don't even know how to describe that much, but I did close it to actually talk to you because yeah, it's way much more interesting this conversation than having done that stream on Kick.
Absolutely, and if we had people who listened to the conversation that we had, they'd be fascinated by it as well. It's very difficult doing what I do to amass a large audience because I'm going 24 hours a day and people just don't have that much time to be able to watch you. So over the course of a day, I may get dozens of people who watch me, but it's not all at once. So people think, well, I'm the only person watching this, and then they go to somebody else. When other streamers who only stream for 1 or 2 hours keep all those people together, and it's much easier for other people to see, oh, I'm not alone in this, and the chat's going, and there's a lot of interaction. But I understand that. I also understand that most people on Kick or Twitch or YouTube are botting themselves. And when I first started this, I botted myself. That doesn't, you get lost in that whole world and in the algorithm and everything. And I recognized that my best strategy is to spam people and create clips on people. And I get big streamers who know who I am And then they eventually, on their stream, go to my YouTube or they come into my Discord and they talk to me, and I get 30 people who join all at once. That's the best thing that I can do for myself.
Oh yeah, so even the streamer notices you in the chat. That brings even more attention to your thing.
Absolutely. And what they'll do, I hear it all the time, almost every day. This person always spams me. What do they want? What do they want? And they always say, I'm almost tempted to go into their Discord and see what it's all about. And eventually they do. I use a psychological approach known as mere exposure effect. Basically, the idea is that if you show someone a stimuli long enough, it will eventually become familiar to them, and they will eventually have generally positive connotations. So even if I just keep doing this more and more, it's exposing them to the same stimuli, and eventually it will cause them to get curious about what it is and find out about what I do. And once they're in here, I have them hooked because I know what I'm doing is very interesting, and I know what I'm doing is for the benefit of the world, and I know I have the confidence that I'm an intelligent individual and that I can captivate them with the things that I say. And by the end of the conversation, they become an ally of mine, and then they spread it to their community. I have over 1,900 people in this Discord. We started with zero, and it's just been organic generally of just people telling other people about what I do. And that's just been an amazing growth. That I've seen amazing growth just through that strategy.
Are you aware of like Discord listing websites that list Discord servers?
Yeah, so the big one.
Which you can search with keywords. And
yeah, so the big
Discord, Discadia,
Discord, Top GG. Yeah, I'm on all of those.
Yes. So you talk about spam. Myself, I have developed a bot that can basically flood any keyword, so only you get exposure for that keyword. So if you wanna sell something in Discord or you want attention for specific subject on Discord, you can just flood these websites with your own servers, which all redirect to your main server, and you can have a bot bumping you up automatically in there, so you can get a lot of attention that way too. And it's running on my VPS 24/7 for my own server.
Well, that's a beautiful bot. Generally, I do my best not to endanger my Discord with bots, just because this is my like home base, and this is where I point everyone toward. Though I'm not against it, but like so, what I mean is I don't spam people on Discord. I don't send out invitations on Discord because it's very easy for Discord to say that this is.
They can block it easily, and there is even eight shops that it's difficult job to actually do even 5%. You said you do it manually, but I don't also stand on Discord DMs or anything like this. It's just the server listing website. So when people actually search for it, they only find my option.
I understand. That's brilliant. Absolutely, it's absolutely brilliant. Do you have a Discord?
Yes, I do. I actually, when I spend some time on PCD, I actually sell botting services myself.
Oh, do you? Okay.
It's really dying business, whatever you want to call it.
It is.
It's just something that if I spend a lot of time on my PC, I can just do it. But AI bot detection systems are getting so advanced that this type of mass botting by programs, it's really dying. So it just exists. I have like 4,000 members in my own server.
You're absolutely right. Well, that's a very big server. You're absolutely right. AI is getting so good that they're able to detect this stuff, and you can't even really get it off the ground. However, the strategies that I implement, I mean, they're organic, and like for instance, the person who you were watching, that Finnish person, they now have a clip. Generally, if my bot works correctly, it's not even the bot working correctly. The bot works. It's Kick. Kick sometimes has some kind of glitch that it doesn't always save the clip. However, 90% of the time it does. And now they have an advertisement on their clips on my channel from now until from now for the indefinite future, basically. And sometimes I clip somebody so much, especially some popular streamers, If you go to their clips, of 50 clips that they have, 46 of them are mine. So basically,
yes, and you're both. I saw like you just talked about the psychological thing you do to get people joined. I got tricked. Yes, I joined.
Exactly.
Because I didn't saw one message. I saw 10 messages, but instantly when I saw it, I joined actually. But
Exactly, but you're 100% right. And another cool thing that these bots do is then when you use Google, the clips show up. So I'm all over Google. My Google rank is really strong. So all I have to tell somebody is to just Google Rabbi Discord, and my Discord comes up.
yeah, because you have so many backlinks pointing to you.
Exactly.
Websites.
Exactly. So it's quite.
If you have them from many big kick streamers.
Exactly.
Would that be a good strategy to get like, because it's big kick streamers, it's their clips. I wonder how much Google follows a backlink like that. You know.
Well, they rank it very highly because I'll even just do clips from a couple days ago, and sometimes it's the top result, just depending on what it is. And I know that Google changed they're always changing their algorithm, but a few years ago they um, they made video to have a much higher rank than text or audio, and so all my video comes up way at the top. Now, there's another thing that these clips do sometimes, especially on Kick. People have uh, automatic clip uh, automatic clip systems that whenever anybody clips their stream, it automatically posts to YouTube and to Twitter and to Instagram and to TikTok for them. So sometimes I'll clip somebody's stream on Twitch, let's say, and it or Kick, and it'll automatically post to like 5 different social media accounts. And on top of that, it uses my text. So it just says like join Rabbi's Discord with my Discord link and my Linktree link. And then also, it's not on my account; it's on their account, which means I don't. It's not like my accounts are spamming it; it's their accounts that are spamming it. So that's a really, I think, brilliant way to be able to market yourself as well. Because the big thing is when you spam, you want to avoid being seen as the spammer because if you get caught, they're going to ban your account. So have somebody else spam this stuff and you get the same result. And it's on their channels, and their channels are usually very popular. So all of a sudden, you've got this link that's very clear as to what to do and where to go. And even if somebody doesn't join my Discord, that's fine. There's the link tree that they're going to look through. Many times they just type it into Google or into YouTube, and they'll find out about me eventually.
Yes, and I just put your. I didn't even put your name. I just put the Rabbi Discord, and I see the third result is just some random Twitch clip that has your Discord link in it.
Exactly, and that's what happens. Go to YouTube right now and type in.
What should I type in?
Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi space Rothschilд.
Yeah, I know that.
And then filter by live.
65. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It goes forever.
It's a lot.
And the funny part is these are all different cameras almost.
Exactly.
Some of them share the same camera.
Yes. And
there is every angle.
Exactly. There's a reason why I have some of them sharing the same camera. Because I want to have redundancies. If anytime, let's say, account 1 gets taken down for copyright infringement or whatever, account 2 is still going.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, so you can watch my life in 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. And when people start to find out that there's somebody out there who cares about them, who cares about the world, who is quite intelligent, especially in terms of futurology and science. This is going to be very popular, and people are going to. I already get people who sleep to me, who just want to know that they're not alone in the world, and so we sleep alongside each other, thousands of miles away from each other, and I don't even necessarily know that they're doing it.
Just found one camera angle where I can see the projector. It's like pointing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can see it now. You have something being displayed from it right now, or?
Yeah. So if you see, uh, this is it's a Jewish history lecture that's being projected on the back wall, and what you're seeing with this other Discord account is it has a camera pointed at the screen as well.
Yeah, I see. Is this in Hebrew?
No, it's in English. Some of it is in Hebrew, some of it's in Aramaic, some of it's in Yiddish, but generally it's in English.
I actually, have you been to Israel ever?
I have not. I had plans to go right before the pandemic, and I had to cancel them because of the pandemic. And then October 7th happened, and I was doing this live streaming. So I plan on going certainly after, perhaps I don't want to say I'm done streaming because I want to continue to stream the rest of my life. But once I go viral, I'd like to give people an IRL view of Israel, basically with maybe like meta glasses or a 360-degree camera. But as of right now, no. Although I did have plans to travel there.
So when you do IRL streaming, do you just take one of your cameras from here, or?
Yeah. So at one time, I had 4 different data lines through Verizon, and I would just use iPhones, and then I'd also use a GoPro on my hat and just go around that way. Um, but that gets really complicated with the amount of devices that you have and such. So I'd use like selfie sticks, and then if you're doing it at night, you need lights. It gets very complicated, and it's very expensive to do as well. Just I'd have like hundreds of dollars bill every month for my data, and when you're doing that, you've got to worry about the power. You've got to worry about power banks. You've got to worry about your lights. You've got to worry about your devices overheating. I would run into issues just in the summer in California. If the sun shines on a camera long enough or a phone, it will eventually overheat. And so that becomes an issue. So it's much easier for me to stay in one position, and it allows me to have a lot more angles. And on top of all the things that I just said, you've got connectivity issues. So while I do some IRL streaming, generally, at least recently, I've been doing desktop streaming like you see, and just giving people an opportunity to view my life on a daily basis and what I do and the conversations that I have. Other things that we do, I get a lot of people in here from all over the world, so my sleep schedule kind of gets thrown off. I get people in here from Australia and Canada and Europe and Asia, and so at any given time we can have different people who come in here. But we like to play games, so we play a lot of games in here, just like board games. We play a lot of board games, like we'll play Monopoly, we'll play checkers, we'll play chess, we'll play backgammon, we'll play card games like poker and bridge, and we'll play other games like mini golf and like table soccer, and we'll play like Pokemon. We'll play like a bunch of different games. So we use an app called Plato, Plato, and so I've got a bunch of people who come here, and we do that every night. I've got a very consistent group of people who come in here and play, and so those are fun things that we do. I'm really into sports, so I watch like all the major sporting events in here. Like I said, we watched 3 Olympics. We've watched the World Cup, the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup. We've watched the UFC. I'm really big in the UFC and in the boxing, so we'll watch all those big fights. Super big into the NFL. So we'll watch all of those. We've watched hockey. We've watched Stanley Cups. We've watched World Series. We've watched NBA titles. Um, just anything sport related. I do my best to be able to follow. I'm right now in the middle of a fantasy football draft, so that's been fun. And then we watch movies in here. I've watched, I've done my best to watch every major motion picture ever in here. So all the Oscar winners since like 1928, which is when it started, and listen to every major music album. So I do a lot of singing in here as well, uh, and I sing a lot of karaoke as well. So I do my best to keep it lively and interesting. And then most of all, I love lectures. I love history, so I watch those, and I love podcasts. So all the major podcasts of the world I listen to basically on a weekly basis. Everything from Joe Rogan to Kill Tony, which are the two biggest podcasts in the world, to history podcasts, to science podcasts, to paranormal podcasts, to true crime podcasts. I'm all about all of that. And then on top of all of that, I've got a radio going in the background that not only archives the daily events of the world, but those are shows in themselves. And I should say as well, um, I've got it charging right now, but I've got a device that I use that's text to speech that, many years ago I created study guides for myself in my rabbinical training. And so I have those reading off to the world to be able to teach the world more about Judaism for anybody who's interested in that. And um, I just do my best to stay as active and interactive as possible. But most of all, I want people to come in here and be able to learn and allow me to learn, and we learn together and just create a better society. I hope that makes sense.
Proper burial. So two unusual things happened in the Giza at the Ben Ezra synagogue in Cairo, north Cairo. One is that the community had an unusual standard for hundreds of years of not only putting holy documents into the Giza, but any document written in Hebrew characters, which included marriage contracts, bills of sale, honey, could you pick up some pizza on the way home notes, children's doodles, anything that had Hebrew letters written on it was considered sacred, apparently, and put into the Knesset. Secondly, the Knesset was not amputated for several hundred years. So when it was discovered, it was added
Sorry,
at
sorry.
the Ben Ezra synagogue in the late 19th
You okay?
century.
I'm back.
It
Yeah,
provided
I get everything. I just had to put my microphone for a moment.
No problem at all.
Have you seen any movies from a studio named A24?
I'm not familiar with all the movie studios that I've seen, but enlighten me. What are some of them?
So basically, I don't know what you think about horror movies, but they make a lot of um, very unique movies. Like I like to watch these very high-rated movies that you just mentioned, like Oscar-winning movies and everything. But these studios, they have really unique way of making movies. And, it's just interesting. You should definitely.
I'll take a look.
Sometimes watch some of those if you have time.
824, right?
Yeah, 824. It's very unique movies.
Very well. What are some of the movies they've made?
They have made from the horror side. They have made Midsommar, Hereditary. These are very, I would say, wild horror movies. But it's not only horror that they make. They make also societal movies like most recent one, Eddington. It's just psychological movies a lot.
Okay, I'll have to take a look.
Yeah, it's interesting. What do you think about psychological books?
I
Do
think
you ever read them?
absolutely my favorite is probably Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky.
I see. Are you familiar with the author Robert Greene?
Who?
Robert Greene.
Robert Quinn.
He
What?
makes a lot of psychological books.
Uh, the name sounds familiar. What are some of his books about?
Laws of Human Nature, or the Laws of Power. Uh, it's yeah,
Very well. I'll have to take a look at them. And if anything, listen to them via PDF.
yeah. But one second,
Take your time, my friend.
1 second. Do you want to explain this to someone I know? This stuff what you do?
Absolutely, bring them in.
Yeah, 1 second. Let him. I don't know if he's gonna speak, but I'll explain to him.
Absolutely.
Let's see if he's gonna join right now. It's very interesting. I already invited my other friend, but he was in school. But I think this guy has some time to actually listen.
Excellent. I appreciate you sharing. Thank you.
Okay, he's here. He can explain to him what you do.
Welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family are all made financially independent if you're not already, that you have the ability to create generational wealth, and most of all, that you are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. I talk about things to help the world myself, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Panini. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of people there. I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program, and most importantly, for desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I talk about other things to help the world, specifically in terms of futurology. I'm a futurist myself. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, things like nuclear energy, geothermal energy, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, terraforming intergalactic travel, perhaps alien disclosure, things like perhaps de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years or by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant hybrids, pardon me, Asian elephant surrogates, which I think is a really exciting opportunity. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. Once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth, I think this is really exciting. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. The direwolves that they created are about a year old. Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things to help you in your life if you want. When you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you was probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, red light therapy, perhaps even ambrosia therapy, nootropics, just things to increase your average life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. But you may get to be 120 years old and you say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, this is all with your consent, but if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may have the opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know if this guy speaks, but um, did you say you have 34 devices streaming yourself right now?
Yeah, 33 or so.
Internet?
Yeah, 33 or
33,
so.
yeah. Can I ask you something about their family? Like the Rothschild family, is it there's 3,000 of you in United States?
That's correct. Yeah, about 10,000 of us globally.
I see. Are like currently just streaming, or you still work in some of the businesses you were talking about?
Well, I've dedicated my life to streaming. As I said previously, I'm a certified project management professional. So occasionally I will get people who want assistance with a project and I can freelance. But as of right now, I've saved enough that I don't need to work full time and I'm able to focus on this project.
Yeah, I see. And all of your electricity comes from solar panels, right? And you will get paid a little bit for it because you produce extra.
That's correct.
I don't know if my friend wants to speak at all, but yeah. Can you show the bot to him a little bit that you have made?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Tenebris. So I created a bot that creates kick accounts, that follows people, that creates clips of them, and that spams them. So this one here, I'm not sure if it's going to create this account. It should hit the I accept button. If it does, sometimes an error comes up. Oh, but it did. It created this account. And the name of the account is Google Rabbi Discord 0001200. And these are all just ways for me to promote myself. And what it's going to do is it's got to click some buttons on here. It takes a little while. So we'll let that one go. This one here is working. So just give it a moment. So what it will do is it will scroll the front page and find people who are live.
She's typing Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and Twitter, but my views see how many live streams are going on right now.
Yeah, it's quite something. And what these will do is scroll down the page and find the next person who's live. And then what it will do is click on their account, which you just did. Opens up a new
What I'm
tab.
saying is fully automated. It's doing through the browser to work within automatically if there is some updates in post production, for example.
Exactly. So it's going to create a clip of this person, and it names the clip YouTube Rabbi Rothschild, and then has my Discord link. Just gets people to come to me. And what it will do, once the page loads, which it just did, it will create a clip, which it's doing right now. It will paste the name of my desired choice into the clip. So this one is the heart emoji since it catches people's attention, red, and then it will publish the clip. And once it publishes the clip, then it will take a large wall of text. It will copy that, and it will then follow the person, and it will spam them. So some people have, I call them defense mechanisms, but settings on their computer or on their account so that you need to be following them for a certain number of days, or your account must be a certain age. But generally, a lot of people have it so that anybody can talk to them whenever they want. And so my device just followed them, and it's now going to spam them. And that one's working. Now, this person has something that says, you must wait 2 minutes. So that's fine. Then that means I won't be able to spam them, but that's cool. I'll have these ones that can spam, and they just go through, and it's all automated.
Just a very interesting form of advertisement.
Exactly. And that's what they do. And that's what I do. And it's very efficient. I mean, it works when I'm asleep, and it allows me to meet new people like Kat. So that's what I do. If you have any questions, let me know.
Um, you mentioned before the businesses. Do you have can you share any other information on the other businesses you were talking about or projects you worked on, or can you disclose anything about those
Yeah.
other than the car wash?
Sure. So I've worked for Fortune 100 companies, um, major companies globally. Like we're talking like the biggest companies in the world, like companies like Walmart and uh, J.P. Morgan Chase, those kind of size companies, and launched projects for them internationally. So I've successfully launched projects for what's called APAC, which is Asia Pacific Island and Australia region, like Oceania. I've launched projects for the Middle East, including successfully launched projects in Israel. I've launched projects for what's called EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and I've launched projects in what's called LAO, which is Latin America, and also North America, including emphases on projects in the United States and Canada. Um, and what are these projects? Generally, I mean, if you know what a Scrum Master is, I've been a Scrum Master in these. If you don't know what a Scrum Master is, it's basically someone who hosts meetings and gets updates on where projects are and updates documentation for the projects on a daily basis. They're basically just like daily meetings with project engineers and helping them get through any type of issues that they may be experiencing to be able to deliver the projects on time. And that's what I did before I started live streaming my life. In fact, I live streamed my life for about a year while still concurrently doing those kinds of jobs. And I got to the point where I didn't necessarily need to do that anymore, at least not at the time I had enough money to be able to save up that I could be able to just focus on this project. If I need to do that again, I can certainly get those kind of contracts again. I don't want to say it wasn't very hard, but I have good experience in education, and um, it allows me, fortunately, to be able to get those kinds of positions. I've worked in the startup world. That's where I launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. So that's most of some of my experience that I have from a work standpoint, um, and that's about what I can say about me.
Yes, it's all very private stuff. NDAs are everywhere, so we can't really speak much. But
Well,
the car wash project you told about was very interesting as well.
yeah, definitely.
And
So
I don't think you mentioned, but you have been streaming for almost 4 years, right now, non-stop.
that's correct. Yeah, from multiple streams. When I first started, I wasn't doing it for from 22 different streams at once, but always about 6 streams at once in 360 degrees. And every aspect of my life is essentially on camera. Um, if we ever have like a power outage or anything, which doesn't happen often, but if it ever does happen, I have GoPros that I can use to back up the video. Or if my internet ever goes out, doesn't happen often. I might get a hiccup every once in a while of just, but I reconnect very quickly. And I've got disconnect protection on most of my devices so that they don't disconnect. But if that ever happens, or they have to work on the Wi-Fi or something like that. I have GoPros that I've been able to use, or I have alternate accounts that I've been able to use. Um, what else? I'm live on. Well, I have over 100 different YouTube accounts, over 200 different Instagram accounts, over 500 different Twitch accounts, over 1,000 different TikTok accounts, over 2,000 different Twitter accounts, over 5,000 different Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 different Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And while much of this doesn't have content, a lot of it does. So I have like archives of myself on Instagram. Like I created a robot on Instagram that just always updated my life every 4 hours. So I've got just hours and hours on Instagram. And I do that to be as diversified as possible to ensure that I don't, if I ever lose one of my accounts, that I have redundant backups. And I know that when I go viral, even the accounts that I've had banned, I'll be able to get back because the people will consider what I'm doing, like YouTube and such. This is a newsworthy effort, and when something is newsworthy, you can get your accounts back. So I've got just gigantic amounts of data that have been archived on different servers. Then on top of that, I have a lot of IRL content on SD cards and terabytes worth that I've just uploaded. So I have like an entire bag of SD cards from when I first started this and any kind of backups that I've needed to make. So I'll be able to upload those as well. And um, as I've said previously, data is Earth's number one resource, and it's essentially a modern day gold rush. If people don't realize it, it's not just data's Earth's number one resource, human data specifically. And I have more human data archived in the internet than any person ever, which means that AI will be able to model itself off of perhaps some of my video
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
a lot of it.
They can use your archive data to train very good AI models.
Exactly. So that's what I do. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
So basically, when you go sleep, you just film this bed and you just sleep in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do my best to end the streams every 12 hours because that way they're uploaded to YouTube. If you keep a stream going longer than 12 hours, only 12 hours of it will be available to the general public on YouTube. So I want to make sure that it's always available. So the stream is in like 12-hour segments, and I do my best usually before I go to bed to try to restart all of the streams, which takes me Oh, probably about 15 to 20 minutes every day, and I have to do it twice a day. Um, and then I sleep, and a lot of times I'll forget to mute the computer here, and people will come in. A lot of people like to come in and try to wake me up, or just yell or whatever, and that's fine. But sometimes I'll mute it, and so I can get better rest. I get people who just come in here and want to sleep with me, so that's always fine. And they just don't want to be lonely wherever they are in the world. I get people on my YouTube who say that they sleep alongside me or they just watch me as I sleep. While I sleep, I keep the history lectures going and I keep podcasts going. So there's still some type of entertainment value while I sleep to the viewer. And I eat on stream, I drink on stream. I've gone to the bathroom on stream, though I don't always go to the bathroom on stream live because I can get in trouble from YouTube and such because that's a violation of their terms and conditions. I'm not saying I but so I understand that. But I have so much archive of myself going to the bathroom that it's on other servers as well. It's on Twitter, it's on Instagram. I laughed on stream, I cry on stream, I uh, eat, sleep. People will be able to view in the future my circadian rhythms and what I'm thinking and what I'm dreaming. Uh, right now, we only understand like video to be two-dimensional images, basically many different photographs that are linked together. But in the future, people will be able to use augmented reality to be able to live my life in a virtual world. They'll be able to remove my clothing and have me change different clothing, or they'll be able to remove my skin layers and my skeletal layers to be able to see what's going on in my brain. They'll be able to know what my heartbeats per minute are, my blinks per minute, my swallows per minute, my breaths per minute. Every aspect of the human body will be able to be studied from a biological standpoint because of this stream.
That's interesting. Interesting for sure.
I agree. That's why I do it. Do you
Is
have
there usually a lot of people in these Discord calls, or is it more like people watching from the streams?
Yeah, so I mean it's like 6:17 in the morning, so it's early.
Yeah, yeah.
So a lot of people are doing their own thing. Usually about like 10 p.m. or so, or maybe like 8 between 8 and 10 p.m. We usually get the most amount of people, and I'll get as many as a dozen or so people in here sometimes. Um, a lot of times I'll have one person in here or two people in here, and they're just doing whatever they're doing, but they just like to know if they want to talk to anybody that that person's here to be able to talk with them. There are instances where I'll get one person who gets really excited about what I do, and they'll invite all their friends, and we'll get a ton of people in here, and I'll be able to tell them about what I do. The more people that I get in here, the more troublemakers occur, though, where I'm trying to talk and they're just wanting to play soundboards or things like that. But generally, people
I
are
see, I see.
yeah, generally people are respectful of me and what I have to say. I get some people in here who want to troll me, and that's cool. They want to come in here and play fart noises or perhaps chainsaw noises or whatever, and that's cool. I do my best to like warn people, and if they don't stop, I'll mute them. And if they, become, you know, uh, become disrespectful or something like that, then occasionally we have to ban people. But I don't like to have to do that. And even if somebody does get banned, I have an appeal server. If they want to appeal their ban, they can be forgiven for what occurred. And all I ask is that they just don't do it again. And there are a lot of people who have mutual friends in here, and they'll ask, like, hey, they'll be like, hey, my friend, they were being a jerk. They were, they thought it was funny to like show pornography in the video call. Okay, well, I don't want people doing that, even though I do my best to make sure everybody's 18 who's in here. Not everybody wants to see that, and so you may get warned because of that, or you may get banned because of that. So I explain to them, okay, well, just tell your friend and not do that anymore. They need to act with decorum. and maturity. But if they like a place where they can connect with someone 24 hours a day, I'm here for them, and I'll unban them for those types of reasons. Just generally, uh, mutual respect of people goes a long way here. I occasionally will get people who accidentally leave their microphone on or something like that. Not a huge deal. So I'll send them a message and just explain to them, hey, if you can mute your microphone, I don't want to have to mute you. I do my best not to have to mute people. Occasionally it happens though where they don't recognize that they're on camera or on microphone. But really, people are usually very respectful of everybody else, and uh, I some I have had it where I have a section of this Discord right below here that's called Rabbi Rothschild'S Arena. So if we ever get a lot of people in here, which we sometimes do, and we're gonna max out at the 25 people who can be in here, I'll go in there, and when I'm in there, I have to let up people who can talk, but that allows us to have a conversation, have a lot of people witness it. You can have thousands of people witness it, or if it's just something that I want to say, that I want a lot of people to be able to hear it, and I don't want to get interrupted. Occasionally, we'll go into there. As you can tell, I've got a very large server with basically every kind of interest that anybody would ever have, and
Yeah, it's taking have all the interests that you can think about.
exactly.
Finance, gaming, jokes, anime, and even all the music genres you can think about.
Exactly. I'm a very diverse person and I have diverse interests. And I want people one day to make this home. And when they do, I want them to know that they have a place where they can discuss anything that they wish, essentially. And um, I've prepared for them. As the saying goes, if you build it, they will come. And that's what I've done with the server.
Can I ask you a little bit of a personal question?
Go ahead.
So you said you're Jewish. I know that in the Jewish culture, it's very important to be very educated, and education is very like praised in the Jewish culture and everything. But does the family networking in Jewish families also help you um, with getting employed in important positions, or is it more about the like importance of education in the culture?
Both are very important. So, in order to gain parnasa, what we call like a career or way to be able to support yourself, education's at the heart of it. And so we do our best to ensure that our children are educated and that they not just have secular education, but religious education as well. This allows them to have larger vocabularies and to just be well rounded individuals generally. And then once they get to a certain age, uh, let's say the age of employment or so, we encourage them to be able to get positions that allow them to live a comfortable life. Certainly, there are organizations where we may be able to network in to get an internship or to get an initial position, but that's not always guaranteed. And there are just some situations where we have people who go long periods of time without employment. Um, just like whether you're Jewish or not Jewish, it's not always easy to get a job. There isn't necessarily an opportunity for everybody at every given time, but we do our best to ensure that people have the opportunity to be able to support themselves and then create a family and live a nice life.
The reason why I even ask this is because in business networking is very important and connections are very important. But I think the Jewish community like embraces this fact of connections and networking, which is maybe not done in other communities as well as in the Jewish community.
Well, we are a very close knit minority, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't depend on people who are non Jewish to either employ us or help us. I've had Jewish bosses myself, I've had non-Jewish bosses myself. Um, I can tell you that we do our best to ensure that we have some type of influence around those who are around us the best way that we can in a positive fashion. And generally, we have uh, industries where we have some history, certainly in finance and in entertainment, and but there are others, certainly education, academia, but there are others that are new and are open to anyone. And there are some situations where we have people who are business owners and people who are not business owners, people who are stock owners and people who are not stock owners. If anything, I would say the thing that makes us successful as a minority is that we're the best organized minority. And I think the reason why we're the best organized minority is because the strength of our families and our networks. So not only do we have,
Yes, this is primarily my point. It was not with any negative attachment.
I didn't take it that way.
Analysis of it.
No, I didn't take it that way. But there are other ways that other people who have these types of connections as well. Um, they just may not be in as broad uh, areas as we are, but certainly, at least in Southern California, there's a very strong Russian community, very strong Asian community, very strong Armenian community, very strong African American community. Um, so, in the same way that there's a strong Jewish community, I find that one of the reasons why people may think that we are able to network so well is because we're in many different cities around the world, as we have to be. Uh, Many times, just because of how we have had commerce in the past. So you may find Jews in most major cities in the world, um, at least really all major cities to some extent, but in some cities we have larger influence than others. For instance, cities like London, New York, Los Angeles, we have much more influence than a city like Nairobi or perhaps Lagos or Helsinki, but we still have some type of influence everywhere. As I describe Judaism, it's like the world's biggest family, and if we have,
Yes, that's how I have understood it myself as well.
yeah, if we have people who come into our community who need a position, we can hire them if we think that they'd be uh, a good fit. But that's the key. They have to be a good fit. If we see a non-Jewish person who would be a better fit for a position, we may choose that person for the benefit of the larger community. Uh, but generally, just like you would in your own family, if you have the opportunity to hire someone within your own family and you think they'd be a good fit, you do your best to help that person.
Yes, and about hiring other Jews, I think that Ashkenazi Jews,
Yeah, I am one. Yeah.
and they have the highest IQ of basically any group. So it would almost be logical to hire the people with most processing power.
Yeah.
I don't know if that take is too controversial, but it's just
Yeah.
sometimes you wanna look at the data.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the data. We average about a 116 IQ. I think that that's debatable because I've met some dumb Ashkenazi Jews in my life. But
Yes, it's everywhere.
yeah,
Smart and dumb people.
exactly.
Never so black and white.
And I also have an issue with intelligence tests because many of them are skewed to people who are educated
Yeah,
or people who have taken them before.
yeah,
And thus,
yeah.
I think probably the best IQ tests are those that don't include words, that only include shapes. Even ones with
Pattern
number.
recognition.
Exactly. Pattern recognition is really what we determine to be a high IQ. But even that can be taught to some extent from a young age, just giving children the opportunity and rewarding people for pattern recognition can help to skew the results. But yeah, I mean, I've seen statistics that show Ashkenazi Jews at like a 116 IQ, and like Singaporeans are like 115.8, and Koreans are like 115.5. I mean, very very close there. But again, every person is unique, and there may be different people you might need for a certain position, and we shouldn't only hire a Jew if we don't think it's going to be the right fit, if it could harm the community. And if we think a non-Jew might be a better
Yes.
fit for a position, then we'll hire that person.
And about like intelligence overall, IQ, like I think you put it yourself as well. It's just one measurement, and there is different forms of intelligence. IQ is just one of them.
That's absolutely true. And it's not the most necessarily most important thing either. Physical well-being is very important as well. And on that list, Ashkenazi Jews don't do as well. So people, when it comes to uh, the ability to build muscle or height or raw strength, we don't do as well. But intelligence, we do quite well.
Yes, but like I think today's society is actually you thrive with intelligence, and especially the IQ type of intelligence in society that we have nowadays. It's less about physical strength, more about actually intelligence and the ability to actually think about things.
That's true. I mean, pattern recognition is important.
Yes, it's true.
Do you have any other questions, Kat?
But
Go ahead.
uh, yes, I think we should continue our discussion after I come back. Are you gonna sleep at then? Are you gonna go sleep soon, or
No,
are you gonna be awake?
I'm going to be awake for the
So
next 12 hours or so.
okay, okay. I will definitely join back later today,
Excellent.
but I'm gonna have to go um, have a meal with my mom now, and
Absolutely. You go do you. I'm always here. So whenever you have questions or you want to talk, I'm here. And enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll connect soon, okay?
yes, and I must say this is the most interesting conversation I have ever had on Discord. Thank you for having this conversation with me.
My pleasure, Kat. Thank you so much for being so sweet. Thank you for sharing with your friends, and bring other friends. Spread the word, okay?
Yes, I will bring someone who actually speaks. They might be.
That's okay.
I don't want to tell that they're a troll, but they might be a little bit immature in a way. They might not. I hope they can behave themselves, but can of course always remove them if they can.
Absolutely. We'll
But
figure it out.
he's also an intelligent person. I discuss a lot of philosophy with him.
Excellent. Excellent.
I will be back later, so I will see you later. Okay.
Take care,
Bye.
Kat. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for
Yeah.
coming.
You too.
Thank you.
Well, look, that's one of the great scholars of truth. Dr. Deutman called a Mediterranean society an explosion of documentation that dwarfs just about anything we have for the same period,
1938.
let's say about 800 to 1300 of the Mediterranean basin alone. And here is a photograph of one of the great scholars of the period, Charles Schechter, working in Cambridge with hundreds of thousands, estimated 300,000 fragments of fragile paper from the medieval period in his Cambridge study where he did much of the work. And the kind of things found in there, some smuggled treasures, like, for example, Maimonides' own autographed corrections of his manuscripts. This is actually the handwriting of the great Maimonides himself, who was active in Cairo, and in fact, he and his children were the leaders of the Cairo Jewish community for over a century. which you can sign up for free, and they are crowdsourcing the discipling of the darkness of Riza. As you can see from this sample page, if you know any Hebrew at all, then all you do is, they show you a document and say, what language is this in? Right? If you can tell it it's Hebrew, you say Hebrew, and if you don't know, you say, show me another document. And then they'll ask you, is it upside up? Is it upside down? Is it italic set with two scripts, one over the other and so on? And to whatever extent you can provide your volunteer time and expertise, you can help push forward in these research. Absolutely fascinating stuff, and it tells us so much about what's going on in Egypt and the entire Eastern Mediterranean world for several hundred years. So, just like Maimonides, I mentioned earlier, really brought the view to a brand new level of stature in the 11th and early 12th century. He was, of course, born in Cordoba in Spain, and as a result of then Muslim persecution, he and his family left and made their way along the coast of North Africa to come finally to Cairo. Spain would actually provide another big door to the Cairo population after not Muslim persecution this time, but Christian persecution in the context of the Great Inquisition and the expulsion of Jews in the 15th century. You have a range of great scholars in Egypt at this time. The Rabbi is a particularly significant one. Rabbi Luria, who would later make his fame not in his native Egypt, but rather in Sfat in northern Israel, which is the greatest of the Kabbalists, following his teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovera's footsteps. And these are the great heights of Egyptian Jewish culture that are happening during the Middle Ages. The society goes through phenomenal change under the Ottomans, and especially in the 19th century, there's some significant economic change going on that attracts a lot of Jewish migration. So about 25,000 Jews are living in Egypt by the turn of the 20th century. Again, primarily in these two big centers of Cairo and Alexandria. And you have about 60,000, threefold increase just about 20 years later. However, this is all destined to come to a crash of in the 20th century, primarily because of the confluence of the Zionist movement, which is having, of course, tremendous successes at the same time. Jews are moving to Israel in significant numbers from the 1880s onward. Immediately after the Holocaust, there is incredible pressure on the British to relinquish the mandate and to allow the Jews to create a homeland in Israel and to open up the floodgates of the Holocaust survivors who wish to emigrate to this region. The Arab world, which is too much of a story for us, especially with 4 or 5 minutes left in the presentation, but of course there's tremendous hostility to the establishment of the state of Israel. Egypt will fight several wars with Israel. The one shown here is the troop movements of the War of Independence in 1948-49. There will be another major conflict in Sinai in 1956, the Six-Day War of 1967, and then once again in 1973. So Egypt is having more and more hostility with Israel, and this has very negative consequences for the Jews in Egypt. Egypt passes increasingly anti-Semitic legislation, such as the so-called Companies Law of 1947, which required all Egyptian businesses to have at least 75% employment of Egyptian citizens. Egypt is, of course, a secularizing nation at this time. Although the vast majority of people there are Muslim, Egypt is going through its own nation building as well. And this affected Jews very badly because 80% of Jews living in Egypt were Egyptian born, but were in fact stateless. They were not given citizenship along with Egyptian Muslims. So this was a very negative element for their civilization. There are increasing levels of physical attacks, even bombings, also seizures of Jewish property in the 1940s and 50s, and especially after a disastrous failure of the intelligence exercise that was undertaken in Egypt by Israel. Several Jews, local Jews, were about the Egyptian-Israeli relations and also Arab-Israeli relations with the signing of the Camp David peace accord between Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the president of the United States, and Ronald Reagan on the right. Ironically, two hawkish individuals who saw the advantage of putting aside their hostilities for the sake of peace. Israel gave up a major amount of territory, the Sinai Peninsula, which had been conquered in the 1967 war, in exchange for a peace which has basically held solid until the present day. It is not a warm peace. There's small moments of hostility, but it is certainly not erupted into full-fledged war since then. However, the exodus of Jews from Egypt, encouraged by anti-Semitic activity in the country, proceeded apace. And according to the United States Department of State, in 2019, there were less than 10 Jews living in Egypt at that time. So this is similar to the point that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, that although we are going to be marking the exodus of the Jews from Egypt in the biblical period in a couple of weeks as we celebrate Passover, in reality, the total exodus of Jews from Egypt occurred in the last centuries within our own lifetimes as a result of the geopolitical events of the 20th century. That brings me to a conclusion. I hope you found this survey useful, and I'm happy to stick around for a few questions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for joining me today. This is a difficult topic to speak on, and it's a difficult time. This is a book from the 17th of Tammuz. It is a fast day, and it's a very begins a period of reflection for about 3 weeks, leading up to the commemoration of the destruction of the temple on Tisha B'Av. Most years at this time of year, I've spoken about something really massive and difficult and literally tragic, which is the they're all inconsequential. No one wants to have stones thrown at them, and it can be actually quite dangerous. And their homes are to be stoned as well. So you may watch out for yourself when you're walking down the street, but you can have all night people just gathering around your house and throwing rocks at the street. However, we're actually here during a particular week when it was a little dangerous to go walking outside, particularly if not for a Genocide attitude, which is especially noteworthy because from the 13th century onwards, they were forcibly required to display their Jewish identity in the form of the Jewish badge. You actually see it here. The Jews are on the left, and they're all wearing a badge, which is shaped in the form of the two tablets of the law. Later on in the 18th and 19th century, there actually there was a custom of children running up to the doors of Jews during the Holy Week when the actual stoning of Jews was already suppressed. But the children would take stones and knock on the doors and run away in kind of a prank type of way, which is also a crime of harassment. And to go a little bit further into the insult to that representation of the Jews, this is something that comes about in the 12th Lateran Council, which met in 1213. And the problem that many of these would-be regulators had is it's not always possible to identify Jews in history, particularly if their clothing is identical to that of non-Jews. In the Muslim world, there was something very similar to this, where Jews were required, for example, to wear certain colors, like yellow turbans, for example, and were forbidden to wear other colors like green. But you see that much less in the Muslim world, much more so in the Catholic world. You see a significant sanctification penalties and the application of the 12th Lateran Council to demand for Jews to wear badges. This is obviously a photograph of the Nazi era, but we have many depictions of Jews in this period that are wearing Jewish badges. The most common was not the Scarlet Letter. That's actually a much more modern symbol. But the Jews were forced to wear the ruel, which was either a round patch or an O-shaped patch like this, usually fashioned out of yellow cloth, and it was supposed to be an imitation of Judas's receipt of 30 gold pieces for the betrayal of Jesus. So it's like a marker in itself. It ties to Judea and it doesn't make it Jewish status. You also see it in the previous image. In England, the tablets of the law is very common. And there's also one I want to apologize for the low resolution of this image. I should have gone to high resolution on it, but I didn't have time to just look at that in the job site right now. In this particular depiction, which by the way is related to the blood libel charge of Simon of Trent, portrayed on the left as a Christian accomplice, and his father's been done by another guy. That's as a result of their racial disparities, oppression, systemic racism, perhaps reflecting on historical experiences Jews have had in the engagement with self, what this really means, the human level. That goes back into activist comments, charity, and respect for the visual world. Welcome to this lecture I'm going to title Sectarian Infighting at the Fall of Jerusalem. This is a lecture for Tisha B'Av, which is the 9th day of the month of Av, that we are currently in the Jewish calendar. And this is the anniversary of the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem, both under the Romans, which we're going to be looking at in more detail today, and also, ironically, under the Babylonians. It also happens to be a day of tremendous misfortune for Jews historically, with Warsaw Ghetto went through its deportation beginning on Tisha B'Av, the Spanish Inquisition, and especially the expulsion is associated with Tisha B'Av. There are so many events in Jewish history that culminate on this particular kind of like national bad luck day for Jews. There's a whole series of quasi-mourning rituals that are observed to mark this dark event, including, for Ashkenazi Jews, weddings are not held for the previous 3 weeks, and for the 9 days coming up to Tisha B'Av, which are called simply the 9 days, Jews don't eat meat and don't drink wine, and they allow their beards to grow in deeper and all kinds of things like that. So it's definitely a very sad day. And what I'd like to do with our time together today is to look specifically at the epicenter of that sadness, the destruction of the temple itself, and to explore one aspect which is especially highlighted by the rabbis in the Talmud, that of Jewish infighting or sectarian fighting. We will, of course, be looking at other groups besides the standard Pharisaic community. We'll look at the Idumeans, we'll look at the early Christians, we mentioned the Albanians as well. But for the time being, what I'd like to do over the next hour or so is to go through the many different groups that are all competing for control of Jerusalem and the temple in particular, and try, and I hope that we will be able to understand a little bit more of what the rabbis meant when they said that it was faithless hatred that destroyed the temple. So first of all, let's have a look at our sources. Although I've looked at this topic many years in the past, Tisha B'Av unfortunately happens to be one of the high seasons for my lectures. I went to a different source that I hadn't read in detail before this year to refresh my memory. Emil Schurer, who was a German Protestant theologian, and I was really quite amazed at how good his work was in the 19th century. Even though it's you would think that something published over 100 years ago would be dated and would suffer from a lot of the disabilities of new historiographic approaches. His narrative proved to be very fresh and quite cogent. It was so much so that I read it in English translation, but his history was actually republished at the end of the 20th century with a new edition with extra footnotes to help us catch up with a lot of scholarship that's happened since then. So I'm going to rely heavily on Emil Schiller's account, and we're going to return to him at the end. Also looking at modern research, of course, Steve Mason is perhaps the greatest authority on the destruction of the temple. I've often looked at his major work, The History of the Jewish War, which is a massive tome of digressions into historical data, scientific data, and so on. So the rabbis, nevertheless, offer obviously a very compelling position from which to analyze the events of the first century, and it's especially encapsulated in just a few pages of Tractate Wisdom. As I mentioned in the introductory comments, they sort of boil down the causes of the destruction of the temples, both the temple that was destroyed in the 6th century by the Babylonians, and then the temple destroyed in the 1st century by the Romans. They sort of boil it down into like really simple, basic ideas that can be carried forward. The first temple was destroyed because three particular sins were violated. These are, I know the term cardinal sin is really not appropriate for Judaism, but these are the so-called Yehareg al Yahavor. A person should rather give up their life than transgress these three sins, which are idolatry, adultery, and murder. Not more to say about that, but it's beyond the scope of our discussion. And then they said that the second temple was not destroyed for these very serious transgressions, but rather for the idea of sinat chinam, baseless hatred, hating people for no good reason. That level of general hatred is really what brought down the temple, say the rabbis. Now, they don't break it out into the specifics of this person and that person, which I hope to do a little bit today, but they offer an example of a story of two people with very similar names, one named Kamsa and the other one named son of Kamsa, or Bar Kamsa. And I can't go further in this lecture without quickly relating the story, although I'm sure that many of you already heard it. One of them makes a wedding, makes a family simple celebration, and by accident, the other is invited to that simple. Now, it happens that they are lifelong enemies, and this invitation was a mistake. But the recipient said, "Oh my gosh, this is so nice! I got an invitation. Maybe they need to make it up." And he decides to go to the wedding. He shows up at the wedding, and the host sees him there and says, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "What are you talking about? I got an invitation." He says, "It's a mistake. I want you to leave right now." And the invitee says, "Well, wait, don't embarrass me, please. Don't kick me out in front of everyone. Please let me stay." He says, "No, not at all." He says, "Okay, really, I don't want to be embarrassed. Allow me to pay for half the wedding." And he says, "I don't care. I need you gone." He says, "I'll pay for the entire wedding." And Hamza says, "No, that's it." And so he ends up leaving. But the key point in the story, which is often overlooked, is that the rabbis were all present, and they said nothing. They didn't step in. They didn't suggest that perhaps they should allow him to stay, that it was a mistake, but perhaps it's not for the best. Their lack of moral leadership at this particular moment was considered a defining failure that ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. There are more specifics with regards to how the humiliated dark concept followed up by offering animals to sacrifice the temple, connecting it to Rome, and the rabbis, when confronted with this, I won't go through technical details, but they failed to find an adequate response to it. And there was one particular individual, Rabbi ben Atzilos, who decided that the rabbis had to be really tied into his specific vision of how the law should be expressed, and rather than make an adaptation because of the unique moment, this ultimately brought about the destruction of the temple by angling Rome. Now, the historicity of all these events is really based totally in the moment, but I think you can see that they're definitely echoing things that are marked in other sources. Our major source for today, of course, is going to be none other than Titus Flavius Josephus, known in his day as Joseph ben Mattathiahu, who is actually a rather brilliant historian. He's a complicated figure. He, as his book called The Jewish War relates, he was a Pharisee who had in his youth experimented with a lot of different religious orientations within Judaism, as we shall see. There's many different expressions of how one might have been a Jew in the first century. He He ultimately was assigned the role of being the leader of the rebel forces in Galilee, where he acquitted himself, at least according to his own account, tremendously well. However, he was captured by Vespasian, a fascinating story about how that happened, the Roman emperor, or the soon-to-be Roman emperor, and he was able to kind of, through his wits, preserve his life and actually attach himself to the Roman forces as a kind of aide-de-camp, kind of advisor, interpreter of sorts, and most famously, after the war, he retired to Rome, where he wrote this phenomenal history of the war and many other books besides. He is, without a doubt, a most detailed source that we will have, but he's a problematic source in many ways. First and foremost, because after all, he was a rebel. He then ended up joining the Roman side. And what does that say about his motivation? He was writing under official Roman sponsorship, so would his narrative not be skewed towards his sponsors? We know that he wrote an earlier version of this history, which he wrote in Aramaic, but that version unfortunately was lost to history, and so we only have the version that he wrote in Greek, which was the lingua franca of the Eastern Mediterranean, and we have reading Josephus is like a puzzle into itself. But nevertheless, he is actually quite a brilliant historian, compares very favorably with the other great Roman historians of his era. He's a very compelling writer, fantastic narrative, a sense for the dramatic as well as a sense for detail, although sometimes his numbers and things like that are put into question. But that's the primary source that we will be relying on as any historian would for the study of this period. Finally, we do have several other accounts that are worthy of note. The great historian Tacitus, who tends to have a rather nasty anti-Jewish position. Cassius Dio, also very important historian, and Eusebius, an early church historian. You can see, however, though, that with the exception of Tacitus, Cassius Dio and Eusebius are writing quite a bit after the events. Josephus was participant observer himself, so he was deeply involved in all the events described. Let's start with the war beginning. Now, I really want to focus on the years 69 and 70 in particular, although the genesis of the war can really be traced back much earlier, depending on where you want to start, but I think it's more reasonable to start with the year 66, which is when we begin to have really open hostility that sharply focuses on the kingdom and Judea. The local procurator is a man named Gelsius Florus, who is widely regarded as being incredibly culturally insensitive to the specifics of the Jewish population. He had a base on the coast. There was a much more Roman-flavored city of Caesarea, or Caesarea in Hebrew, that was actually built by Herod, or significantly renovated by Herod. And from there, he would issue various proclamations and decrees that deeply offended the Jewish sensibilities, particularly in Jerusalem, where they were, for example, very much opposed to the setting up of images like Roman standards and things like that. But Gelsius Florus really could not care less. Several other incidents where the Jews felt that Gelsius Florus really did not have their best interests at heart. There were numerous armed conflicts, especially between the region of Galilee in the north, and then increasingly in Jerusalem, where there was conflict with Gelsius Florus' actual soldiers in the streets. The way things worked out over the year 66, the Romans decided to send in a legion of soldiers from the north under the rule of Cestius Gallus. And he marched down. He actually set up shop outside Jerusalem, and he could have put it under siege or attacked it. For reasons which seem unclear, he decided that perhaps his presence there had made a statement that Rome always had legions nearby, and he decided to retreat. And on it, which really I don't think was seen as a retreat, really took movement at the time. But on the way back, he was ambushed very cleverly Gallus, although he survived and managed to make his way back to Rome very briefly before he passed away, it was a humiliating defeat that these ragtag bands of zealots, of rebels, who were not representing any official faction other than, kind of like being hooligans at the time, they nevertheless were able to defeat a Roman legion at this pass shown in the image, the pass of Rome. This obviously got Rome's attention, and they decided to take still more stringent measures, and they would ultimately send it to Vespasian. Meanwhile, in Jerusalem, as the conflict with Gestius Florus is escalating and Cestius Gallus is sent packing, there's more radical activity. An individual named Menachem attacked the Roman base at Masada, and he seized all of their weaponry, which is a really amazing thing as well. And then he went to Jerusalem. And there, he actually murdered Ananias, a high priest, which was a tremendously scandalous thing to do. And there were some significant uprisings between the general population, who, although they may not have agreed with what the high priest had to say and his policies in general, they certainly weren't in favor of having these outsiders come in from the Judean desert and take over the city. One of the things that happened early on is that they burned down the place where all the local records or debts were held, and this indicates to some analysts that there were strong socioeconomic elements to the conflict, that they wanted to remove all of the records of who owed money to whom so that they could be, receive large debt amnesty. Ananias' son, named Elazar, goes and murders Menachem, who had murdered Elazar's father, and with the end of Ananias, there was basically an end to the pro-Roman posture in Jerusalem, and things just spiral further and further out of control, as we shall see. Um, Rome sends in a great general, Vespasian, one of the most talented generals, to essentially restore the honor of Rome after Cestius Gallus had lost it when he was attacked by Guerra and Alezar. And he comes into the north, and he takes his time. He arrives in the year 68, if I remember correctly, and he spends 2 years just essentially engaged in much smaller mop-up activities. In the north, onward down to the center of the country, he has plenty of time to besiege Jerusalem, but he ultimately decides not to do it, for reasons that we shall discuss shortly. But more significantly, when the Emperor Nero takes his own life, Vespasian is shortly called back to Rome, where he ultimately becomes the emperor. And the person who takes over after him is his son, Titus, who is shown here in his battle garb. I believe the individual at the bottom is Vespasian. I'm not sure, but the larger image shows that in this particular triumph, he is celebrating the destruction of Jerusalem. You can see at the top the menorah is proudly displayed there as well. This may be the triumph in Rome that occurred after the battles were all over. Now, looking at the main point that we want to get to today is to understand who is fighting whom. We've already seen some of the zealots, but let's go through the many different groups. This is going to be a bit of a blur, and it is rather confusing to try to keep track of them, but I'll try and keep us focused on the main groups. The first and the dominant group were the so-called Herodians. So-called because they were descended from King Herod, who had passed away at the end of the first century before the common era. His great grandson was king of the time, and shown on the left here, King Agrippas II, also pronounced Agrippa. He's an unusual character. Like his predecessors, they had no real power, and Roman authorities, immediately after the death of Herod, had simply kept on the Jews as kind of puppets or as client kings. From time to time, actually, strong speeches for a kind of pro-Roman orientation and stop all of this rebellious activity. It's getting out of hand, attacking a Roman legion like that. How are we going to patch this together? This particular image shows some of the key players at the time. Besides Agrippa II, who is shown on the left, looking kind of like an Oriental king, you have Festus, who is the Roman proconsul. His name means like happy, but his who have connections to Rome and want to see that connection maintained and preserved. Not necessarily because they totally capitulate to everyone that Rome wants. Berenice in particular was frequently trying to hold off some of the more negative aspects of Roman policy in Judea, but the this point, just like the kings of Judea were essentially puppets to Rome, the high priest was also a formality that was assigned by Roman sponsorship, and the high priesthood simply was, a churning kind of revolving door occupation where, you would have them replace sometimes several in 1 year. Tremendous turnover of these high priests. It was a in the Talmud, they have lots of debates in which the Sadducees are invariably portrayed in a very negative light. But like the Herodians, they want to go back to the status quo ante. They want to go back to the idea of Rome in control and Judea being, loyal subjects of the empire. They will have an especially difficult time with the so-called Bukhari, or the short knives, daggers, that's what they were named for. These were these individuals who carried these short knives while wearing regular plain clothes, as Josephus describes it, and they would infiltrate crowds and actually assassinate people that they view as their opponents, as people who are associated with the regime. Menachem, who we saw earlier, murdered Ananias, the high priest at the time, and Elazar of Shimon is another of these zealot forces who are especially feared by the Sadducees because they're in there and they're trying to take over the older aristocracy, perhaps for many of the socioeconomic reasons that we described earlier. On the other side of the ideological point from the Sadducees is, of course, the Pharisees. And I use this particular 19th century image to illustrate them because the Pharisees are generally regarded as the progenitors of the earlier rabbis. The rabbinic movement comes from the Pharisees. The term Pharisee is sometimes mentioned in a derogatory sense, perhaps derived from particular readings of the Gospels in which Pharisees are often in dispute or in debate with Jesus. But it is basically a translation of the Hebrew term Perushim, meaning those who separate. Separating in the sense that they separated from official authority, from the Herodian aristocracy, from the Romans, and so on. Josephus takes pains to note that the Pharisees are, by and large, the most popular party, that they have the support of most of the countryside, who are alienated by the violence of the zealots and the despair of any effective leadership from the Herodians. So the Pharisees are kind of like the natural leadership of the broader masses to be sure that he is in fact dead. He miraculously survives that. He's taken outside the walls of Jerusalem where he meets with Vespasian and tells him that he will one day be emperor, and Vespasian is impressed with his prophetic statement. Again, this passage is mentioned in Josephus as well, although Josephus is here and there, and it happens in the north, not in the south. But Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, okay, I want three things. The one that's especially important for us is he says, give me Yavne and its sages. Meaning, let me have the city of Yavne, which is, at the time it was called Yamnia. You can see it here in this map. It's a short distance from Jerusalem on the coast. And allow the rabbinic tradition to continue there by allowing safe passage of rabbis to Yamnia, or allow them to collect there and not be massacred by the Romans. And that, in fact, is the decision that allows rabbinic Judaism to continue because they have some safe space in Yamnia. In this context, I want to take us to another group that's very significant that also adopts a similar posture, and that is the Christians. Now, the Christian movement at this point is still very, very young. We're talking about 30 years after the crucifixion. And so it's a who knows how many hundreds of people, perhaps thousands, but that seems like a stretch. But it's definitely a small number, primarily of Jews who are impressed with the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth and believe that a version of Judaism that is described by Paul in particular is really the root to future salvation. It's kind of at this time very much an amalgam of Judaism and what will become Christianity, because the two movements have not formally separated at this point. They definitely are, up until this point, they have been praying in the same spaces, observing the same ritual calendar, regarding as holy many of the same teachings. But over the century after the crucifixion in particular, there will be a widening gap that separates the early Jewish Christian movement from the original Jewish movement. It will be exacerbated by the large inclusion of non-ethnic Jews in early Christianity. As Christianity becomes much more Gentile in ethnic composition, there's much more of reduced tendency to view the Jewish origins of the movement with the same level of charity, and that's for another discussion today. What happened to those Jewish Christians during the time of the revolt? The truth is, Josephus tells us nothing about them, probably because they're really small in size. He will have some passing comments on Christianity in another book that he would write later called The Antiquities, but he doesn't really tell us much about what was going on with the Christians at this time. Much more significant passage occurs in Eusebius's massive church history, which was written about 200 years later, and he writes in his introduction, for example, that his book is going to be a history book that focuses primarily on things that immediately overtook the whole ethnos because of their plot against our Savior. Now, it's clear from that passage that Eusebius has a particular theological interpretation of the destruction of the Second Temple that is essentially blaming the Jews and their downfall because of how they treated Jesus. This is not an argument that appears in Josephus, but it will appear significantly over many other theological approaches to the same structure. At any rate, shows you Jerusalem in the south, and here is Ella, which is clearly in the Decapolis, so there are some questions about the text itself, but nevertheless, that's what happened to the Christians. They apparently have no role in the story that we are going to describe. Okay. Now we should turn to some of the main zealots who are very active and fighting, as we should see, with the Herodians, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and most significantly with each other. John of Giscala is one of the most significant figures. Giscala is ancient Jewish halal, which means like a productive milk, which was based in the Galilee region. He was originally a moderate who was apparently alienated by the Romans as well as influences, but he was a longtime enemy of Josephus. Josephus had nothing nice to say about John of Giscala. In fact, used him as a prime instigator for some of the worst violence, both in the north and especially in Jerusalem. So again, Josephus is such a tremendous treasure as a historical source, but a very difficult treasure to work with because it's hard sometimes to parse what actually happened when you're trying to filter it by what we know about Josephus' personal attitudes. At any rate, he escapes Vespasian when Vespasian is still in the north, and he enters Jerusalem in 68. And it's at this time that John of Giscala would portray himself as an ally to the high priest Ananus, not the same person that was murdered earlier, Ananias, but he would ultimately also be murdered by the Zealots. Josephus portrays John of Giscala as kind of like pretending to be allied with the Herodians and the Pharisees and Sadducees, the peace party, but in reality feeding information to the Zealots so that they can be more effective in their attack to take over the city. He ultimately is successful in taking over a large band of followers of Elazar ben Shimon, so his forces grow very large. And also, we should remember at this time that there's different populations entering Jerusalem. Not only do pilgrims arrive in Jerusalem in large numbers for the holiday of Pesach, for example, and the holiday of Sukkot, Josephus describes this in some detail, but also there are war refugees because there's the Roman incursion to the north and chaos going on there, and in the south you have these zealots wandering around, and people are fleeing their homes looking to the big cities hoping to find some safety. But John of Giscala ultimately will execute his erstwhile allies, the Herodian aristocracy, and will ultimately be the person in charge of the temple courtyard, and he will invite Yochanan ben Tzvi, who's just another one of these bandit leaders, who takes pride in personally murdering the Herodians that he comes across. And these, by the way, of course, are all Jews. This is entirely Jewish infighting that we're discussing at this point. And now, to understand how this unfolds, we really have to see a little bit of the map of Jerusalem itself to understand where these various forces were gathered. So here's an aerial view of the city of Jerusalem as it appeared in the first century. And you can see the kind of way these squiggly lines are topographic in nature, meaning that when they are closer together, like in the Kidron Valley, which is in the lower right corner, that means a much steeper incline, and when they are further apart, it means more of a plateau. So Jerusalem is built on several of these plateaus, and there are some significant geographic separations by the valleys in the north. So we're going to look at the Temple Mount, which is located here on this particular plateau. We're also going to look at this tower called the Antonia Tower, which is the most significant military fortification of the temple grounds itself. It was actually home to a contingent of soldiers at several points in the war, and it is the base from which most of the military activity would ensue. We also have this region called the Lower City, and of course this higher class area called the Upper City, where Herod actually built his own palace. There are also several walls around Jerusalem. There is the so-called First Wall, which is kind of an extension of the wall surrounding the Temple Mount itself that encapsulates city and the lower city, but and so it's sort of like a larger expression of the Temple Mount wall itself. And then a second wall was built that protects the Antonia and reinforces some of the northern suburbs. And finally, especially as the population of Jerusalem would grow, a third wall was built to the far outside. In fact, that would be penetrated very early on by the Romans. And so now that we have a little bit of geography, we're going to return to some of the major players. The high priests and the Pharisees, again, this is one of those, this is the peace party, this is the unusual, coming together of ideological enemies saying, we may disagree about a lot of things, but we certainly can't have fighting in the streets. They call upon the larger population to repudiate the zealots who are actually engaged in wide-scale massacres this time. The zealots end up taking over the temple ground where they become trapped because they can't get out of the multiple walls, and this is the only base for such events. They do manage to stake out a messenger, however, who goes to the south to the Idumeans, which is an interesting population, and asks the Idumeans for support, claiming that they have been oppressed, like the Idumeans, by the aristocracy, by the Herodians, and would they please send troops to rescue them in Jerusalem. Now, Idumea is here in the south of Israel. It's an unusual part of Jewish history because this is the only time when Israel engaged in any form of forced conversion. And in fact, after the Idumean incident, it was decided to never again engage in forced conversion. This is something that occurred under one of the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans. And among the many negative results of this was the birth of Herod, whose father was an Idumean. And so it was widely regarded and was kind of thought that the whole idea, of course, of converting any population to Judaism was just a bad one to start with, and Herod wasn't any of the punishment that the Jews received for it. At any rate, you have this population in the south that identifies as Jewish, but recognizes their distinctiveness from the Judeans per se. There are lots of interesting discussions about patrilineal descent and matrilineal descent in this context, but again, not for this short presentation. And the Idumeans find themselves taken in by the argument that the Zealots offer that they're being persecuted by the aristocracy. The Idumeans also have a kind of a feeling that they're often looked down upon and are persecuted, so they send 20,000 soldiers to rescue the Zealots in Jerusalem. These numbers that Josephus offers have often been challenged, and we have to take them with a grain of salt. But even if it's a significant fraction of 20,000, it's still going to be a lot of people. When they get to Jerusalem, they are held off by the city walls, and the high priest Ananus comes out and says, "Hey, please understand what's going on here," and he makes an impassioned speech saying, "We are not, oppressing the zealots. They've come in here, they've committed violence, and this is not good for us. If the Romans see us all fighting with each other, it's just going to weaken our movement." And he tries with tremendous effort to keep the enemy out of the city. He is unfortunately unsuccessful because one of the zealots slips out of the city once again and actually opens up the city gates for the Idumeans. And this is when the violence just gets much, much worse. The Idumeans enter, and together with the zealots, they massacre the high priest Ananus, and this actually happened on the temple grounds. Josephus considers this the point of no return for Jerusalem, meaning before the Idumeans and the zealots murdered the Kohen Gadol, Josephus felt that maybe the Judeans could patch it up with the Romans, saying sorry about those zealots, sorry that we couldn't, keep them from destroying Cestius and Gallus' legion and things like that. Really, we didn't mean those things. But once the high priest Ananus was murdered, the population moved finally, it gets so bad that even the Idumeans regret their role, and they say, wait a minute, we came here because we thought we were being oppressed, but now we see that you are the oppressors, and they decide to leave. They leave in disgust. Before they leave, they release all of the prisoners, and many of them end up going to join another one of the zealots, Shimon bar Yoria, who was also active at this time. This particular coin shows possibly Shimon ben Yoria led off in chains by Vespasian. You can see on the right there is a picture there, something in the side against it associated with this one. He plays a very important role in the eventual triumph in Rome. Up until this time, he has not been in Jerusalem. He has been ravaging the countryside, and there's a general lawlessness that has spilled way beyond the city of Jerusalem and way beyond the Galilee region. There's this widespread hooliganism and highway robbery, literally people are being killed. Not only the regular Jews of Judea, but the Muslims as well. Incredible savagery associated with Shimon regularly amputating limbs from his prisoners, and quite often just mutilating them and sending them back to send a message to prevent any further resistance to his movement. The Zealots are actually afraid, and the Zealots in Jerusalem, they actually try to threaten him into submission by kidnapping his wife. These are all Jews fighting each other, and criminal Jews fighting each other at this time. And the Herodians have largely displaced the Pharisees have decamped, the Christians have decamped at this point. But when they kidnap his wife, he actually comes up to the walls of the city of Jerusalem and puts on such a tantrum that the zealots are actually afraid of him standing outside the walls, yelling at them, and they release his wife, hoping that perhaps he won't be mad after all. He ends up being part of the invasion of Jerusalem in the spring of 69, along with the Idumeans, and he ends up dominating the lower and the upper cities with them. Here is the map of Jerusalem again, and you can see that the forces are arrayed in three major areas. Lazar ben Shimon, one of the early zealots we spoke about, is actually in the temple itself. John of Giscala is controlling the temple courtyard, and they're like rings of walls that protect them from each other. And Shimon bar Yoria is controlling most of the upper and lower cities where most of the people of Jerusalem live. And it's a three-way fight between these three zealot forces. The Herodians are sidelined at this point, and they're simply waiting for the Romans to come in. Let's understand what happens in the context of all of that. So the fight becomes so intense between these three zealot forces that they actually attack each other's stores of grain and burn them, hoping that they will weaken each other by preventing them access to foodstuffs. And this was such an incredibly stupid and short-sighted strategy, because the Romans are going to use hunger as their primary weapon. But by destroying the grain storage of each of their opponents, they have no way to withstand the ultimate attack on Vespasian, and especially Titus, who will be very much involved in this point. Vespasian has actually gone back to Rome by now, but Titus is following the same strategy, taking his time, making forays around the north central part of Israel, down into the south of Israel, but he won't attack Jerusalem until he is completely ready. And that's essentially what happens beginning in the spring of the year 70. And this map illustrates what's going on. The famine has already been a serious problem when Titus approaches Jerusalem. And Titus thinks that he's going to have a fairly easy time attacking Jerusalem, but he's actually quite surprised because the rebels provide unusually stiff resistance. Even though they're busy fighting each other, they end up becoming quite ferocious fighters against the Romans at the same time. A couple of key examples include that the Romans settled in on one of the surrounding hills nearby, Mount Scopus and also the Mount of Olives, and they get themselves set because they're going to be building managed to make tremendous progress. Titus himself is wounded in one of these attacks until they finally are able to push the rebels back into the city. And they very narrowly evade destruction by this bold and rather unusual attack. Another example, the Romans, their way of destroying the city is going to be with lots of people and technology, specifically the building of siege engines, which are these massive towers that they can wheel up to the walls, and then they can throw things over with catapults, and they can climb over the walls with them. But it takes time to build these things, and there are certain places where they are, most ideally situated. So while they're busy building these things, the rebels actually dig underneath the ramps that they intend to use for the siege engines, and they build a tunnel underneath. They fill it with wood, and when the Romans place their laborious product of their work, the siege engine in place, the rebels set fire to the wood in the tunnels, collapsing the tunnels and destroying the siege engine. This is like hugely frustrating to Titus because this is schlepping out, so to speak. The war is going on much longer, and it's actually embarrassing to the Romans that the Jews should be having such success. Josephus puts it very well when he says that the Romans held it to be terribly disgraceful if cunning should always prevail over valor, desperation over weapons, mass over expertise, Judeans over Romans. In fact, that's what is happening in the early months of Jesus' siege, that they are able to hold them off with the combination of cunning, desperation, mass, and Judean, I guess. The last decision that Jesus makes, therefore, is he says, you know what, we're just going to use the old-fashioned route, and we are going to starve them into submission. And he built this massive siege dike, you can see, functionally the fourth wall around Jerusalem, and he mans it very carefully to make sure that no food can be smuggled into Jerusalem from the surrounding countryside. He shuts down any possibility for Jerusalem to get any provisions from the outside, and you combine that with the fact that the zealots have already destroyed their own grain stores. They descend into a horrible level of famine, which Josephus describes in very pathetic terms, involving even cannibalism and the same kind of terrible things that ironically are also described in the book of Jeremiah and in the Lamentations, destruction of the first temple. In the end, Jerusalem is doomed, and it will fall to Titus's sieges. The story behind it, however, is somewhat complex. Josephus says that Titus holds a war council and says that he wants to burn out the temple complex and take care of the last rebels, but he wants to actually preserve the temple itself. Now, it's possible that Josephus places Titus in a very positive light here, because Josephus is, of course, sponsored by Titus. He, in fact, ended up being assigned the Flavian name because of his close relationship to the Roman Emperor family. But it's also possible that Titus wanted to preserve the temple because, after all, it was like one of the great wonders of the world. It was one of the most fascinating and well-known architectural feats, renovated significantly under Herod and attracting thousands upon thousands of pilgrims from all around the Middle East, Jews and non-Jews as well. So we don't really know how true this is, but it's not impossible to imagine that Jesus did not actually want to destroy the temple itself. He wanted to destroy the rebellion, and he may have rededicated the temple to Jupiter or something like that, like Antiochus did when the Greeks conquered the region. But this is at any rate the account of Josephus gives us. Now, the rebels, in the context of this fighting, which we discussed in a little bit more detail in the previous lecture, they rush out to engage the Romans, and in that context, according to Josephus, one of the rebels grabbed a piece of burning wood and threw it through a window into the inner sanctuary, and that was actually the spark that ignited the burning of the temple itself, which continued from the 9th of His account of the destruction of Jerusalem, viewed from the lens of the Protestant theologians in Germany in the 19th century. And he concluded by saying this: a Jewish authority, in the earlier sense, no longer existed, meaning with the destruction of the temple, the ending of the sacrifice that actually occurred a few weeks earlier on the 7th of Thomas. What the Jews knew about how they were to relate to God in a physical way no longer existed. Authority itself had disappeared. The only center left for the people was the Torah. They now rallied around it with anxious and scrupulous fidelity, in the unwavering hope that it might once again, in the political community and indeed in the world itself, acquire practical validity and meaning. Fascinating discussion of this book. Hopefully,
And so it's like after having this whole thing, 45 minutes opening the show about how you comedians don't know what you're talking about. So Donald Trump, well, he's swearing to people he's never heard of, and doesn't even know what they do or whatever, but not the best way to make an appeal to expertise. But no, he doesn't have a problem with Bill Maher doing it because he agrees with him. So the issue isn't really being an expert versus being a comedian. You know, Konstantin Kazin went on this whole thing about expertise and all of this, and it's like, he also started as a comedian. Why all of a sudden does this standard only apply to me and only when I'm talking about Israel? It never applied to me when I was talking about COVID. It never applied to me when they agreed with me on stuff. They would just go little Dave breaking it down. But now there's this one topic that one guy is not allowed to not be an expert on, and it happens to be this one topic that the entire population is turning on. I should say the entire population. It's huge numbers. When someone attacks like what you do professionally versus what you're actually saying, why not just be what he's saying instead of like this appeal to authority? Right? You're not an expert, but also to ask that question is to answer that question. You can only ask me a few things in life that I can give you like definitive answers on. And even then, I might have to refer to experts. Like, you want to ask me about judo? I've been doing jiu-jitsu since 90, I think I started in 97, somewhere around there, 96 maybe. I don't know shit about judo. I know how to do a few hip tosses, but when someone is doing something, I don't know. If I go Haragoshi, I might get it wrong. Because Haragoshi might be legs on the outside versus leg on the inside. Wrestling, I got it for TC. You know, it's like even in martial arts, I'm not totally an expert. Yeah, and then there might be somebody who is like totally an expert, like say, a wrestler who went to the Olympics, right? And was like a total expert or a coach or something like that, total expert in wrestling, and they could still get something about MMA completely off or jiu-jitsu. Like happened in the last fight, the last UFC card. Daniel Cormier didn't know about the dead orchard. So he thought this person was fine because they had two arms in while they're caught in a triangle. I go, oh, this is a real submission. This is fucking dangerous. There's this guy, Nathan Orchard, who figured out how to do a triangle with two arms in. And it's replicable. A lot of guys do it now. And it was Lady at the last UFC had it. And I was like, oh shit. And Daniel didn't know it yet. There's a couple other things like the lucky choke. You don't know about jiu-jitsu. And you see a guy who's on his back and he's getting smothered, but all of a sudden he reaches under his leg. And I'm going, oh, and you don't know what's going on. Like, that's a fucking joke. I go, really dangerous one. Tyro Tomo gets you in that, you're fuck's filled. You know, there's guys, so it's like, there's areas of expertise, even in areas that I'm an expert in, that I have to call out to people. This is a stupid argument. Like, what are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? What is, what's going on? Are you funding Hamas? Is Hezbollah a proxy of Iran? Did Iran get the money to do this when Biden released the funds? Because who's allowed to be an expert on all these things? Yeah, and then of course there are things like say like do you support lockdowns? And like in order to have say an expert opinion on this policy, it's like, okay, well, you'd be like, they'd say we're following the science. So in other words, they had an epidemiologist or something like that who's arguing lockdowns will cut down on the transmission of the virus. this push forward. It was clearly apparent. I forget who it was, but some health official was being interviewed recently and said that during 2020 that Anthony Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans aren't scared enough, which is crazy. It's a wild thing to say that your goal is to make people more fearful, so you're trying to put out a narrative that makes people more fearful, which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not good at all to be scared. I don't know how many people got really, really, really sick from COVID because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out. They couldn't sleep and they thought they were going to die and they were riddled with anxiety, and that makes you attack people around you, and then you look for a solution. When these trusted institutions, which up until 5 fucking years ago, I was 100% on board with everything, with vaccines, with every medical innovation, other than psychiatric medications, which I think are pretty much overprescribed. All of a sudden, everyone's like hoping these people have the answers. So everybody's like, this is guy Jay he's also an expert. Fuck you, fuck you. It's like an anti-science, trust the science, COVID denier, vaccine denier. It's just making this fearful because everybody just responds. Fucking everybody's tuned in to all of this shit all day long. But you have to scare people. You know, if you want to implement like a tyrannical policy, you always have to scare people. I mean, that's the only way. Everyone knows, right? Like you just said, like being terrified is not good for your health. And on a human level, we also all know that it's not good for good decision making. You know, but it is excellent for I will turn my brain off and give the authority to you to go do. I mean, look, right after 9/11, the level to which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush used to fearmonger, and Dick Cheney, the vice president of the United States of America, who is a bit more than just your average vice president, he said it's not a matter of if, but when there will be another 9/11 attack. They were trying to tell the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear. Do you remember the color warnings when they had colors? Or excuse me, the war, the warning where they had colors, the threat level. Yeah. And then one day they'd be like, it's up to yellow. Yeah. I mean, we were really still traumatized from 9/11. But the thing about it is that they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the policy they wanted to start embarking on. And it was the mix of the big lie, which was the hate us for our freedom, which was like really the big lie after 9/11. It was like, because the American people very organically wanted to know what the beef was. Like 9/11 happened, everybody was like, yo, why do they hate us? What's this beef about? And their answer was, they hate you for your freedom. And by the way, this is going to happen again. So be terrified. Second off, understand that they're so irrational that their beef with you is that like your grandma can go to the grocery store. So what do you do with that? Other than say what the American people said, which is George W. Bush, you have a blank check to go attack whoever you want to and will support you. Yeah, I remember feeling it's up to these fucking guys, these hard-nosed generals and military leaders that are, these are the guys that are going to protect us now. We're going to put all our faith in them. This shit is real. And it's going on. This is, so 2001, I wasn't a conspiracy theorist. I was into UFOs. I was into Bigfoot. I was into stupid shit. I mean, I was into fun, stupid shit. You know, me and Eddie Bravo would get high and watch space documentaries and freak out about aliens. You know, stupid shit. But then the Patriot Act came along. And I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? Like, what is indefinite detention mean? When they signed the NDAA, what are you talking about? What is the month when it rhymes with cunt that act that Obama passed in 2015 that allowed them to use censorship or propaganda on American citizens? Yes, yeah. It's like, okay. Like, at what point in time do I start getting really fucking suspicious? Yeah, I read one book a long time ago. This book called Best Evidence about the Kennedy assassination. And unfortunately, I read it right before I was I was by myself. I was in Philadelphia, and I was headlining, and this is like when I was just starting to headline, right? And so, had a show Thursday, killed. Everything's great. Went back to my was man, I tried to listen, like I fucked up and I read this book right before I got here. He fucked me up. He's done that before, man. I've had you need when you have your mind blown like that, you need time after that before you make it funny. Like it takes time to like then almost go back to it. You never engage in that kind of stuff like right before you go on stage. It's scary. Yeah, anything real and ominous. So I had a second show, but I was like, okay, I can't ever do that again. But that started me. That was just peripheral. It was just the JFK. That was all interested in. I didn't get into music. I didn't get into any of that stuff. September 11th, 2001, the beginning was wonderful. After the attack, everyone was so friendly. It's terrible that this thing happened. It's terrible that these people died. But it made me think, like, we need to, every now and then, we need to get bitch slapped. You know, it's like when you see people like getting in people's faces for waving an American flag, fucking fascist, a bitch slap every now and then. Like, that guy might go fucking ridiculous. I just ran up to that veteran and I got in his face because I wanted to impress my lesbian girlfriend. What the fuck is wrong with me? I don't know how to fight. I know I got a concussion. This guy will bitch slap me. It's on TikTok. Fuck. You know, like you need that sometimes just as like a course reset. I felt like as a country, we had been doing shady shit all around the world forever, and there's real war happening everywhere, but we're super lucky because we're separated by oceans. Too much to really happen here. Oh my God, this is real. And everybody had an American flag on their fucking car. And when I was in New York City afterwards for some Fear Factor one time, and everyone was so cool. And firemen were rock stars. Yeah. Cops were rock stars. Everybody was thanking them. Everybody was thanking them for their service. It was really great. We had all these firemen for this bar. Me and the Fear Factor. These guys were fucking. It's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. It was nuts. Everybody was so thankful. Where'd that go? Yeah, I was there. I was in New York City on 9/11, and I remember. So I was in Brooklyn, like only a few miles from the World Trade Center, and like did you physically see it? No, I saw it. So I remember seeing. I think so. When I got out of school, I was in high school. I was a senior in high school, and we got out. One of the girls like forged a note, said it was from our parents or something like that. I forget exactly how it worked, but we got out. And it was like I was friends with the security guard. I used to buy weed from him. Yes, it was on 3/11. We were just all hanging out by the security guards at schools. But so he let us out. So remember, I'm pretty sure when we came to Flatbush Ave, we saw like there was smoke in the air, but all the towers had fallen by the time we got out. But there were people, so the subways had been out for a while. And where I was like on Flatbush Avenue. If anyone knows Brooklyn, it's like Flatbush and 7th Avenue. So this is like it's kind of a straight shoot down to the Manhattan Bridge, and the Brooklyn Bridge is down there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you can walk over. And so at this point already, people who were down in the financial district had just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they were going to get a cab or get on the subway. And so you'd see just like one guy in a suit and tie covered in soot, head to toe, like walking. I'm like, oh, he must have just been down there and walked up. But I remember, and this was in Brooklyn, but even there was very busy. But people were stopping and asking each other. People that you would pass on the street that never talked to were stopping and asking everyone, how's your family? Everyone okay? All right, are you fine? Like there was this like community spirit that you just didn't, you don't typically get in New York City. There's just too many people. You can't talk to everybody. But that part of it was kind of beautiful. And then of course governments do what they do and immediately manipulated that into launching wars that they wanted from before 9/11 that had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11. Which is, so the Patriot Act was a bunch of shit they had tried to pass for a while, for years. And everyone's like, what are you fucking crazy? Dude, well, this is the thing. And I guess maybe it's partly like my age, because I was 18 at the time, but this is like my coming of age, time. I will never stop being curious about all of that shit. And this is like still to this day, I'm sure you see it when I'm on podcasts with you and doing debates and stuff. I'm so angry over the war in Iraq and the subsequent wars. Libya and Syria and Somalia and Yemen and all of them, but specifically because, like, all these guys, the neoconservatives, the N-word that I'm not supposed to bring up, that's why I wrote a book that calls neoconservatism why we need it, but when I say the word neoconservatism, be careful what you're watering here or something like that, is what they said. I didn't know that this was a talking about something incredibly important. Well, like neoconservatism. Well, why would that be a thing that you can't discuss? That sounds crazy. The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturday has just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to stay in the action from kickoff to final whistle. Whether you're betting on your go-to team or making moves mid-game as momentum shifts, Saturdays are yours to own with DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's something special for first-timers. New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers. Get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Blue Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over age. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. Well, I mean, I'd say the answer is that those guys got into power. They really hijacked American foreign policy after 9/11 because they had to all be in power in the Bush administration, and 9/11 happened on their watch. But if you go back and read the shit they read, and I will never stop talking about this because it's just too goddamn crazy. But if you read all of these guys, the guys who were in the George W. Bush administration, like the signatories on the Project for the American Century, which was their think tank, the activists, like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz and Faith and Richard Pearl and David Wurmser and Elizabeth Holbrooke who took over the government, and they wrote explicitly in the Project for the American Century that they were like, okay, the Soviet Union has collapsed. We are for the first time in human history like the lone superpower in the world. So what we should do right now is fight multiple wars because no one threatens us. And so therefore, we should fight multiple wars to right now we have an opportunity to remake the world, overthrow the old Soviet Puppet states, install our own states there, and guarantee, as the name says, the new American century of dominance, the 21st century. And they specifically said they want to overthrow Saddam Hussein. And then they specifically said, and this is something that the 9/11 truthers really held on to. I'm not sure. I think they might be overplaying their hand a little bit here, but they say, there's one document in the Project for the American Century, you can find it online, where they straight up say, they go, now look, this is what we want to do, but we're unlikely to get mass American support for it, short of another Pearl Harbor type event. And so a lot of people, like Alex Jones and a lot of the 9/11 truthers, would point to this phrase and go, see, this is the proof. They knew they needed another Pearl Harbor, so they planned their own Pearl Harbor. Now, that is not necessarily true. It doesn't necessarily prove that, but it certainly does change the way you think about their mind state when they sit there watching the towers get attacked. And they all, at the very least, they all went, we got it. You know, Alex Jones predicted 9/11 in July. Yeah. But that's not quite as unique as I think some people think it is. Well, like, people, so like, you ever hear how he said, yeah, I've heard things like that's pretty good. I mean, I'm not like taking anything away from that. He was right, but there were a bunch of people who predicted it. Ron Paul himself predicted it. I predicted planes into the towers. Let's just say, no, I don't know about that. That is pretty impressive. But at the same time, you know, the planes in the towers. That's true, but the World Trade Center was attacked by Al Qaeda guys in 1993. So, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Adrian, was the funniest joke about that? He was a junior Adrian's joke about that. I don't want to butcher it on your show, but Adrian Applejuice is hilarious comedian. She had a joke about how, you know, in that song where the Eagles time to get paid above like the World Trade, they believe World Trade now, and then her bit is how they didn't believe, like he was talking about the first one, but they didn't believe it because of the second, you know, the towers came down. But then her bit is just like, that wasn't enough of a tragedy to make it believe. So it's like, it's like only a few people left it, like it was cool. But then a lot of people thought, shit, phenomenal joke right there.
Well, it's a different time.
to keep my shop and then that would eat your batteries so quickly that when you get put these songs in and be like, oh yeah, I go to the gym with like spare batteries. To me, it was so insane that I could carry music with me to the gym. Like that's incredible because you go to the gym and it'd be like the worst poison song playing, no disrespect for poison, or something like, God, I can't get into this. I'm trying to get pumped here, man. This is fucking bullshit music. Like someone's in charge of the station that they pick on the radio to just be able to carry it. But that moment of hearing that music, I was like, this is celebrating crime and murder. Like this is nuts. And murdering prostitutes. And like this is crazy that this is like a major record label put this out. And I was only 21. And I was just sitting there going, I can't even believe this is real. And I got really into it. Like I got really into Ice Cube, really into Ice-T. I listened to that when I was delivering newspapers. It was like gangster rap was like a completely different thing. So then cut to when people started digging into it. Like intelligence agencies have had, there's a weird book on intelligence agencies and their role in rock and roll music in the 1960s. Movie about Laurel Canyon, what is it, Strange Things? It's very interesting. I don't know if I buy it. Eddie Rebel's all I don't know if I buy it. But there's a lot of weird connections to the intelligence community in music, particularly hip hop and particularly gangster rap. And if you want to get really dark, you would say if you want to fill your private prisons up, what better way than have very popular music encouraging encouraging crime, encouraging outright celebrating crime and violence. That way you fill your prisons up and you also keep people scared so you can give them more laws and more rules that would make them easier to placate, easier to get them to fall in line and do what you need them to do.
Yeah, and support massive police buildups and massive, like militarization of the police and all that stuff. And I don't know, I've heard a little bit about that. I really don't know. I know Ice Cube has talked about it before, talked about it, there's undeniably this influence. There are things about it that seem crazy, but I do know that, and I don't even think this is a controversial thing to say because it's just like fact at this point, that it was the Reagan administration who did traffic in cocaine to the United States of America while they were ramping up the war on drugs. So like they're bringing in their effort to help the Contras or whatever, they're going like, okay, well these guys are drug dealers, so if we move these drugs in, we can get these money shipments to them. And then you're sitting in they're creating the conditions for the crack epidemic to explode. And then they catch one guy with a few rocks on him, and they're throwing him in jail for decades. It's like just that alone, just that one piece of information. You almost, if you're like in a sane world, you go like, oh, so the people had a revolution and overthrew that government and publicly hung all the politicians involved, and then we started over from there. And you're like, just no, they lionized that guy. But still, for decades afterwards, the Republicans at the RNC bring up Reagan, and they go, our hero was Reagan. Like, the fact that isn't enough to go, well, this guy should be remembered like as a monster.
Do you think they tell Reagan that they're selling crack in the hood? I don't think they do. I do not think the intelligence agencies let that information that far up the chain to a guy who's only in there for 4 years before he's reelected. Fair enough, not a chance.
But George H.W. Bush definitely knew, like,
He probably fucking signed the docket.
that guy was all over that. He was there, got it. He was the head of the CIA. So, but again, also you get to a certain point when you're president, and it's what Donald Trump did in a lot of ways too, where it's like, it's your responsibility. Like, if you didn't know, then that's your responsibility for not knowing.
I don't think you have an access. I do not. I do not think in cases like that you have access. I think if they're doing something like selling crack in the hood and using the money to fund the Contras, there's no fucking way you can ever kosherize that. So I don't think you ever let the president know. I think this is all black funded. I think there's layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy before you can get to any real data and information. If you want to talk about people that are doing operations in Nicaragua, you've got things going on in Iran, you've got to pay attention to Russia, this is happening here, that's happening there. There's not a fucking chance he knows they're selling crack to pay for an army. I just don't. You might tell him what you might be right about. Because why would they assume that he'd go along? Or tell him this is not a normal thing to do. I came into this office thinking I'm an actor. I'm Ronald Reagan. I came into this office thinking I'm going to be a good American and we're going to get back down to the basics and hard work and trickle down economics. And you're telling me you're selling crack? Fuck you, you're going to jail. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, because he can't. That's how Nixon got caught. So Nixon didn't organize Watergate. He tried to cover it up. That's how he got caught. We would do the same thing with Reagan. Yeah, well, let's become clean about the crack selling. Well, really? Right. Well, they could present it to them after it's a fait accompli, and then be like, so what do you want to do now? Which is what happened with Nixon, right? So it's like, well, this is going to look really, really bad. Good luck explaining this. So he helps them cover it up, and then you go, now we got you, we got you. Now she might as well have been on the planet because you helped us cover it up. And the whole thing was set up by the guy. Yeah, it was really crazy. The intelligence agencies set up Watergate. They operated it. Bob Woodward was an intelligence agent before he was ever a reporter. That was his first gig. Tucker Carlson told me that. Yeah, oh my fucking mind. It's like what rookie reporter for their first gig, their first story gets, you're going to take down the most popular president in U.S. history. He won by the biggest margin, 49 states. Yeah, he's just the dominant people, the American people had spoken. They supported this guy, and then like Bob Woodward, some 20-something-year-old reporter, he gets the biggest story in American history. He happened to just come out of naval intelligence and over here, coincidence. Did I tell you what Bill Murray told me? No. So Bill Murray was on a podcast. I was talking about Bob Woodward's movie. Yes, I hope he wrote. Look, it was what was it called? Well, he's written a lot. It's the one about pollution. What was it called? It was an iron. Okay, it's just crazy. But you're like, this guy wrote about my friend in such a distorted, untruthful way. Now I have to think about what he discovered with me. Yeah, now I know what kind of person this is. Yeah, my good friend mentioned quite a bit, but Scott Morton, who is, I think, the best foreign policy voice in the United States of America. And he's written, he wrote the best book on the terror wars called It Already, and the best book on the war in Ukraine called Provoked. So Bob Woodward's latest book came out now. He told me about this. So he just happened to be writing his book on Ukraine when he saw this new Bob Woodward book came out, and they had a quote, and I believe it was a Sergei Lavrov quote. It was like, Putin's, right hand man. And Scott said he's reading it. He goes, this quote's all wrong. He goes, the actual quote, like he was just researching this for his book, and he goes, the quote means the exact opposite of what he's claiming it means here. Like, see how he left out this part? He wasn't referring to this, he was referring to that. And then he just told me, he goes, like, so for the record, like, you can just never trust anything Bob Woodward says, because he'll take this quote and just get it, mangle it to the point where he's presenting it as if it means 180 degrees opposite of what the quote actually meant. And so, yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. And then that guy's like the historian of record. Would you ever imagine that? When all the years when I was growing up, that guy was a hero. He was like a journalistic hero. Like, he's how we know. He's how you know that in that moment, Dick Cheney turned to George W. Bush and said, Mr. President, I think we need to. And you're like, oh, but he just makes shit up. When I was a kid,
I give you a very quick overview of
all the presidents, man, who plays Bob Woodward? Which one? Was it Robert Redford or was it the other guy? Who else was in that movie? Who played Bernstein? Dustin, that's right. Yeah, so imagine that. You're Bob Woodward, you bullshit everybody, then you get to watch Robert Redford, the most handsome man alive, lead a movie, like, outstanding, look how good looking I am. And look at me kicking ass for America. But also just think about how much they could get. I remember, I was in school, and I remember hearing, like, my history teacher talking to another teacher, and this was when Bill Clinton was getting in trouble for Monica Lewinsky. So I was like in middle school or whatever. And I remember hearing them talk, and one of them said to the other, he goes, so what do you think about the impeachment? And I remember my history teacher, I thought was a pretty smart guy, and he goes, well, they're treating him like he's Nixon, but he's not Nixon. And essentially what that meant, like what he was saying was like, Nixon is the most corrupt president who ever lived. Bill Clinton just got caught cheating on his wife. Like, that's not as big a deal as being the most corrupt. But they just made that like the thing that everybody knows. Like, well, we didn't have this one corrupt president, but the system works. That's the lesson. The system works. And if you look out there, the internet works. I think it's like very hard to make that same system work the same way. Now, I mean to say that the narrative that everybody accepted was like, oh, but the system works. Like, if they know that he was corrupt, they had him step down, they got him out of there. When really the answer is much more like the intelligence agencies took over the United States of America in a hostile coup against John F. Kennedy, and then Nixon comes in like a few years later and is like essentially taken over as well. But they get the American people to believe that like what that was a corrupt president being ousted. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. There is such a thing as having too many options to choose from. Like when you're scrolling on the TV trying to find something to watch, or have you been to one of those ice cream shops where they have hundreds of different topics to choose from? It's overwhelming. The same thing can happen when you're hiring and you get inundated with applications. Well, it's time to stop stressing and use ZipRecruiter instead. Their innovative resume database can help you find and connect the best people for your role. Try it for free now at ZipRecruiter.com/Roth. What makes ZipRecruiter's resume database so special is the advanced filtering feature. You can use it to hone in on exactly what you're looking for from the hundreds of thousands of resumes that are uploaded monthly to the site. And when you find a potential candidate, you can unlock their contact info instantly. Skip the candidate overload. Streamline your hiring with ZipRecruiter. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Roth, ZipRecruiter.com/rogue. Again, right now, try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/rogue. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. It's also easy to frame things in that way because he's ugly, right? He's not a good-looking guy, and it's just after Kennedy. When Muhammad Ali retired, Larry Holmes couldn't get any love. Couldn't get any love. And one of the reasons why Larry Holmes is one of the best heavyweight champions of all time couldn't get any love is because he made the fuck out of Muhammad Ali. And everybody was sad. Everybody hated him because of that. And you never, like, you're Nixon, you're following JFK got shot in the fucking head. We got assassinated, someone assassinated the greatest president of all time, this good-looking guy, was going to really change things, didn't believe in secrecy, and was talking to the American people like we have hope and dreams, wants to put us on the moon. He got shot in the head, now we got this ugly fuck. Wonderful LBJ, it's like, yeah, really think also in hindsight, he just is, he wasn't that good looking. He also came off as kind of, well, I was going to say he's also very authoritarian, which is unfortunate. When you have a society where you do have ubiquitous crime, you do need some kind of an authoritarian leadership.
Welcome.
Not saying,
What's up, Kat? How you living, Pam?
you need
My friend has microphone now.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Yo, how do you say your name? How do you say your name?
we don't know.
It's Kakitas?
Yeah.
All right, how are you, Kakitas?
Yeah, call it whatever you want.
That's what I'm calling you, baby.
How are you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? Do you not understand what I'm saying?
No, I'm just having a little bit bad internet right now as well.
Oh, that's okay.
Internet is not too
Like,
good.
I just asked, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
Excellent. Well, very well. Did you have a chance to hear what I said earlier?
My internet was very bad, but I was at my university in Qatar, so.
Okay, well, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
All right, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure, you can.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. I not only stream my life for world peace, but I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penny News, worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations for those less fortunate. I'm an advocate for life straw technology, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I talk about futurology topics such as anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum computing, nuclear energy, geothermal energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, things like alien disclosure, things like perhaps time travel, things like invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003, with a Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat, located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind blowing feat. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting. Additionally, they have made headlines recently with their dire wolves. If you saw in the news, their dire wolves are about a year old now. Joe Rogan has met them, but they've created three dire wolves, two males and one female. Additionally, I talk about things to help you, your friends, and family live longer. If you want, with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as life extension technology, where we can utilize types of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, peptides to be able to increase the average life expectancy for someone like you from age 80 to age 100, 120. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. Everything that you said came true, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is with your consent. Again, consent is very important. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to have a future at a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Pretty cool actually.
Word, dog.
When do you think this is gonna be possible?
Well, probably within at least a generation. We're already able to transfer memories of mice. So there's already some studies that have been able to transfer mice memories, basically rodent memories, from one mouse to another, where you essentially take a mouse, you have it complete a maze several times, and then you scan that mouse's brain and transfer that memory into another mouse, and then the second mouse is able to do the maze flawlessly without ever having done it before. That's how you know you've had a successful memory transfer. And we're already at that point, so probably within a generation, so maybe 20 years or so, we'll have life extension to the point of mind uploading, and then people will have the opportunity to perhaps be able to live indefinitely.
Cool.
There you go. I heard you're in school. What are you studying?
Uh, I don't know what is it called in English. It's kind of like civil engineering.
Oh, okay, very smart. Excellent. And Kat, you said that you have 4,000 people in your Discord. How do I get it so that I get 4,000 people in my Discord? How do I use your bot?
I mean, it's not public bot. You just use it for private needs, but it really depends on also what you do, because with me, when people search for bot followers, it's very easy to compete in that field and spam it, because there's like only 100 servers even being active in that field in Discord. So we can just spam it pretty much. But I don't know which keywords would be like effective for you to get members through the same method as we use.
I've got you.
But what you're doing right now seems to be working pretty well, because
They got you
I
in here.
found here,
Exactly. Okay.
my friends here, and it works for you.
Yes, it does. Okay. So basically, you in Discord, let's say, have a link
Yeah.
to your Discord,
So
and one.
in this part you can only add your server once, but you can create multiple servers, and then you can automatically, because in this part it's important that you bump the server. So every 2 hours you have to execute a command in Discord. The Discord has listed to make your server the first server, which means that in every 2 hours you can bump your server by executing a command and get it in out of the board. So if you have multiple servers, you can just bump it in in shorter periods than 2 hours, and you can make the other servers redirect to your server by having only your invite link placed inside those servers.
I understand. How do you bump your server on
So that's
Discord?
what we do. So, do you have your server listed on Discord?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's okay, yeah. So basically, do you have any private channels here? You have general and message here. So basically, you just have to do. Can I add you in Discord actually? Which one is your main account?
Sure, I'll add you.
I can send you the command.
You should have an
So basically, they have one channel. If you have this server listed in Discord, all you have to do is execute /bump. And what my bot does, it simply executes /bump automatically, and it cycles through my Discord accounts, executes the bump in every single one of my servers every 2 hours. So this allows me to stay on top of the list all the time because I have multiple servers and I 24/7 through my server in the cloud, VPS virtual private server, I can bump it automatically. So it's some automation and a lot of servers that you need to have. So we do.
I understand.
But with you would have to figure out which are the keywords that you want to target. Just like when you do Google advertisements, you have to choose the keywords that people find you by. And if you want to think, would you like to target the community keyword? Would you like to target like cat? Would you like to target sports keyword? Whatever thing is, list your server and have it automatically do that. But it requires some manual work because you have to create the servers and create the accounts and then you have to set up the bot. It's very simple, but I give the bot private. If you want, I can set up it for you, but it would require some work from your end as well because I need them accounts for it so I can make it run on my server.
I understand. Maybe we do that in the future. So does Discord have a bot that you use to bump?
So basically, when you add your server to Discord, it will have you add the Discord bot to your server, which then responds to the comments, which then communicates with the website, bumping your server on top of the leaderboard.
Okay, so I'm on Discord, but I don't have a Discord server. Discord bot, I should say.
So I think, let me actually, you see my DMs? I sent you something. It's in the comments, so let me show you, send you the thing for you. Yes. Here, you go in here. Yeah, okay. You go in here and you log in with your Discord account. You have to log in with the account that has admin privileges in this server.
Right.
So you can actually manage it from there.
Right. Okay.
And then you should see the server there if you have set it up, and if you haven't, then you can just click on add a new server, and that lets you decide a description for your server, and it lets you decide up to 5 keywords, which will be the things that people actually use to search your server. And you talked about Google ranking before, so basically we don't even get our people through Discord. They search something in Google, and that then takes them to Discord website, which we are displayed as the first result because we are targeting the exact keyword that they searched for.
Right. Okay.
For my server, the keywords would be like followers, TikTok followers, Instagram followers, all of this. And when people search Discord, TikTok followers, Discord, they find the Discord website that specific page lists them. Results for that tag or keyword.
Sure. So maybe I didn't have a Discord. So I had Discord.me.
Yeah, that's one of them. There's so many sites, but I have my bot is designed for this port.com because this port that no, not this port.com, this port.org because this port.org is the one of the most original, and because it's one of the most original, one of the most used websites for this type of stuff.
Right. Okay, so I'm gonna add mine to that.
And you have to be very like you don't need to do that much research, but you need to like actually think about which keywords you're gonna use. So it could be if I was you ever probably do like social, community, and maybe I don't know, politics is like kind of rough keyword, but
Right, I understand.
you need up to 5.
Okay.
And you should definitely put 5.
Right.
It doesn't hurt to have as many as you can have. But that's the most important part, the keywords.
Okay, I think I could figure this out now.
But this is what works for us.
How
As
many?
you most likely understand, it's everything works for different type of stuff. For you, what you have been doing seems to be working. This, what we do, might work for you as well.
Absolutely.
But like keywords like community, there is much more competition. And if there is much more competition, that means you need more bots, which means you need more servers, which means only way to compete is to have like if we need for our keywords around 20 servers, which we have right now. We had 60 before. Right now we have 20 servers that all point to our main server.
How many people?
So you might need
how many
100.
people? How many people in your main server do you get per day?
So in the peak, when this stuff was a little bit more active, we got 120 people joining every day.
Wow.
And now we get around 40 to 50 people joining every day.
That's really good. Okay, I'm doing it. And then what do you do with your server?
So your server, if you are adding this server, it will be just like when anyone clicks it on Discord, they will just be directed to this Discord server. They will just direct you to the invite link. But if you want to do what we are doing, then when you add additional servers on separate accounts, then you only place the invite link of this server inside those servers. So when people join it, they can just see, okay, it's directing me to this one.
Right? Isn't that difficult though? Because it's like people are like, well, what's going on with this?
Yeah, they might wonder what's going on with it, but it works at least for us.
I gotcha. Okay.
It might differ based on the targeted category, but for us it seems to be working.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay. You need to follow our guidelines. Okay, save. Man, doesn't Discord do a lot of captchas?
Discord does 8 chapter quite a lot. 8 chapter is one of the most powerful chapters out there.
Yes, it is.
At least one of the most difficult to bypass with bots.
That's right. Okay, so it says this server is currently under review.
Yeah, that's automated, so it takes like 20 seconds maybe. When you refresh the page, you will see that it has been accepted most likely.
Okay, excellent. Okay, just waiting on it. And then there's a bot that needs, or it added a bot.
Yes, the bot is what you communicate with in your own Discord server, so you can actually bump the server. But we have to do execute one command in your server now that you have added the. You have to like create the invite channel, which means you have to define which will be the channel that they see when they join the server. So you kind of need like one channel in this Discord server where you can communicate with the bots.
Right, I got it. I've got a moderator channel that I can do.
Yeah, so you want to talk to the bot there, and do you want to actually second, I think it was this comment which we had to execute in the moderator channel to finalize the setup for Discord.
And then what's the point of your main server? What does it do?
So we, like I said before, we just sell code for hours. It's just when I spend time on PC, I don't want it to go fully to based. Maybe I play video games, which is kind of a waste of time. So while I do that, I want to make some money on the side. So it's just about selling stuff. I can show you. This is my server, but it actually has been banned on Discord, but it doesn't matter because we have external servers.
Okay, it says, welcome.
Orex.
How are you?
Thank you.
I can't. Just one moment.
Yes.
Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. Just one moment.
Yes, we can't hear you that well anymore. It seems like your voice is not coming in from the same source anymore.
Right, it isn't. Just one moment. I'm here. Just one moment. I have to restart just refresh the page. Just one moment.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay. All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I still can't hear me. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? It's definitely down. Okay, just one moment. Let me see what's going on. All right, there we go.
Okay, now it's perfect.
Excellent.
It's perfect.
All right. Was that your friend who was in here?
Yeah, my friend just joined.
Excellent.
Another one. He just said he had to go for 5 minutes.
Yes, I heard him. Apologies.
he's really confused right now, but maybe you can tell him also when he's back.
Absolutely. Okay. So I'm doing what you said to do. Authorize.
So we just need one channel to communicate with the bot, and then you just have to create invite and set the invite channel as your welcome channel, which after you will be able to bump it, which will put the first server in the keyword search for the specified keywords that we have listed it for. And what we do is that we have multiple servers which are all automatically being bumped. That's what I have been trying to explain.
Right.
So they are basically being bumped in parallel. So instead of every 2 hours, which is the cooldown by Discord for the bumping, we can bump it every 5 minutes with 20 servers.
I see. All right. That's cool. And it does it automatically?
Yes, that's what we use. We use the server, and I have basically captured the request that goes to Discord when you execute slash bump, and then I have made a list of Discord notification tokens, which I have in a list, and the specified channels for the bump, and the bot basically, or the script basically, just sends the bump message sent request for each of the accounts each 2 hours, so they keep getting bumped automatically.
Excellent. All right.
So basically, I have automated the site in Discord,
Right.
which is the bumping.
I got you. That's cool. And then, apologies. I know I asked this question, but I want to make sure I understand correctly. The the overall point of your main 9x9 Discord is what?
Selling bot services,
Gotcha. Bot services for Discord?
not for Discord, we would get banned instantly if we did that.
Right.
So for other social media, so basically, when people want to be famous on the internet, they want to have a lot of followers, they might even want some brand deals. As you said, even gig streamers, they just bought their viewers, so that's what we just provide for them.
Okay. I got you. How much are Kick streamers or Kick viewers?
We don't get many sales for it because we don't advertise for it, but we sell them for around 10 USD per 1K for 30 minutes. It's expensive,
Yeah.
but you can get them for cheaper
Yeah.
elsewhere.
I understand. So that's kind of always been my issue as well. Is I stream for such long periods of time and from so many different accounts that to bot myself is very, very expensive.
Yeah, and it's not worth it. The bots don't help you in any way.
Right.
People have this misconception that if they have a lot of viewers, that will somehow interest other people into watching them. But in the end, nothing else matters but the type of content you're providing. If it's not interesting, then then if it's not interesting to major it, then it's difficult to get viewers. But the bot stuff never helps you. It never helps you in anything. I would personally never buy any type of bot services unless I was like a very new brand and I have wanted to like show to my clients, yeah, I have other clients too. Look at my Instagram, I have some followers, blah blah blah. Blah. It's not worth it to be honest to buy anything related to the bots. And if I'm aware, if I'm correct, I think since last no 5 months ago, the United States made it illegal to buy bot services, so we can't even sell it to USA.
Is that true?
Yeah, so they made it. That's like they made it illegal to buy fake influence online because that's very common to fake brands into giving you brand deals based on the fake followers,
Yeah, everybody.
fake audience. Yeah.
Exactly, everybody does it though.
Yeah. So that's why they have made it illegal to actually even buy this stuff in USA, but that's only for USA, and I'm not based in USA, so I don't need to worry about that much.
Right. So let's say somebody I don't want it, but let's say I say, hey, I wanna buy followers from you. Would you be like, hey, you're not allowed to do it in the United States?
To be honest,
Yeah, why do you
I
care?
think,
Why do you care?
to be honest, I'm not that obedient to it.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, so let's look that up. Yo, dog, tell me everything you know about the new U.S. law that made it illegal to buy followers on social media. Because if this is true, nobody's following it. All right.
Yeah, nobody knows it, and to be be honest, as someone who doesn't sell it inside, from inside USA, it's hard for me to care about this.
Yeah, no, I understand. So in August 2024, the FTC finalized the rule as part of the consumer use of consumer reviews and testimonials framework. The sale bans the sale or purchase of fake indicators of social media influence, including followers, likes, views, subscribers, shares, comments, etc., when used in a way that misleads consumers or is intended for commercial gain. Specifically, fake indicators are defined broadly: bots, hijacked accounts, fake accounts, or accounts using someone's information without consent. The rule applies only if a buyer knew or should have known that the indicators were fake and they were used to materially misrepresent influence for a commercial purpose. Penalties are hefty, up to $51,744 per violation. The FTC now has clear enforcement power against deceptive practices involving fake reviews and fake social media metrics. All right, so it came from the Duvini case. Back in 2019, the New York Attorney General reached a uh, precedent-setting settlement with Duvini LLC, the company that sold fake followers, likes, and views. That settlement marked the first time a law enforcement agency found such practices, especially when involving stolen identities, as illegally deceptive. Later, in October 2019, FTC settled with Davini for $2.5 million dollars in its first ever complaint challenging the sale of fake social media influencers. All right, interesting.
But this, of course, doesn't touch like botting your Discord server with tools that we use, for example. It's not deceiving anyone. It's just making it impossible for other people to find other options.
Right, and I don't do it for commercial purpose, and I don't think you do either. So that's kind of on the person who does it. All right, you said it.
But this yeah, tell me.
You said Discord usually takes like 30 seconds to be under review.
Yeah, it shouldn't take long. So if it takes long, that's some people have said that it might take long, but for us it's very fast for sure.
I understand, probably because your servers are pretty small too. Like they're when you start them.
That might be it.
Yeah, when you start them, nobody's in them, and they also don't have any sub channels.
Yeah, exactly. You understood it perfectly. You
Yeah.
just have it as a redirect server, like a gateway pointing to the main server.
Exactly. But with mine, it has a lot. So, wow. So basically, if I understand this correctly, and I think I do, you'll just get random people who go to discord.com and they're just looking for people with whom they can interact. And the default setting is not show me the biggest servers, it's bumped recently. And because
Yeah, exactly.
right, and because yours are always being bumped, there's a very good chance you're going to be really high on that list for very popular keywords. And
yeah, and we can affect it by adding more servers. If 5 minutes is not enough, let's say we target even more popular keywords, then we have to have 500 servers, and we can have it very short period of time, almost always be visible.
oh, very cool. Welcome. Apologies, I couldn't speak earlier. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Oh, and then, but this is a different friend, right? We already talked to.
Yes. There is two people. There is two people in the call of my friends here.
Absolutely.
You already told them.
Yeah.
What you're doing, basically.
Absolutely. So.
I'm not sure if you mentioned that you stream for 4 years already.
Well, I do. I say I do it for 3.5 years. Yeah, that's in my opening spiel. Okay, so with this board, then you do you have to create multiple Discord accounts or just multiple?
Yes, because this board system is kind of intelligent. So it sees that one account is added in multiple servers. It shares the cooldown in the bump. So when the cooldown is shared, it's pointless to bump many servers because you could just, if the cooldown gets split in half, like if the cooldown is by account, it's not really by server, so it's by account. So if I make 10 servers on one account, then I'm just gonna be able to bump one of them each 2 hours. So that's why you need to have multiple accounts
So the cooldown with the servers is not shared.
I understand. Okay, so if I like, what's a keyword that you focus on?
So we just focus on very specific stuff. So TikTok followers, Instagram followers.
So if I just type in,
before it was followers, but Discord banned that.
if I type in TikTok followers, and then
yeah, you have to type TikTok dash followers because they have basically banned the followers tag. So only way to find it is to have the dash there. But we don't get the people directly from Discord. They search it in Google, but because Discord has very good Google search rankings, they end up on Discord when they find the keyword. So people don't actually type it in the search of Discord. They type it in Google search and then they find it. Find the Discord listing because Discord is ranking the highest related to Discord content.
Right, that's brilliant. Okay, so if I go to TikTok followers, TikTok dash followers, and then I go to bumped recently.
You should see like a lot of new servers. We just got almost all of our servers banned, so we don't have that many right now. But you should see like a lot of servers. They look the same. They look. Let me actually see what's the status right now.
Like, is Instagram Boom? Is Instagram Boom yours?
Yeah, all of these, let's say new.
Social.
The first eight servers you see are ours.
Oh, cool.
And sometimes we even got members in the servers, so people just don't look at the one member online. But right now it's not so stable that we have got that members there. It's supposed to work much better, like I said, 120 before. Now it's only 40 people because Discord has been banning these tags quite a lot, and yeah, it's more active in the summer because people go outside more, they meet other people, they feel like they need to be more social, and when they need to get that feed, they want to buy followers to look more social.
Right.
In summer, and summer is kind of over, at least in most of Europe right now. So.
Right. I want to tell you, this is a very smart tactic. Very good.
It has been done before, but we have very different system in the end because I only like the bot only needs to run in as one process on my server. It doesn't need to be like multiple process or anything. People might do this, but they might manually go ahead and bump them servers. But I kind of reverse engineered the Discord message command and message thing is actually different for Discord request wise. So I tapped into that. And
now I have a question.
it worked at least for this.
If you go to Discord, there's a bump option within Discord. Are you aware of that?
Yes, but we don't use it because it's easier for Discord website to track that they're automating stuff if we are doing it in their system. But if we do it in Discord, and we are aware that Discord doesn't care that they send one bump command each 2 hours per account, we get away, like they can't like recognize that they're doing it automatically, which is not allowed by the TOS by the way, which doesn't matter because it's just some free service on the internet. They don't really lose any money if we break the TOS.
Right. Very smart. Very, very smart. Impressively smart. I know that you said other people have done this, but impressive.
Yes, but not in the similar way.
Right.
As we did it. And I didn't know that other people had done it when I figured it.
Yeah, so let me think about this. Okay, so you basically create a Discord account and a Discord server. And you don't create like 10 Discord servers under one admin account, right? Or you do?
Yes, no, because the cooldown is shared.
Oh, the cooldown is shared. Okay, so one Discord account under one server, and then you'd create like, I don't know, 10, 20, 30, 100 of those accounts, and then your bot just comes in and bumps it, and then you're always at the top.
Automatically sends the bump comment on each account where you want time frame by the program.
Very smart. Now I'm actually gonna join. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Discord, and I'm gonna look up your you've got Discord. I'm gonna type in TikTok followers. And You've got. Are you Instagram Boom?
Yep, that one for example.
Excellent. So then I'm gonna go. It's gonna take me to Discord, Instagram Boom. So you've got 109 members, and you don't care about those people. You only care that they filter to your main account.
Can you see? I didn't entirely understand what you just said
Sure.
there. Like
You
I
don't.
understood
You don't
what you
care.
said, but I didn't understand.
You don't care that Instagram Boom has 109 people. You care whatever the link is within Instagram Boom has more people, right?
Yeah, yeah. So because that's where the sales happen. That's where the customers actually buy the stuff we sell for them. So and if you join Instagram Boom, you will see that the only channel is saying something about verify
Verified.
here, or this is just a verification portal. It just they might have the concept, what is this? But then we just
I see
because
it.
verifications
I see it.
exist everywhere online.
I
So
see
we
it.
just tell them, oh, it's
Absolutely.
just a verification.
Fucking brilliant,
Just
dude.
click
It's
here,
fucking brilliant.
verify.
It's a really, dude. I'm gonna tell you this, Kat. I see people who try to trick the system every single day. I do it myself. I love new ways to trick the system. This is a good one. Okay, so now you were saying you only do it for things that are relevant to you, like TikTok followers and that kind of stuff. Because I
Yes,
imagine,
so it's very important that you target exactly what you think that the people who would look at your kind of stuff search for.
right now, I imagine it's very difficult to get like for chat or karaoke.
Yes, that's very competed.
Yeah,
It's difficult only if you don't have time to create 500 servers. But if you have time to create 500 servers, you will pretty much manage it. But when you do it in such mass, there is a little chance that some Discord system will be alerted that boom, 500 servers with community tag just appeared.
right. And
So
so,
it might be.
what happens when they ban you?
So they have a kind of a dumb system. So all you had to do just create a new server under the same account. They almost never even ban the account. So all we need to do is create a new server at that point. And we have the profile pictures of the server saved in a file. We even have their name saved in a file. So all we need to do is just create a new one. Boom. That's it.
Absolutely.
The ban is just a ban, just like you do on Kick. If you get banned for some of your accounts, you just make a new one.
Right. Now, do they ever ban um, they ever ban your main account that you have on Discord?
The accounts never get banned, but our main server has been banned long time ago.
That's what I figured.
Because it's just like when we started having our server in Discord, it wasn't even not allowed to have this type of server there. But nowadays, it's not allowed to have this type of social media follower selling service on Discord. So we just got banned out of nowhere without warning because the rules just changed. So we don't have it anymore. That's why none of the servers in Discord directly say anything about selling followers. It's just about community server, join here to gain followers together, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Because they have automated AI system that scans the description of the server, and if it finds in the description some mentions of selling something, they just automatically ban it.
I understand.
But for you who just do community and chat, there will be no problems, but because this is exactly what the platform named Discord is intended for.
Right. Now, let's see, if I go to Discord and I go to like, so I always wondered why does it say bumped recently? Like, who's going to those? They just generally would go to the biggest, most popular ones and work their way down. But now I understand why. It's in Discord's best interest because then they get a bot in your server, and
Yeah, they can get information from it, and they can get people can see the bot, and usually people have the bumping set to public channel, so other people can bump it. Not the bot. I have it in private channel, the bot bumping it, but they have it in public channel, so other people see what is this? The server is being bumped. Oh, maybe I can get members with this my server as well. And when they do that, they go to discord.com, discord.org, and they see the advertisements placed on the site, so they get more people see the ads on the side by having the bumping thing kind of,
I get it.
but they want people to bump it because that keeps them engaged in Discord.
I get it. Now, isn't there a bot that could just automatically type in bump in a server for people?
So bots have a little bit different way of interacting with Discord. So Discord bots interact through the Discord API with Discord, while you just interact through the Discord client. So bots cannot actually tell bots to do stuff. That's
couldn't a bot?
Bots can, because the commands can only be executed by Discord user accounts.
Oh, okay.
So the bots can't execute bot commands.
I understand.
In Discord, that's how Discord is basically built.
I understand. Now, you've got like, you don't have 50 different Discord, or maybe you do. Do you have like 50 different Discord accounts that are all logged in to like a browser, and it just goes through and hits bump?
So they're not logged in the browser because Discord has this varied method of authentication. You have your way of botting stuff, which is like graphically doing it on the PC,
yes.
Which can't be really stopped. But Discord has this way of authentication called the Discord token. So basically, if you send any request to Discord API, all you need to do is say one like master password type of thing that just authenticates the account to do anything. So I can have a script side thing that just sends request to Discord with my account authentication token that tells execute this command in this channel at this time.
Right.
So it just made sending requests to Discord API. It's dumb that they allow it, but they do allow it, so we do it.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, so I have, maybe this could, I don't know, you don't really need it because your stuff already works. All right, but I have the ability to open up multiple instances in a browser. There's an extension for Mozilla Firefox that allows this. So I could be logged into, let's say, 50 different Discord accounts simultaneously, and I just have my little bot go through and open up each one and then bump the thing every 2 hours.
You could do that. But with Discord, you said you can have multiple login authentications going on at the same time without you kicking you out from the one account that's logged in.
Right. Yeah.
So you could do that, just like you do this thing.
Yeah.
You could make it work like on your the idea you can do it your way.
Right. No, absolutely. So I am not against it. I think I think for you it's brilliant because you're pushing something, which is bots. I don't really push anything. I'm really here to just talk with people, and on top of that, I'm here to talk with adults. I don't want people who are under 18 to come in here just because specifically I don't want to talk with children. The topics that I discuss are generally more mature topics. So if I just went in and like botted the word, let's just say chat, people are gonna, come in here and they'll be like,
yeah.
Like I'm gonna talk about anime, and I'll be like, okay, well I don't really know anything about anime. Do you want to talk about the future of society? And they'll be like, no, like our interests aren't necessarily the same. Now with yours, it's like everybody who types in TikTok followers has one thing and one thing only on their mind, and that's they want to.
Totally get your
exactly.
Point.
I get yours.
It's much more difficult to target your audience with this method.
That's exactly right.
This is what works for us.
No, I completely understand that. What does work for me though is spamming people's chats, because I can put a big message in there, and usually something that I say is going to catch somebody's attention. Like, why is this person talking about Santa Claus machines and invisibility cloaks and making me a trillionaire? Like, one of those things is going to be interesting to somebody, and they'll either put my Discord link in and figure it out or not. One other thing that makes it really difficult for what I do is I'm asking people to social media leap, or basically go from one social media to another. I'm asking someone to go from Kick to Discord. With yours, you're basically asking people who are already interested in Discord to some extent to just join another Discord server, which isn't that difficult. Welcome. How are you?
Yes.
Is this your friend?
Yeah. I don't think it takes. Oh, he does.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
I think you might already have told him.
Oh, okay. I may have already told him. Did I tell you?
Well, I already heard you.
Excellent. Absolutely. Well, how is your day going? Excellent. Hey, Kat, what's up with you and all your friends liking cats?
They have this amazing but a neutral animal.
Okay.
They have interesting personalities. They're random and everything. It's not a cult, but all of these people are somehow related to my Discord server. They are either moderators or the staff members. So
very
it's
cool.
just also funny to have the cat profile pictures in the staff team.
Absolutely. Do you like tigers?
Yeah, they have amazing animals as well.
Definitely. Okay, so you like big felines, you like small felines?
Just any animal, basically. Cats are just funny for Discord, I would say.
Okay, and they're very popular on the internet.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay, do you watch any other kick streamers? Who are your favorite kick streamers?
I don't watch a lot of entertainment, to be honest.
I
I
understand.
watch movies sometimes, but the only type of kick streamers I watch is Finnish people getting drunk and doing stupid stuff.
I've gotcha. Are there a lot of Finnish kick streamers?
Probably dozen, like 10.
Okay, so not that many.
Yeah, actually, like active ones that actually get any viewers. There is of course many small ones. But
Right. In fact,
Finland is a small country as well. We have 5 million, 5.5 million, 5 million people and 5.5 million people.
right. Population-wise, it's not that small land-wise, but I understand what you're saying. Okay, so
Yeah.
we have like maybe 12 different kick streamers. What about Twitch? Do you do Twitch?
Do I watch Twitch myself?
Yeah.
Not that much. It's kind of not much content in Twitch or kick interests myself, so don't watch it that much. But YouTube, I watch some educational videos sometimes.
I understand. You know, the strategy that I use for Twitch might work for you. Actually, it might work for you really well. You want people to buy Twitch followers, right?
Yeah, they buy quite a lot actually.
Okay, excellent. So what I would do if I were you is just do what I do, but for your service. So, okay, here's what you do. And I can teach you how to make this bot just the same way I do my bot. It's not hard. Meaning you don't need to know any programming. It's all what you see is what you get programming. But okay, what I would do if I were you is I would create a random Twitch account, and then I would program my bot just like I do to go to people's channels and to create a clip of them, and then in the clip I would put my link to my. You want people to go to your Discord, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
That's true.
I would put, cheap Twitch followers and the link to your Discord, and then that's all the bot does, and then it moves on to the next person. The reason why this is a very good strategy for you is eventually Twitch will delete or will ban your account, but all of your clips stay. Does that make sense?
So it's same with Twitch as it's same with Kick.
Exactly.
She told me about this for Kick, but I didn't know it's the same thing for Twitch.
It's the same thing for Twitch. So, for instance, if I go to any, I mean, you can almost do this for any streamer, but okay, if you can, go to Kick and go to the streamer Shakti G, SHAKTY
Well, can you repeat the name?
Sure, it's Shakti, SHAKTY G, Shakti G. S.
I'm not sure if I get that.
Sure. S is in Sam. H as in Henry. A as in Abraham. K as in kangaroo. T as in Tara. Y as in yo-yo. G as in gorilla. Shakti G.
Shakti G.
Yeah.
Is HTV.
Okay, do you see Shakti G?
1 second to see if I can find it.
That's okay.
I mean, I entered every letter you said, but I still don't find it.
Okay, so in the search for kick, type in S as in Sam.
You
H.
said kick?
Kick.
Oh, it was kick?
Yeah, kick.
Yeah, then what is that? Still, okay, let's try again.
S,
For Sam?
S is in Sam. H is in hippo.
Yep.
A is in alligator.
Yep.
K is in koala.
Yep.
T is in tiger.
I found it. Shakti G.
Yes. Now go to his.
16,000 followers.
Yeah. Now go to his clips.
Yeah, I see it.
Now scroll down.
Yeah, I see YouTube Rabbi Rothschild.
Exactly. And what I'm saying is that if you want to sell followers, that's the way to sell followers. I feel, because those clips don't go away, and they're very strong for Google because they show up right at the top of Google results.
Yeah, that's actually a very good idea. I'm definitely gonna utilize this after we launch our website again, because we had a website before but we closed it. If you launch our website again, we will use this because this is very, very good for like Google SEO ranking, getting your website up to the top. This might actually be the way to do it.
That's exactly right. And you can use it for like any keyword. So whatever you want. I mean, so I have found that it depends the platform that you use. TikTok, or I should say Twitch, seems to be banning my accounts about once every 12 hours or once every 24 hours. But again, that's not that big of a deal because I just create another one. And if I have to create a new account every 12 hours, actually, I create 5 of them. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that much work. And it posts like 250 clips in that amount of time. So with 5 different accounts, that's like 1,250 unique links basically advertising what I do. It's a very good way to do this. Now, there are some, I don't want to say drawbacks, but the thing that I find is that very few people actually look at people's clips unless they're a really big streamer. And
yes, but the even more important part is the Google ranking.
Yes.
Because
for you,
we won't get any people joining our server if this part didn't rank so high.
Right.
So we could really bump our website ranking with this system you have.
Yes, exactly right.
If we ever open a website again.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we had a website, but it was very hard to do because in Discord this is not very well competed. But in the internet, like actual website selling, it has so much competition that we are on like the 20th page of Google or even much more further. But if you said that video content actually increases your search ranking even more, this would be the perfect way to get our website displaying as number 1 in this thing.
Exactly. It not only is very powerful. Absolutely. It's not only very powerful for the search results, it's very powerful for image results because it'll just take a screenshot of whatever you have and the alt text will be the text that you put in for your title. It's very powerful for Google video rankings, obviously, because it's a result It's a video that just has your text in the title, and then it's very powerful for AI because AI crawls all of this for the information. So when people are like, "Hey, how do I get TikTok followers?" It'll be like, "Well, some popular TikTok services are 9 by 9. That is at discord.com discord.gg /9x9 because and the reason why is because you're everywhere. Like when you ask Grok or anything about me, it got all of
Yeah, after
it got all the information from the stuff that I posted.
can I test ChatGPT?
Absolutely, go for it.
Let me ask. Searching the web.
Because there are other Rabbi Rothschilds, it's best to put in who is Rabbi Rothschild the streamer.
Yeah, that's what I just put in. It found the picture of you that the one that has California in it and Guinness World Record.
There you go.
That's nice. That's nice. This is a really good way. Even getting AI exposure. That's wild. People just look at Google search as exposure, but not many people think about that in future they might want AI exposure. I guess the earlier you step in the
And believe it or not, AI exposure is the most important of all the exposures.
yeah, it's gonna be in the future as well.
Absolutely. I
But
mean, that's what I'm
but
saying.
you asked me if my friend here what you do, and I have one friend here, one of the cats named Dex, who never heard anything because he was muted.
Absolutely.
Or he
Dex,
had speech.
absolutely. Dex, how are you today?
Oh, I'm fine. How about you?
I'm lovely. Thank you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure. I'm actually interested.
Excellent. Apologies to everyone who's heard this multiple times or so. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years, nearly 4 years. I have more content on the internet than any person in global history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's most valuable resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make sure you and our friends in here and everyone who's helped me along the way not only become financially independent if you're not already, I want you to be able to have generational wealth. And most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Dex?
Sounds great.
Excellent. I talk about things to improve the world in addition to ending world wars through world peace, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria in order to help the less fortunate. Another thing of which I am an advocate is the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things for the benefit of society, futurology topics. I'm a futurist. I like to discuss things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space tourism, space elevators, things like interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like terraforming of other planets. I like to talk about alien disclosure, nuclear energy, geothermal energy. I like to talk about things like tidal energy and fusion energy and fission energy. I like to talk about de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a really exciting premise. They recently made headlines with their dire wolves. They created 3 dire wolves that are about a year old. Following the introduction or reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting. Additionally, I talk about things to help people like you live longer. If you want, when you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, red light therapy, really to get you to be able to live longer past age 100, 120. But eventually you may get to 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, this has all been really great. Everything that you said came true. It's been wonderful. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is all with your consent. If you don't want to live longer than your average age, you don't have to, but there are some of us who do. I talk about transhumanism a lot, and this is one of the elements of transhumanism. And one of the things that you may be able to do in the future is utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Dex, is that you may be able to have a future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Firstly, you're doing a lot of things. Actually, I didn't know it was doing a lot of things.
100%.
Yeah, you're full on everything.
That's what I try to be. I try to be as well rounded an individual as I can be.
Yeah, I love what you're doing. I checked your NPR, your profile, check your socials. But is that actually like real? People, you're the person that has the most data on the internet.
It's difficult to quantify, but generally, anyone who's even come close to what I have only does it on one stream, only streams on one stream, and they don't archive it. I'm unique because I archive it, and not only do I archive my life on one stream, I archive my life on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. So I have by far more data than they do. And then additionally, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. Nobody else has that much social media. So, do I have the most amount of data of any organization? Not organization, but any individual? Absolutely.
I see. Uh, can I also ask you about your username? Like, what's the story behind it? Are you a rabbi?
I am a rabbi, and my last name's Rothschild. So, I am someone who's a religious individual, and that's my family.
Oh, I see. That's actually really interesting. Yeah, I can invite some. Yeah, just going to the.
Excellent. And Kat, look at all the beauty that my little robot on some Finnish streamer got, and it got all your friends in here, and we got to explore those mind uploading caps, and we learned about life extension technology and de-extinction. Isn't it a beautiful thing? Sometimes you don't know where a rabbit hole will lead on the internet, and it led you to me.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I agree.
It's very much elevated spend my time on watching that stream for sure.
Well, I'm not always as entertaining, but there are times when I am quite entertaining, and especially when I talk about the future, people are excited for it and about what I have to say. And as you know, I don't know everything, so whatever I don't know, we're going to look up and we're going to get the right answers to. And because we have the gift of AI, we know the answers to just about everything. I mean, within reason. We can find out how many molecules are in the universe, a great approximation, or we can learn what the speed of light is in terms of kilometers per hour. Well, we know that it's 300,000, approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, but we could learn it in miles per hour. We could do different equations with it. We can learn about 100 different types of ways to travel faster than the speed of light. I mean, let's just do that. Here we go. That's a question that I get asked a lot of times. What fascinates me? And these kind of questions do. What are 100 different ways we can travel faster than the speed of light potentially? All right, here we go. So there's space-time manipulation, warp drives, and bubbles. There's Alcubierre warp drives, which are contract and expand space. There's Notario warp drives, warp drive without expansion and contraction asymmetry. There's white warp drive variants, which is less energy. There's Sultan warp bubble proposals, Casimir powered warp bubble, modified warp with exotic negative mass, warp drive via dark energy manipulation, warp drive via vacuum fluctuation engineering, warp bubble stabilized by quantum fields, micro-warp pocket bubbles around a craft. Now, those are the types of ways to do it with warp drives and bubbles. Then there are wormholes and shortcuts. There are traversable wormhole bridges. These are Einstein-Rosen bridges. There's the Morse-Thorne transversable wormhole with exotic matter. There's quantum stabilized wormholes. There's wormhole networks, like a subway system in space-time. There are wormholes generated by cosmic strings, artificial wormholes via Casimir effect, the black hole bridge, wormholes stabilized by dark energy, stargates engineering wormhole throats, and Planck scale wormhole threading. So that's how we do it with wormholes. Then there's tachyonic superluminal particles. Harness natural tachyons. These are hypothetical faster than light particles. There's tachyon field propulsion, tachyonic communication expanded into transport, tachyon entanglement tunneling, controlled tachyon condensates, tachyon surfing on field lines, tachyon wormhole creation, tachyon beam tractor poles, tachyon assisted Alcubierre drives, and tachyon stabilizer around craft. Then there's quantum mechanical loopholes. So there's quantum tunneling, FTL, that's faster than light transport, exploiting quantum non-locality through though not communication yet, many worlds branch hopping, quantum teleportation scale to matter, delayed choice quantum transport, quantum eraser effect for relocation, Casimir vacuum tunneling, quantum foam hopping, Planck wormhole popping, quantum mirroring displacement. Then there's higher dimensions and brane theories, such as Kaluza-Klein extra-dimensional travel, Randall-Sundrum brane world shortcuts, bulk space short hops through fifth dimension, hyperspace corridors in higher dimensions, brane collision surfing, complicated dimension tunneling, rolling through Calabi-Yau manifolds, higher dimensional wormholes, shortcuts through false vacuum valleys, dimensional phase transition jumps. Then there's exotic astrophysical phenomena, riding cosmic strings, that's relativistic slingshots, type Tipler cylinders, which are rotating infinite cylinder time-space warps, Kerr black hole frame dragging tunneling, Penrose process transform, white holes as exits, quasar jet surfing, gamma ray burst, wave riding, relativistic shockwave surfing, vacuum domain walls as shortcuts, black hole lattice subways. Then there's energy and field manipulation. There's zero-point energy warp drives, vacuum metastability bubble propulsion, negative energy density sails, dark energy bubble surfing, control false vacuum bubbles, electroweak bubble nucleation drives, inflationary Big Bang bubble hopping, Casimir cavity thrust, magnetic monopole bubble creation, Higgs field manipulation transport. Then there's information and holographic universes, uploading consciousness and transmitting faster than light, holographic universe repositioning, encoding matter into quantum information and reassembly, light sheet projection travel, holographic wormholes, simulation jump computations faster than light, encoding into cosmic background radiation, universe reset micro-instance hopping, reality layer rewriting, data packet humans being faster than light. Then there are fictional inspired concepts. There's hyperspace lanes from Star Wars, subspace from Star Trek, Mass Effect relays, slipstream drives from Star Trek and Andromeda, stargates from SG-1, fold space drives from Dune, Heisenberg compensator base transport, that's Star Trek, TARDIS style dimension hopping from Doctor Who, infinite improbability drive, that's Douglas Adams, warp crystals and dilithium analogs. Then there's fringe physics or speculative. There's pilot wave Bohemian faster than light travel tunnels. There's chronon type time particle manipulation, faster than C expansion and cosmology harnessed locally. Nonlinear optics faster than light pulses scaled up. Superfluid vacuum theory transport. Gravastar tunneling. Retrocausality drives, exotic plasma bubble pushing, universe duplication and swapping, and engineering space-time topology directly, which is space-time surgery. Now, do I know what we just said? I know some of it. I don't know all of it. But basically, we can take any one of these. So let's take one of the early ones and say, how do we, okay, how about just the first one? How does the first one work?
Let them go now.
Okay, take care. So
Yeah, okay, go.
So that's fine. So the Alcubierre warp drive, the most famous serious faster than light proposal, it was introduced in 1994 by physicist Miguel Alcubierre. Basically, uh, just one moment, refreshed. As I said previously, it ChatGPT 5 is a little disappointing. So the Alcubierre warp drive is pretty clear. So the problem is Einstein's relativity says nothing can move through space faster than light. But space itself can stretch or shrink however it wants. The early universe expanded faster than light. So step two is the trick. Instead of pushing the ship through space, you make a warp bubble. Behind the ship, space expands. In front of the ship, space contracts. Inside the bubble, the space just floats along, not moving at all relative to its local space. And then step three, why it works. From the outside, the bubble can zoom faster than light. From the inside, the crew feels nothing weird. No crazy g-forces, no time dilation, no breaking relativity locally. And then step four is the catch. To bend space this way, you need exotic matter with negative energy density. We've only seen tiny hints of negative energy, like in the Casimir effect, nowhere near enough to power a warp bubble. Early estimates, more energy than the whole universe. Newer models, maybe just a planet's worth of energy, but it's still impossible today. Step five, what it would look like. To someone far away, the ship vanishes here and appears there, faster than light. To someone inside, you never even feel like you moved. Space itself carried you. This kind of stuff, these questions are fascinating to me. They may not be fascinating to everyone, but I know on a global scale, if people were to hear what I'm reading and what I'm saying, a significant amount of people would be absolutely enthralled with these topics.
It's true indeed. I also have to go for a bit at least. I might be back later today.
Absolutely, Kat.
Definitely will be back later.
Kat, thank you.
But
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for bringing your friends. Thank you so much for sharing your strategy with me. Um, I want you to know, I think that if you use the strategy that I explained to you once your website's up, you'll be the
Yes,
most.
that's going to be just perfect for the website.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be the most popular Twitch follower people. And I mean, every single day I'm on Twitch and I get people who put in my chat for followers, go to this website or follow me on Discord or whatever. And that all goes away. But these clips will
Exactly.
stay.
And it doesn't get indexed in the search
Exactly.
engines.
Exactly. But the clips do. Kat, thank you so much. Go ahead.
It's very good strategy.
Absolutely.
I'm very thankful for you sharing that.
100%.
Like, you obviously shared it instantly, but for actually explaining the search engine part of it, that's the important part that I specifically will need from that the strategy that you are executing on your behalf.
And it's very simple. It's not difficult to do at all.
Yes. Like, can you do it? Like, do bigger kick streamers have some restrictions on what you can clip, or can you clip just any kick streamer like that?
So kick, you can do anybody. Um, and unless they're like associated with kick itself, they cannot turn off clipping. So I know like Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, he doesn't let people clip his account, but everybody else, and I mean every single other person does. And I think the reason why he doesn't want people to be able to clip him is because a lot of times he does these every Saturday. He does open question taking, and he doesn't want to say something that can maybe used against him later. So he's the only account that doesn't. Everybody else does. Now on Twitch, it's rare, but sometimes people make it so that only people who follow them can clip them, but that's okay. I still have my bots follow them anyway. And then sometimes you have to be a subscriber. If it's one of those people, who cares? But like less than 1% of people have it that you have to be a subscriber. Maybe less than 10% make it so you have to be a follower. Basically, everybody wants people to clip them because that's more exposure for them.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I will definitely be back either today, most likely, or tomorrow.
Absolutely. Whenever you have time.
For now, I have to go for a bit, but we will talk later, okay?
Take care.
See you.
Bye bye. Shout out to Kat.
Individually, because the techniques is, after all, very much a private
To
affair,
some kind of an authoritarian leadership. Not saying you need tyranny, not saying you need a dictator, but you need fucking laws, and you need rule of law, and sometimes those people come off very harsh, and very uncaring, and unloving, and, you know, it's the total opposite. Like, the reason why people voted for Jimmy Carter, I think, is Jimmy Carter represented, like, a genuinely sweet, good guy. Where you're like, well, that president's a disaster. They were working against him for sure. And on top of that, it's like hard to be kind of be a bit of a hard ass if you want to run the world. But the way Nixon did it, we're still suffering through that today. That motherfucker, he's partially responsible for that sweeping Schedule 1 Act of 1970. When they did that, they made everything illegal. Everything Schedule 1, things that are 100% medicinal, like marijuana. All that fucked up society. They did it specifically to target the anti-war movement and to target the civil rights movement.
I'm more than halfway to meet us.
Specifically. So it's not like Nixon was the best. Oh, no, what he did was fucking horrible. That Nixon had a lot of policy failures, and I would put number one, and I completely agree with you. I mean, launching the war on drugs was a disaster, but taking us off the gold standard was one of the worst policy decisions in the history of the United States of America. But here is war, where so many of the problems we face now is because of that. And people can say, like, I've heard Pat Buchanan defend Nixon on this point. Pat Buchanan was in the Nixon administration, was a speechwriter for and he was like, well, what are we going to do at that point? And so he was basically saying that what happened was essentially, so you had like the Bretton Woods Agreement, which started after World War II, or actually, I'm sorry, it started at the very end of World War II, it was in 1944, but they had the Bretton Woods Agreement, where they could kind of see where World War II was going, and it was basically like, okay, well, all of Europe is destroyed, and a lot of Asia is destroyed, I guess this 44, but it was getting there, and America had, you know, at least on the whole, we hadn't really been touched, and we had like a wild amount of the world's gold, and so the deal was essentially that like we will pay for the dollar to gold at $35 an ounce, everyone else can pay their currency to the dollar, and then the dollars are you can get an ounce for $35, and so that, you know, was whatever. There were problems with the Bretton Woods Agreement, but that was what stood from after World War II into from 1944 to 1973 or 1971 when you took up the gold standard. And so essentially what happened was through the 60s, we started cheating, and it became very obvious to the world that we were like, you know, in the 1960s, you're like, you have that great society, we created Medicare and Medicaid, and we went to the moon, and we were fighting the war in Vietnam. We were just printing money for all of this, which, you know, we still do to this day. And so essentially the Europeans started looking at us, and they were like, I don't think you got enough gold to cover all these dollars that you're printing around. Wasn't that thing when they were going to like do an audit of orthodox? Well, we never heard about. Well, what I know is that I'm pretty sure it was the French. I know the British too. It was definitely the French. The French basically called them up, and they just went, okay, we'll take gold. You know, we got all these dollars. We'll take gold. We get an ounce for every $35 that we have, and we have quite a lot. And that's when Nixon went, no. He just basically defaulted in front of the entire world, and he said he's temporarily suspending the convertibility of dollars into gold. And they framed it as like, you know, the French are attacking the stability of the dollar. Really, all they were going to do is call us on our agreement. We were reloaded to them. Well, I got so much gold, bro. So Pat Buchanan says, defending his boy Richard Nixon, he goes, well, what are we going to do at that point? Let him clean us out of all of our gold and just not be the dominant power? But I think the retort to that is, yeah, right, that's what you should have done, because the decision to go off of the gold standard essentially just said, well, now there's no more even pretend limits on government. You know, this is why Ron Paul, happy birthday, the greatest living American hero, just turned 90. And I was just at his birthday party a few weeks ago, and he was partying with Ron Paul for 2 dude throws it down. Nothing. It was very nice though. See, Tulsi Gabbard was there. But so essentially, right, that was the last restraint on government, is that at least even that, even under Reynolds and cheating, at least there's some feeling of like, oh, cheating is bad. Because they could maybe try to, account for the right, exactly. But after that, it was off to the races. And this is why Roosevelt ran for Congress. It was under Richard Nixon took himself the gold standard. And then he was like, this is going to lead to big government. This is going to be the era of big government. So he was going to run to try to stop that. And he was completely right. This is what has really destroyed everything, is that there's just, and it's a big part of the reason why I'm so angry about all these wars too, because it's all related. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913. The Federal Reserve Act was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson in 1913. And then in 1914, I think is when it actually got up and running. And in 1914 is when the income tax was passed, also signed into law by Woodrow Wilson. 3 years later is World War I. Like 3 years of our American entry into World War I. So it's like, this is the banking system and the tax system are very like interrelated with the warfare state. Like you need this stuff in order to fight wars. And even just over the last 25 years, we've spent close to $10 trillion on wars. And they didn't tax the American people for that, because they knew they couldn't tax us enough to be. We would put an end to it. If they tried to raise everybody's taxes enough to come up with $10 trillion, because we want to go fight regime change wars all over the Middle East, the American people would have been like, no, we're not doing that. But they didn't do that. They kept taxes where they were. They even cut some rates during those years, top rates. And then they borrowed the rest, and then they still couldn't borrow them, so they just print the money. And then essentially what happens is that the price of everything just goes up and up and up. And you just put more money into the system, and then people start looking around and going like, geez, why is the price of housing and healthcare and energy and childcare totally unaffordable? And the answer is because you're paying for the war in Iraq. And nobody thinks about it like that. But that's really what's going on. They can't. So for all the young people who are coming out of college now and they're like $150 grand in debt, I have a gender studies major degree or whatever, maybe something better than that, but they have an English degree or something, and they're working at DoorDash, and the average house is going for $600 grand, and they're like, what am I possibly going to do? It's like the reason why these kids are all demanding socialism, at least on the left, is because like, what else are you going to do? Like, how do you? But the reason why that is the case is because your government decided to spend trillions of dollars on blown up brown countries, and in some cases then rebuilding them to blow them up again. This is the actual cost of the thing, and I feel like it's almost nobody outside of like the long haul libertarians, the Austrian economics guys, almost nobody else ever makes this connection. And it's like, this is the deal. You can't be a world empire without having a central bank that can print money for you, because otherwise it just doesn't work. Resources are finite and you'll run out of them. And so you can't do that without having this monetary system. But the cost of this monetary system is that prices always go up and up and up and up, and that breaks the entire economy against the working class and the middle class in favor of the rich. It's just the way it is. When the value of assets is going up and up and up and up, that's great if you own stuff. That's great if you own stuff and you're selling it. If you got $1 billion in the bank, inflation is your best friend. But if you're on a fixed income, or you're a working class person, it just destroys you. And then everybody who's working class knows this just from living through the last 5 years. When your grocery prices go up 30%, that is, that's people have this idea that there's like economic issues over here, and there's like social issues over here, there's foreign policy over here. It's all one thing. The prices of groceries go up like 30%. Families get destroyed. Men swallow pistols. Kids grow up without condoms. That's the cost of this shit. And that's what we're living through now. And we'll continue to live through as long as we have a government that spends way beyond our means, like Dr. Ron Paul used to say. When you spend beyond your means, you're destined to live beneath your means. And we have a government that's built around the exact same thing as we've done. Right? If you think about the amount of money just shuttering USA, how likely about the amount of money, whether you agree with USA or not, the amount of money that was being pumped through that system, like to all sorts of weird functions, right? There's the Department of Energy gave out $93 million in loans in between Biden losing, or Kamala losing rather, and trying to take the office. Like, where's that? There's so many of these instances of insane amounts of money just being allocated forward. $39 trillion in debt. It's so unmanageable, and yet it just keeps marching on, and people are upset if you try to pull a band-aid off. Like, the idea of shuttering some of these government organizations all year, people starting to see that. Are you fucking sure? Are you sure that this isn't a giant money sucking scam that's been going on that does so good? Yeah, well, that's most of it, right? Yeah, well, number one, if you go, hey, I think, which by the way, no one in Congress, I mean, short of like Thomas Massey, maybe Rand Paul, but like no one else in Congress is even like suggesting an idea so radical. But if I were to throw out the radical idea that we should go back to pre-pandemic level spending, so go all the way back to the crazy year of 2019 when it was anarchy or whatever. And which is, I'll tell you, the world's good. And if we do that, and even when they're making up these absolutely ridiculous, claims about how many people are going to die if you cut government spending, which is totally absurd. But then they never seem to go like, well, how many people are going to die if we keep letting DC have all these war-making powers? How many people are going to die if the president is able to fund a proxy war whenever he wants to? I mean, look at this shit, dude. I took so much, whatever. But I took a lot of heat for the stuff I said on the show here a few years ago about the war in Ukraine. Look at it now, dude. And I don't think they're about to end the thing. We can talk about, but I think they're putting poison pills in these negotiations already. That's what it looks like to me. But literally, the deal that I was telling you about, whatever it was, 3 years ago, when I was saying on the show, that they had a deal worked out, a peace deal worked out in the first few months of the war in 22, and Boris Johnson went and killed the peace deal on behalf of the West to make sure this war kept going. But the deal that was in pencil, not pen, that Boris Johnson killed was essentially recognition of the annexation of Crimea. It was, at the time, it wasn't annexation of the Donbass region, it was like independence of the Donbass region, and then the agreement that the rest of Ukraine would not join NATO. That was the deal that they had worked out. And look at where we are now. Now, the deal that they're even talking about, even as Donald Trump goes, there's going to be some land swaps and all this. Okay, well, what's he talking about? The deal right now is the best case scenario that we're hoping we can get is that Vladimir Putin obviously keeps running out, keeps the entire Donbass region, gets a corridor from the south into Crimea, and the rest of Ukraine doesn't join NATO. So we have the same deal, just a little bit more in the Russians' favor. 3 years later, with hundreds of thousands of people having died in that process, just to get back to not as good a deal as they had in 22. And so, they'll keep going, which I think it's probably going to. Yeah, they have been for like a full year, at least. There's growing people up there. And the thing that's really changed, the reason why, like the Europeans and Zelensky and
Whereas the executive lectures written in Arabic, or rather in the audience, the Mishnah Torah is written in really a very basic Hebrew. Middle school students in baseball can easily read the Mishnah Torah. It's written usually in lucid, clear text. And basically what he did, it was rather an audacious project, is he said, Judaism is so complicated. There's this Talmud, which is, hard to understand. It's cryptic. It's hard to know when. It's providing a halachic answer to the question, and you have to know so much of it to make any sense of it. So instead of that confusing text, literally he wrote an introduction. I'm going to give you one book, the Mishnah Torah, which will deal with the deposition of the Torah, and this is everything you need for Judaism. It's very important. That as long as you have a Shamash, the first five books of Moses, Mishnah Torah, you will know everything you need to know about Judaism. It's a massive document that composed 14 different books. He himself called it also the Yad Hazakah, the strong hand, because the word hand is Yud Dalet corresponds to 14 books. And he essentially explained everything. It is essentially a halakhic work, telling Jews how to behave, but unlike later works like the Shulchan Aruch, he went into areas that were theoretical in nature if they had any halakhic implications. So, for example, he was not shy about speaking about all the laws of the future. How are we supposed to behave in the time of Messiah? And he spoke about the past. He talked about how one is to bring the ritual sacrifices in the temple. And he also talked about the laws of the temple. This is what brings us to the element for Maimonides. Perhaps as a result of the tremendous displacement that his family endured from Spain. I mean, here I'm stepping out on a bit of a limb because I'm not a psychologist, and applying psychohistory, especially to some incredibly towering figure like Maimonides, is very risky. But it's not hard to imagine that as a young boy being forced from his home and then fleeing across the entire northern coast of North Africa and enduring tremendous uncertainty, going from place to place as refugees for many years, and then his older brother, who he loved dearly, dying early in shipwreck, losing all of their money. These are tremendously traumatic things. And it is my suggestion that perhaps when it comes to something as important as Cuba, what he wanted to do is he wanted to make sense of it. He wanted to organize it. He wanted to say the world seems so unpredictable and dangerous. Let me use the scientific approach for which I have been trained as a medical doctor, and let me apply to things like Cuba. In that regard, in his mission of Cuba, he actually wrote a book on how to repent. This is my translation of the book with the commentary. I actually, this is a strange kind of project. About 12 years ago, I decided to translate this particular book for my own purposes, just as my own project of repentance. Translation is a way to really get to know a text. And I shared the translation with some friends, and they liked it, so then I put it on the internet, and other people liked it. And now what I've done for the past 9 years, I skipped a couple of years because there was not always up to it, but I have gone back to the commentary, reread it, and refreshed it, and put it out on the internet again. So this is the version that speaks quite a bit about the coronavirus pandemic and how that has impacted my own personal Cuba as well. English, for example, there's a translation of the other ones, and of course, lots of others in English. So that's Maimonides in his element is trying to respond to the chaos that his family endured by creating a logical and scientific framework for art. Maimonides himself, by the way, did endure tremendous controversy for 200 years. There are many groups that said, as I mentioned, that he was, too heavily influenced by Greek thought, by Arabic thought. There are others who said that his Mishnah Torah was, essentially a work of arrogance because he was putting rabbis out of business. Saying, it's all there in one book, but what are we doing with all these other books and all these other specialists who are and it's very, very sad moment in Jewish history. Jews in France actually denounced the Talmud to the Dominican friars, who then arranged to have Maimonides' incredibly valuable manuscripts burned.
They're at least pretending to come to the negotiation table right now, which they don't say. This is the truth. Is that support for the war amongst Ukrainians has collapsed. I mean, not like gone down by a few points. It's collapsed. There's just a piece of this the other day. It was a Gallup, I believe. They said they had they were like super majorities of Ukrainian people, 70% around, want an immediate end to the war with negotiations on land swap. Like let's settle it however we gotta settle it. They don't. I remember for the first 2 years of the thing, everybody who I argue with about the war in Ukraine, their talking point would always be the Ukrainian people want to fight. And who are you, Dave, to tell them that they don't have a right to defend themselves? And then I would respond by saying, like, yes, it's true the Ukrainian people want to fight, but might that have something to do with the blank check that they've received from the world and the backing of the entire world? It's a different proposition to go like, do you want to fight if John Jones is at your back and goes, I got your back, dude, let's go fuck these guys. You're like, oh yeah, I want to fight. And then John Jones leaves over there, like, let's talk about this, But now, the Ukrainian people don't want to fight. And by the way, I never believed any of that because I don't, I have my own libertarian views on things. And I'm like, you're telling me that people want to fight, like, why do you got to conscript an army then? If they want to fight so bad, why you got to put guns to their head and force them to the front line? Yeah, you can just make it voluntary, you can force them, and we'll find out real quick who wants to fight. But the point is now, even the Ukrainians don't want to fight over this stuff anymore, so there's just no justification for it. So now they move to phase B, which is essentially to pretend like they're negotiating, but putting all types of poison pills in the deal so that the other side won't take it. This is what they did with Iran, too. This is why we got into that 12-day war, as they're calling it now. But, it's like you put things into the Irish saw that just reading the other day. It was like Axios. There's reports that Zelensky and the Europeans are like open to land swaps as long as there's, in their words, in the Axios piece, Article 5 like security guarantees. So in other words, the rest of Ukraine's in NATO, which is the thing that caused the whole conflict to begin with. So yeah, and that's what Article 5 is the article in NATO, in the NATO agreement that says that it says that if one of the countries is attacked, all the countries have to join together. It doesn't exactly say you got to go to war over it, but it's like you have to help an effort if they're attacked. So essentially, that's what they're trying to ask now, which is, but if you think about it, right, it's designed to incentivize Putin to keep the war going. Because if you're telling Vladimir Putin, let's just say, which it's not exactly clear that he would even take the deal that I just laid out before, but it was, it's been reported that it was being signaled that he might be open to that deal. Like in the Donbass region, he's got still, like the Donbass region is Donetsk and Luhansk. In Luhansk, I think, as of right now, I think the Russians control like 75% of it. They got all of Donetsk, they got most of Luhansk, but there's still Ukrainians controlling part of it, and then he's controlling part of these territories in the south. So that's what Trump was in the land swaps, meaning essentially you get out of the Donbass region, give me that, and I'll give you back. The land swaps are going to take what he wants and leaving you the rest. But if you're going to tell Vladimir Putin to fund this entire war over essentially wrapping up. You're going to tell him, hey, whatever territory you don't take here will be a part of NATO. Well, what does that incentivize him to do? Take more of it then. Then why would you stop and give the rest of it up? And it does seem to be like that is clearly, at least from the Europeans, that is clearly the motivation of all of this, is to present something. It's they do have their chess war moves, and so you present something that you know the other side can't agree to, and then when they don't agree to it, you go, look, we tried to negotiate, and you just wouldn't take us up on this. So what can you do? These conflicts more in general is that people always want to pretend that there's one side that's good, one side that's bad. And obviously Putin's the bad guy, right? He's started the war, started killing people in Ukraine, but there's so many factors that are going on. And then there's also a long history of corruption that Ukraine has always had. And then there's also the weird deals that they were making with the Biden family to control all the different, it was natural gas, there's incredible supplies of rare earth minerals, it's like really valuable territory. There's this incentive to create some sort of, they were going to try to, I think part of the plan was like, get off of Russian power and make Ukrainian power like central, and then whatever they were making over there, the amount of power, I forget what the number was, they said it was like trillions of dollars in natural gas, minerals, all these different things. We're supposed to pretend that that's not also part of the motivation. Did Trump say something about a deal that they were doing with Ukraine that involved? Yeah, he got sucked into this talk about the rare earth mineral stuff, and it's Donald Trump. It's like his weakness, because there's a lot of great things about it. Yeah, there's a lot of great things about coming from a business background, and there's like the weakness of it is that he's always attracted by looking at gossip and Trump property. You can just see him like come alive. Yeah, it's always this stuff, but then the problem is that and look, I've been very harsh on Donald Trump over the last few months, but I think he deserves it. I think this administration is failing on so many levels, so profoundly, especially the opportunity that they had. But I heard him the other day. He called into a Fox News show, and he was telling the story of the war in Ukraine, and it's like it just seems like he's telling it seems like you learned this on a TV show. Like, can we get some folks in your diet? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like we really need somebody here who's read a book about this, because he kind of had an idea of what he was talking about, but then he got it completely wrong. So he's trying to tell the story, and he's talking about the corruption of the Bidens in Ukraine. You're like, okay, yes, that is true, but like, there's a whole story here that I don't think you're really understanding. Because he goes, look, this goes back to 2014, and so I'm watching this, and I got like so excited for him. So I was like, yes, it does go back to 2014. Thank you, Donald Trump. And it goes back to 2014 when Putin took Crimea, and Obama let him have it. He just let him have it. Never would have happened on biological, but Obama gave Ukraine. And you're like, no, dude, that's not just go back 2 months earlier in that same year. The problem wasn't that Obama gave Putin Ukraine. The problem was that Obama took Ukraine away from Vladimir Putin. As I played on your show, and you played with Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, and said right here where I'm sitting and watched Gideon Rhodes explain to Stephen Colbert exactly what we're doing here. Russia is, as Gideon Rhodes, the editor of Foreign Affairs magazine, said, Russia is Batman. Ukraine is Robin. We are stealing Robin away from Batman. That's what the Maidan Revolution was. That's why the USA gave the NED poured $100 million into the street protest, right? And so they overthrew the government, and then a bunch of the former Ukrainian prime ministers started floating out that we should tear up the Sevastopol lease in Crimea, because this is Russia's year-long water naval port. They've always had it. This was their agreement. They had like a 50-year lease or something like that. But after the West back to overthrew the government and put in a pro-Western government, they started talking back like, we'll tear up that lease. And so Vladimir Putin went, no, I'll just take it. And that was like, so anyway, so he goes back to that. Doesn't go back a few months lose that, when you don't get that piece of the chapter, then you miss what's happening right now. So when you're talking about like these, essentially what Donald Trump was saying, the way he was trying to sell it to Zelensky was like, look, dude, this is where we're in all this deal with us, and this is kind of like a security guarantee. It's not exactly a security guarantee, but if we're in business with you, and then Putin's trying to fuck up our business, hey, he's picking a fight with us too. But the whole point is that that's exactly what caused this whole catastrophe. Vladimir Putin and the entire Russian elite have been crystal clear about this. That they go, look, we can tolerate a neutral Ukraine. We can tolerate NATO up to Ukraine. Ukraine is neutral, and then there's Russia. We cannot tolerate Ukraine being part of America's military alliance. That's a step too far. But every time we try to let them be neutral, neutral seems like it's never good enough, and that never actually works. So if you're going to come in here and say neutral's not good enough, they're going to be part of the West, then we're going to say, actually, we'll take them as part of Russia instead. Now, he also believes, as he always says all the time, which I just think is goofy and un-American, but he also believes that we're not really a real country, and that historically ours anyway, and, he's got his own views on that. But that's not what the war was about. And everybody, and when I was here with to this rare earth minerals deal with us, and this is kind of like a security guarantee. It's not exactly a security guarantee, but if we're in business with you, and then Putin's trying to fuck up our business, hey, he's picking a fight with us too. But the whole point is that that's exactly what caused this whole catastrophe. Vladimir Putin and the entire Russian elite have been crystal clear about this. That they go, look, we can tolerate a neutral Ukraine. We can tolerate NATO up to Ukraine. Ukraine is neutral, and then there's Russia. We cannot tolerate Ukraine being part of America's military alliance. That's a step too far. But every time we try to let them be neutral, neutral seems like it's never good enough, and that never actually works. So if you're going to come in here and say neutral's not good enough, they're going to be part of the West, then we're going to say, actually, we'll take them as part of Russia instead. Now, he also believes, as he always says all the time, which I just think is goofy and un-American, but he also believes that we're not really a real country, and kind of historically ours anyway, and, he's got his own views on that. But that's not what the war was about. And everybody, and when I was here, which I was very excited to do, because I'm, a weird romantic and a dash of autism or something like that. But I was really excited because we was going to debate this issue. And I remember when he first goes, because the war had nothing to do with Ukrainian entry into NATO. And I was like, okay, well, let me just hit 2 points real quick. Number one, the head of the CIA, during all the years of Joe Biden, when he was the ambassador to Russia, he wrote the intent memo. He literally said that this was all what it was all about, and that Russia didn't want to do this, but they thought if we kept pushing Ukrainian entry into NATO, we did keep pushing it. And then I said the other one was Stoltenberg, who is not anymore, who was the head of NATO while this was happening. He said that Vladimir Putin sent them in writing a draft treaty. All you have to do is put in writing that we're bringing Ukraine into NATO, and I want to do it. And we said, no, and then he vanished. So I said this to Douglas Martin, and I was kind of curious. Like, I was like, what's his response to this going to be? Like, what is he going to say back to me? Maybe he's got something I've never heard before that I'm going to have to go, I got to consider that. And his response was, but an libertarian quoting the CIA or city. And you're like, wait, so that's your evidence to I'm a hypocrite somehow, which isn't even hypocrisy. Like, yes, I think the CIA should be abolished. I also think it's relevant when the head of the CIA admits what the war was all about. I don't think the CIA totally should be abolished. I think we should kind of pay attention to what is going on in the world, giving a real life perspective, not a utopian here, but a real life perspective. There's terrorist groups all over the world plotting shit. Like, so what the CIA was originally conceived of, like essentially being a newspaper for the president, like being like, hey, we get all the real intelligence and we give it to you here. Yes, I 100% think there's room for intelligence gathering. But what the CIA became is a paramilitary organization that starts wars and overthrows democratically elected governments all around the world. Occasionally sells coke, and occasionally win the board. And maybe like on like a Tuesday, like a 3-day weekend, Maddow, which is one of the most amazing moments in the history of like corporate media, because what's amazing about it, if you watch like the full thing, is that Rachel Maddow's asking him questions, and he's giving his Chuck Schumer, political answers to all of them. How do you feel about it? It's like they have their spiel. Then she breaks from script, and she preemptively apologizes to him. She goes, "Hey, I'm sorry to just throw this on you right now. This is January. It's either December 16th or January 17th. So Donald Trump has beat Hillary Clinton, but he's not president yet. He's president-elect." And so she goes, "I'm sorry to throw you off, put you on the spot, but Donald Trump just tweeted this." So she's reading a tweet that he just tweeted live on air, which we've also played on the show before. But when Chuck Schumer was on with Rachel Maddow, which is one of the most amazing moments in the history of like corporate media, because what's amazing about it, if you watch like the whole thing, is that Rachel Maddow's asking him questions, and he's giving his Chuck Schumer, political answers to all of them. How do you feel about it? It's like they have their spiel. But then she breaks from script, and she preemptively apologizes to him. She goes, "Hey, I'm sorry to just throw this on you right now. This is January. It's either December 16th or January 17th. So Donald Trump has beat Hillary Clinton, but he's not president yet. He's president-elect." And so she goes, "I'm sorry to throw you up, put you on the spot, but Donald Trump just tweeted this." So she's reading a tweet that he just tweeted live on air to the Senate Majority Leader, or Minority Leader at the time. So she reads the tweet that's him, trashing the CIA or something like that. And then Chuck Schumer just gives like his organic response. There was no script prepared for this. He wasn't planned on being asked this question. He just goes, "Look, here's Donald Trump talking about the CIA." And Chuck Schumer goes, "I mean, Donald Trump, you want to go with the intelligence agencies?" And his exact phrase was, "They have 7 ways till Sunday to get back at you." Yeah. So and by the way, Rachel Maddow in this moment does not say, "Pause the tape. What did you just say?" Like, the most powerful Democrat in the Senate just admitted we don't live in a democracy. Just admitted that this whole thing was an illusion. That the President of the United States is not the President of the United States. All our talk about democracy being on the ballot, democracy has been gone for a long time if it never existed. You just straight up said that the duly elected commander-in-chief and chief executive of the United States of America ain't really the one who's in charge, because you better not insult the CIA, who worked for you ostensibly, supposedly, I should say. And so like that one will get you. I'll get you for the run. And by the way, they did it. Didn't they? And this is the stuff which is very interesting. I told you this. Releasing now, which I don't know whether, I'm kind of past the point of like, it's hard to take a lot of things about Donald Trump seriously to me at this point. Flaking on all types of the Epstein stuff, and just a lot of kind of core things where like, so Donald Trump, at least according to him, they stole the election. I was thinking about this the other day. As he was talking about in the same thing, I don't know what he called into Fox News, he was talking about the Ukraine war. He said at one point, he goes, the war never would have happened if I was president, which Putin threw a bone and backed him up on that the other day. So the war would have happened if Trump was president. And just saying what, he's smart enough to know. To say, the guy likes being complimented. And Putin's smart enough to know that like this is how you negotiate with Donald Trump. Yes. So that's kind of a silly point, but aside from that, so Donald Trump goes, it never would happen if I was president. Then he takes a step further than what he normally says, and he goes, it wouldn't have even happened if anyone else was president. If we had just had a regular president, this war never would have happened. It's only because Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of America, was president. That's why this happened. But then I'm sitting there as I listen to that, and I go, yeah, but you told me that they cheated. You didn't really lose the election in 2020. That's you've stuck to that story now for many years. So you're saying they cheated. You're making a similar claim here. They overthrew democracy. They installed Joe Biden in a war where hundreds of thousands, maybe well over 1 million people have died, happened because they cheated the election. Okay, so I'm going to need to know who he is, and I'm going to need to know when we're going to see him perform. Like, you're the president now. You got your own, but all of us on some level don't really think that I don't think there's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of there's a lot of shenanigans. There's a good record of shenanigans. There's no reality of any kind of electronics that we have. So I agree with all of that. I'm just saying, like, once you made these statements and you're in the answer, no, I remember it was one of the most interesting parts of your podcast with him was like when you asked him about that, it was like you really didn't have anything to back it up. If that was you or if that was me, there was some reason why I knew that they did something, and I couldn't give you all the facts. I would have never because I was here for 4 fucking years. They've been telling me he's crazy for questioning the election. So after 4 years, I have a fucking ton of integrity. Yeah, the election where I could just rattle off at you and rock you all over like this. The facts, Jack. Well, there's a big difference between speculating and asking some questions, being like, I'm not sure I believe the official story of this, and there's a difference between being as the president of the United States going, this is what happened. Like, this was, if you're going to say that, then you got to give me your theory. Like, really lay it out for me. Like, and he never had that one. But I will say, they kind of pivoted off the Epstein thing into Russian, which seemed to be, like, designed that there was this tremendous desire for the reason Donald Trump was political existence. This, the thing, is that people are furious about the swamp, they're furious about how corrupt our government is, profound crimes that the government has committed against the American people, and they want justice for that. And so they pivoted off of Epstein after promising to deliver something on that. And then went, okay, well, how about Russiagate? Yeah, but there's almost like, just Russiagate, they want some pretty interesting words there. It wasn't like just releasing new stuff where it's like, oh, we already knew all this. Like, there was new stuff in there that we didn't really already know. And she referred it over to the Justice Department. She said in her press conference that we have proof that Obama treason defending the Justice Department. And from what I understand, is a grand jury being assembled or something like that. So I don't know. I'm still these parties are workers no way because they're like actually trying to prosecute Obama for clever felony. But yes, I mean, that's unrelated. That is an interesting story also. This is a wild chat. But if they did that with Obama, what was the actual treason? What is she stating is treason? Well, so now I don't think she said treason. I don't think legally that's technically right. But if someone might correct me on that, maybe it's sedition or something. I don't know. I mean, like, I think treason. I think John Biden did commit treason when he bombed Al Qaeda in Syria, and Obama as well. President Obama and John Kerry and Biden. I think that's literally treason, right? Giving aid and comfort to the enemy in a time of war. What Obama and Comey and Clapper did to Donald Trump is they framed him for treason. So what do you call that exactly? Framing the sitting U.S. president. Now, I guess Obama can't be guilty of the sitting U.S. president, but he was guilty of the candidate and the president-elect. So it's he was out there by the time Trump comes in. But what Tulsi Gabbard, at least that I thought was very interesting, which I'd never seen before, we did, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, there was one episode that we talked a lot about Russiagate and going pretty deep into it. But what Tulsi released, which I've never seen before, was that there was a consensus amongst the intelligence agencies after the 2016 election. So this is Hillary Clinton's lost, but Barack Obama was still president, and Donald Trump was the president-elect, and they had consensus that there was no lethal interference in the election. And there is this one meeting with Obama that she points to where this is where the consensus changes, and they had a threat assessment written that actually people believe Russia interfered in the election, but it was total bullshit. They've never been able to back up for shit. They might minor little things here and there, but nothing that demonstrates that like the results of this were flipped, and they ran with it for 3 years. There's no record. She just released a bunch of documents with records of that meeting. What I'm saying is like actual discussions. Now I think she had a meeting after. No, but she had a couple different documents there that were like notes from the meeting. I think one had minutes of the meeting, but no, you're not listening to an audio tape of it. Like, you don't have way to mix it and talking about Nazis and the Jews or something like that. He's trying to strongly understand that. I'm saying, like, would it be possible that Obama did something he could relate to them in the meeting? Be an interesting thing to find. That'd be interesting for a court proceeding. Even if that's the case, it still doesn't align with the known facts. Oh, yeah. Well, it's not what I think. We'll see what comes of this. Which I'm not thinking on anything coming of this. But there is something interesting. Look, there's a lot of things that happen after. The real, the true outrage of Russiagate is that they didn't stop after he won the presidency. It's still pretty outrageous to try to frame a candidate. It's still pretty outrageous for Hillary Clinton to have opposition research and the use of an actual Russian spy and a British spy to do it. But that's campaign stuff. It's a little bit different when once he becomes the commander in chief, then you have the FBI and the CIA still working to frame him. And so this is where, and for all of that stuff, Hillary Clinton's gone, Barack Obama's gone, Brennan is gone, Comey is still there for at least a few months. And then you have like Andrew McCabe and people like that who, for the 60 Minutes interview, but anybody can go look at it. He literally said that they debated at the Justice Department, and this is the highest levels of the Justice Department. It was Jeff Sessions would have been the Attorney General at the time, and he had recused himself already by that time. So maybe not him, but then everybody else, like the top 2 or 3 guys at the Justice Department, all sat down and debated what to do. And they said they decided we're going to remove the 25th Amendment to remove Donald Trump as president. And then basically they went around and realized they weren't going to be able to do that, that they weren't going to have enough people in his cabinet willing to turn on him to remove the 25th Amendment, which was, the 25th Amendment is designed for Joe Biden. It's designed for, we still didn't use it, even these last few years. It's crazy. Even after the debate, they go, we get a new candidate, but no one went, this guy can't be commander in chief for the next 6 months. But they said they were going to remove the 25th Amendment. This is on 60 Minutes. Andrew McCabe says this himself. And then they realized they couldn't do that, and so they settled on a special prosecutor because they couldn't remove him. So this was the other attempt. We'll just bog him down. We'll investigate everything in his life. We'll find some crime somewhere. It's to this day a miracle that they didn't. I can't believe they didn't find any other dirt on Donald Trump. I always thought when Mueller started being the special prosecutor, I would have given this up on my podcast. I'm on the record. If you want to get part of the problem, available where podcasts are sold. You can listen back to what I said at the time. They're not going to find anything on Russiagate because there's nothing there. This is all made up. But they're going to find something. The guy's been a real estate developer in New York City for how many decades now? Every real estate developer has committed a few crimes, and they found nothing. They locked them. They charged a bunch of his people around him with tax crimes and other things that had nothing to do with Russiagate. And they try to put pressure on him to flip on him. That's how they do these things. I haven't had anything on him. And so anyway, but the point is that it was the deep state attempting to remove the sitting president of the United States of America over something that they knew was bullshit. Eric Swalwell was out on cable news saying, not only that, saying Donald Trump is a Russian agent. He's working for Vladimir Putin. He's his guy here. This was bullshit. I mean, this is like online there. I've been online on CNN, on MSNBC, on ABC, CBS, every day. Trump Russia collusion. Those same people are still telling you what's true. Those same people are still in front of the camera telling you what's true. Here's the whole problem. That's right. They're still the same ones up there going, we got to arm Ukraine until the end. We got to give Israel more bombs to drop on the Palestinians. This is Congress. Like, how is MSNBC handling this Tulsi Gabbard revelation? I think they're changing their name to MSN. They're supposed to forget. So did NBC bail any type of illness. You know, what she did during COVID was so monstrous. Just not alone. There's so many times where she's, you know, Matt Taibbi wrote a great book, Hate Amy, he basically said Rachel Maddow is the left's Bill O'Reilly. Yeah, that's about fair. Yeah, I mean, it's really, probably not fair to Bill O'Reilly. Yeah, Bill O'Reilly was pretty rough in his day. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's as inaccurate. Like, that was hard. It was bad, the COVID stuff and then the Russia stuff. Like, is there a thing that you can point to that Bill O'Reilly pushed that was a hoax for Iraq years? Iraq, it was so bad on Iraq, dude. Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity and all those guys, I mean, they were just fired up. I mean, it just, like, as if it was a certainty every day. It was a certainty that it would get worse. Nuclear weapons, and, you know, I don't know, you could debate what's worse. I mean, you know, no, that's worse. Yes, that's worse. Well, yeah, I mean, a million people died. So there's a strong argument that that's worse than other things. But there is something about, first of all, there is something about framing the sitting U.S. president that truly is a crime against the Republic in a profound sense. But the other thing about Russiagate, which I think makes it, you know, where you maybe enter into the debate, and then COVID, you know, you can argue with all these things. There's the war in Iraq, we destroyed a lot of people's lives. But part of the reason why they framed Donald Trump, so in 2016, Donald Trump was explicitly frauded. I talked about this in all the debates, and in the beautiful, kind of childlike Trumpian way, where he just has no filter, so he just says the thing that's in his mind, and then he often thinks he's like a genius because no one else has said this out loud. But it's not that they haven't thought of it, it's just that they're all corrupt. But he just said, because at the time, the war in Syria was going on, and Donald Trump would just say, why are we in Russia on opposite sides of the war in Syria? You know, Russia's trying to kill the terrorists. That's who we're trying to kill. Because Obama and Brennan had been siding with the terrorists. They had been funding Al Qaeda and ISIS in Syria to try to overthrow Bashar al-Assad, because that was part of the Green Light strategy to 7 countries in 5 years. This was the next country we're trying to overthrow. They ended up getting that regime change earlier this year. But so they were working on that, and then Trump just went, we should be friends with Putin. We should work together and kill the terrorists. I don't care if they're overthrowing Assad. I'm not in on that plan. I don't even know what you're talking about. Why would you want to overthrow a secular dictator in a 3-piece suit who shaves his chin? He's just like, this is stupid. I don't want to be a part of that. And he was running on, we should be friends with Russia. And this drove all of the Republicans crazy. Like, oh, we should make friends with Russia. But that was just what he was running on. So part of the deal, blaming him for being in a conspiracy with Vladimir Putin, was that he couldn't be friends with Russia anymore. And so, you know, if Donald Trump had come in 2017 or 2018 and announced some new treaty with Vladimir Putin or some partnership or something like that, the entire media would have been like, see, that's proof. We've been telling you he's in with a Vladimir. He went to Helsinki. Aside from this week, I think that was the last time the two of them were face to face. Was in Finland in 2017. I could be wrong about that, but I think that was the last time the two of them were together. And there was this big thing. I don't know if you remember this. It was a big deal at the time. That Donald Trump said they asked them. You know, they were like, hey, intelligence agencies are saying that Vladimir Putin interfered in the election. Did you ask him about that? And Trump goes, yeah, I asked him about that. He told me he didn't interfere in the election. And I believe him. And then they made a huge thing about this on foreign soil. Donald Trump says he believes Vladimir Putin over his own intelligence agency. You know, the men and women who protect us every day, men and women who frame the sitting president. And so that's all there in that trap. But so that's kind of the game right there. And then you had these like conflicts that are going on, not just with, you know, Ukraine, right? The Civil War was already going on there. And the Civil War started after 2014. This was like right in the middle of that Civil War. And so anyway, my point is just to compare it to Iraq. Who knows how big of a deal was it to poison a U.S. president who wanted to have a talk with Putin at that time? Maybe we could have avoided this whole thing. And that's the death toll. And, you know, I don't know, I've seen different reporting on it, but it's close to Iraq. I mean, I think it's more military and less civilians, which does matter. But it's honestly our matter with the forces. Well, that's a good point. That's a good point, too. Yeah, that's right. So, you know, I think it still changes the moral calculation a little bit. This one could be gun, it's a little bit different than a kid or something like that. But, the crime of killing the potential for a president to make peace with them. I mean, this is, just the thing that's so, infuriating about all of it. It's something that really, it's like, well, I'm not an expert, you're just a comedian. It's like, there's still the serious experts here. It's so goddamn frustrating and just, profoundly reckless. Is that, look, like when Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, you go back before that, but let's just take that as a point to start. It should have been obvious to any, if there really was this class of experts, I would be so happy to screw this over them. Let me go tell jokes and mothership, that's what I'm supposed to do about biz, fine. But the thing is, if there were serious, rational adults who had wisdom way beyond what some shit-talking comedian knows about, which there should be, then they would have recognized that, the most important priority in the history of the world is the relationship between DC and Moscow. There's never been anything more important than that. And it doesn't even matter whether you're a Russian or an American. You could, it doesn't matter if you live in Brazil or wherever. The most important thing in the history of the world is these two capitals that have 90% of the world's nuclear weapons between the two of them. Get along. Okay, this is the most important thing. This could end our species if they don't. So, let's make sure they do. And that seemed to have been the priority of almost no one in power. A few exceptions to that, but almost nobody went so again, my point is poisoning the relationship between a president who wants peace with Russia is on the level of launching a war in Iraq. It's it's that bad of a thing to do. Hopefully it doesn't get to that point, but it's profoundly reckless thing to do. It's so terrible. Sector for 20 years after you made their satellite. There's something you shouldn't be able to be a defense contractor and then, go around or anything like that probably is a good idea. And you get asked to look at it, but that's the issue that becomes the major problem. And Washington DC so much power. It's hard to quantify. It's literally think about it. Think about much money they have in space. And just one year that was spent is squishing it like an ant. It's not a bad thing. Elon Musk there's $10 billion, That's just 1 year when they spent in Washington, D.C. When you have that much concentrated power, the idea of saying, we're going to write a
Just one time.
The Saudis were really into charity until later on. So the point is that you can't be only thing like it's not the lesson of the Lord of the Rings. It wasn't like we really need some common sense regulations about how we use this ring, right?
Had to somehow make sense of these documents and figure out what's important is sometimes whether they really belong to each other. Like you need a title. Where does this title talk to the Torah come from? Because it's not mentioned anywhere in the text. Why he named this book the talk to the Torah. Or the prophet Esri is here, and he sat under a palm tree. But what for? Why name the book after him? He wrote another book called Rabbi, which has chapters called Palms. And there's 70 chapters. Each one is called Palm 1, Palm 2, Palm 3. Is this one of those palms? Is it supposed to be part of that book? There is one chapter, one palm chapter, that resembles it a little bit. So it's not clear if the palm really is finished palm. It's also a very long time. The first chapter is about 1/3 of the entire book. And the next 8 chapters take up the last 2/3. So it seems like it still needs editing. But
is that you have to destroy this thing. And that's tough. I'm not saying that's easy. I don't know who Frodo is, but the point is that this power has. So this is fundamentally, I think, why I think the libertarians have it right. And while I really do respect some other left wingers, I think they have it wrong when they go like, no, we need the government to be working for us rather than working for them. It's like that is unrealistic. It's unrealistic enough that we'll just be able to go. But the answer is that there should be way less power in Washington D.C. That's George Washington's constitutional republic that we're supposed to be living under. Is the idea is that there's like, oh, Washington D.C. has very little power. The states have a lot of power. The people have a lot of power. It's not all concentrated in one capital because then you get what we have. Once it's filled with security, like it is now, just immigration. Tentacles inside. Let's go so deep. There's so much money. There's so many people that are in a position of power. It's like it's very hard to change where it is now. I think the best hope that we have is it's going to sound ridiculous and romantic for youth. I think there's people that are growing up now that have a better understanding of how things work than ever before. This guy Michael Butt was on the other day. He's a historian or he degree in ancient history, and we were talking about how science changes one funeral at a time. I think politics probably changes one funeral at a time too, and the way.
Hello, fellow students.
I don't agree with this guy in New York City, but I also don't agree that there should be this massive coordinated campaign from both sides to make sure that he doesn't get into power. Yeah, because you don't agree with him. Like, a lot of the stuff he's saying is ridiculous. Like using New York City funds to pay for transgender surgeries for people who can't afford them. Like, I'm a nay on that. Yeah, it just sounds nuts. It sounds like you're going for that. Like you want that 90 bucks. What is this? Are we allowed to disagree? So I disagree. I don't support that. I don't support a lot of the stuff he's saying. Raising taxes, I think is going to be really problematic. But I'm not going to comment on that. But what is this game we're playing? Is it the people get to vote? Because the people voted. And they voted in the primaries. It's supposed to be the Democrats get the back out. And then it's the Democrats versus the Republicans. Well, we're doing something different. The people get to vote. But if they vote, how do we know that we're going back up to come in and let the people know that they have this unique time to see power so much. He's a man. I shot against President Bush. I find this race to be fascinating. Not like microcosm of where we're at politically and so many different ways. And I am, I should reference that I am the most free-market, capitalist, libertarian guy. I don't believe in socialism at all. The most libertarians are communists compared to me. Like,
first mentioned in another source in 616 and was constructed in this reason but the problem with the story about the other is not quite the same kind of problem we have with the Highness. There's not a lot of detail. In the story about the other, there's lots of detail, but it's almost completely erroneous or fabricated. It does not seem to correspond to any of the material that we have from many of them. Reliable so in terms of understanding what exactly happened in the events of the Maccabean rebellion, it's not especially helpful. What is especially helpful is to go back to the sources that help contemporary accounts. The most helpful to me is a book called the Book of the Maccabees. Now there are actually several books of the Maccabees, and the first book in particular is especially valuable because it was likely written by a Jewish individual who was embedded in the actual book itself and was able to report on the activity from a first-person perspective. It's incredibly valuable, very well written actually. It's an ancient document in a lot of grammar. So after Jews aren't studying this book, this book of the Maccabees ended up in a collection which is later called Rothschild'S. These are books that the rabbis, for one reason or another, decided not to include in the Bible at the time. There are lots of these works that are floating around the ancient world written by different people with different perspectives, and the rabbis, as they are slowly developing canon of what we would call Jewish scriptures, they decided to pass on the book of the Maccabees. There are several others that we discussed in the Bible, for example, then Sirach, everyone does fascinating works. So they were set aside. The Christian world, however, picked these books up in Greek translation and preserved them at the back of the Christian Bible. There's a whole section, for example, if you look at a Catholic Bible, that has all these really unusual works of historical significance, often wildly unreliable, with the exception of the supporting this Maccabees, which is very useful. And they tell us a lot about life in Israel. So, from a religious perspective, these are definitely not canonical, but from a historical perspective, they are very good. And the book of the Maccabees is so much more detail about that. Life during the period of now, another very important source, also roughly contemporary, is very fascinating individual we've spoken about him many times on the channel. He was a Jewish member of the rebellion against the Romans in the first century, in the disastrous First Roman-Jewish War, which ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. But Josephus, seeing that he was about to be captured and killed, decided to resign. And he joined the Romans. He turned out to be a very valuable translator and cultural worker for the Romans. And after the rebellion had ended, they defeated the Jews in their native land. Josephus went on to a really illustrious career as essentially a historian. He was extremely prolific, wrote a massive multi-volume antiquities of the Jews, which is essentially a history of the Jews since Genesis. And he wrote a very important book on the war itself, on how slaves were forced for the Roman war. Now, he's a problematic figure in many ways, as I just mentioned. He switched sides from the Jewish rebels to the Roman conquerors. And we don't know a lot about what he actually thought, what he would have said about the war to Jews, because the only works that have survived the first synthesis are the Greek, that was like the language of the state classes at the time. And the version, for example, of the Jewish war that he wrote in Aramaic has been lost. So we don't know how he would have explained it to the Jewish audience. But to the broader audience, he essentially says everything about Jewish history, Jews, Romans, and Greeks, and anyone else who was fascinated with Josephus gives a lot of history about the Maccabees, much of which fits with the description of the Maccabees, and learn a lot more about what he wrote himself, why it happened, over and on. So we talk about this in other videos. So what's going on here is that you have the inside Jewish account of Canada, which is really focused on things like lied,
it's not like a
rabbis who
do they want you to see her Fox News?
collecting this for posterity or to remember that they're not entirely enthusiastic about the things that came on after the
versus podcasts, all these other different things. I was trying to see if you can it's fucking bananas. Because the median age for cable news is like
Mongolian dynasty, which is even more
it's like 70-year-old. That's the median.
rabbis elected
And what podcasts
is
is like
their
24,
history, but we do have the history preserved, ironically, in
YouTube's like
and in
34.
Roman collection.
Netflix is a
This
little
begins to
higher.
come
Netflix is
together
like in the 40s. Everybody is on Netflix.
southern Italy, where there was a large Jewish population. And here you have an author
Yeah,
who's
average media
called
landscape. So cable news
Sefer
is 70.
Josephus,
Primetime TV 65. Those are the brain dead people.
although the author made some really egregious errors, like
Whatever the
calling
fuck else is on newspapers, 60 years old, talk radio, 58, magazines, 52, podcasts, 34.
but nevertheless, it's kind of like an adaptation of Josephus or a Jewish audience now, first time publicly talking about the kind of sources that that would have been much more popular among Christians, and were much more available. Professional stories. The only problem is that one of the still doctors is that the author did not know Greek, so he couldn't read Josephus in the original. He relied on a Latin translation, which was not the best translation, and it was also partial. He didn't have access to the entire corpus of Josephus's works. He actually wrote quite a bit in several different places about the but he also had the Apocrypha. He had the Latin translation of the Book of Maccabees. So it's only in the 10th century when we get to Jews actually, historians looking back and saying, wow, such a fascinating story. Why we don't know more about it? And they're going in and looking at these other sources, really reflect on the depth of the story that we have in the Talmud. Giving us a much more robust picture of what's going on. There are many errors in the work of flagging their nature of the sources that we work with, but nevertheless, a huge leap forward with some understanding of religion and ethics. So much so that Josephus is still studied to this day, including this amazing Yiddish edition that came out in 1920. It's a multi-volume edition. It's so fascinating that all kinds of Jews are still studying sacred Yiddish, and then the adaptation of the first century work written by Josephus. Now, I'd like to bring this together a little bit of a dark more because for you anymore, but I do think so. This is like and it brings to mind something that Rabbi John Zach really memory wrote. He really emphasized narrative, but working with the narrative as a form of oral education, not only to his views, but to the broader world as a whole.
Essentially,
Zach really emphasized how important Jews are understanding of their own stories and are able to communicate themselves. That story has tremendous implications for the entire world. So here's a citation. I'm going to read it to you from something he wrote in 1915 telling the story of a very unfortunate story. So this is what I found. God created man, and he was God. What other cultures have done to systems?
For the rest of his career, this was the scam
And this Judaism, the stories are not engraved in stone or memorials, magnificent old ideas. They are told at home, around the table, and parents to children, as the gift of the past to the future. That is how storytelling in Judaism has evolved, domesticated, and democratized. There are stories that ennoble and others that stultify, leaving us to find a way. Some people do it, it's really difficult to find a way to be like, I'm actually okay with that. It's been going on forever, but years at this point. Part of it. It tells us who we are, who our relationship between the U.S. government and the Israeli government. Storytelling is the great vehicle of moral education. It was the first insight that see it. It's like impossible for them to unsee it. And it's responsibility. It's just too clear. It stays me for as long as the idea that it is, in that regard, I hope you have Israeli things in history of Hanukkah, so that happiness is right, was that we all share this third that we need to tell the story for the next generation.
You're the superpower. They're your welfare country, But yet you must go kiss their wall. You must say, that Tammy Bush from the State Department. I know she was kind of being tongue-in-cheek. Or she was one of the greatest countries in the world. Well, second greatest in Israel. You're like, what? Was she being tongue-in-cheek? I don't know exactly. She kind of weird thing. It's still, that is a weird thing for any representative of your government to say. If anyone said,
hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I have something really special to discuss today. I'd like to do a very quick book review of this remarkable book that just came my way recently. It is by Rabbi Yemen Schwartz, and it's called Emek HaSukani. Now, if you know anything about Hebrew, you will be amazed at that title, but let me translate it into English. It is the valley or the depth of the Sukkah. Studies and clarifications of the custom of eating donuts on Hanukkah. Now, you will recall, if you followed the series that a few weeks ago, asked me a class on the Acharonim, and I happened to mention this book, which I had seen online, but I never actually picked up. And I was fascinated with someone to write. As you see here, a whole book is 431 pages long. Daily double column pages like this, all on the custom donuts on Hanukkah. And I was like amazed. And this is the double amazing thing. One of the members of our regular class is actually the mother of Rabbi Schwartz. And she said, oh my gosh, that's my son's book. And she got me a copy, and I was so excited. And so I began reading it just before Hanukkah. And then my wife sent me out to buy donuts, and I ended up spending like a ridiculous amount of money on donuts. But now I knew what I was doing. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about what's in this book, and specifically what's connected to Jewish history. So this is actually part 3 of a series of books on the commandments and the custom of eating on Hanukkah. They're also very fascinating, but we're going to focus on the depth of the operation. Now, let me just also clarify for those of you who remind me still bothering about what is going on with the donuts. In Jewish law, there are basically 3 levels of actionability activity. There are Torah laws, which are called the Oraita, which means that they are either explicitly stated in the Torah itself, or implicitly related with words like the Mishnah. And then there are rabbinic laws, which are laws which are made by the rabbis, sometimes hundreds of years later, in order to protect the Torah laws for the most part. Like, for example, if it is forbidden to write on the Sabbath, the rabbis may add a law saying it's forbidden to handle writing implements on the Sabbath, because if you're handling a pen or something, when it comes to actually write, it should be in accordance with their law. So these are like concentric circles. And then the outside circle is something which is called minhag or custom. And these are things which, no rabbi actually said, hey, we have to actually do this from now on, but there are things that seem to be kind of like natural outgrowth of Jewish practice and maybe related to women's practice, in particular when it comes to foods and things like that, but they become really closely entwined in the practice. So you have these 3 concentric circles, and one should not disdain that outer level of minhag, which is in many ways an expression of the old desires, the popular desires of the people. At any rate, eating of donuts on holiday Hanukkah clearly falls within that outermost range of minhag and custom. And it is associated specifically with oil, right? So a whole practice on the commemoration of the holidays Hanukkah has to do with lighting oil, right? And we use candles as well, but the best way to do that particular commandment is to light with oil, specifically olive oil. And since donuts are made with oil, then they become a very appropriate food to eat on Hanukkah, just just like Rothschild'S are, but we'll get to Rothschild'S. One other quick note, for those of you who are following the title, the title says, one of my daughters pointed out, hey, that's a massive. It should be Suscanio, right? That's the family who's on equal Suscanio. It's like little Suscanio. But in fact, if you look at the rabbinic literature, there are references to donuts in the rabbinic literature, particularly Sakakala, and there it is being a mass. So Suscanio is kind of like a regular feminine that has been added in modern times. The rabbis of the Talmud and Mishnah would certainly put there as a master. The word comes from Shabbat, which means sponge, like in sea sponge. In fact, the word Suscanio and the word sponge in English all come from that same root. And obviously it's connected to sponge because it's shaped sort of like a jelly donut. And has like a fluffy quality like a jelly donut, so that's why the donut is named after the sponge. Now, historically, I was remarkably amazed to see that the first reference to eating donuts on Hanukkah actually dates all the way to the 12th century. I thought it was much more modern, but it's a 12th century reference, and it comes from none other than Rabbi Maimon, the father of Maimonides, Maimonides, son of Maimon. His name is actually Moshe Maimon. So that would be referred to in Rabbi Maimon's writings, which are quoted elsewhere, in southern Spain or possibly North Africa, where he lived. Now, in the 12th century. And then in the following century, in the Provence region, which is southern France, very Rabbi Shalom very well known poet, actually wrote a beautiful poem about the importance of donuts on Hanukkah. People clearly by the 12th and 13th century, basically were widespread practice. Who knows how much further back it goes, but those are the earliest references to it as common practice. Both in Spartan lands, at least in the Ashkenazi portion of Provence, in Ashkenazi land. Now, this book is not specifically a history book, it is a halachic paper, it's a book of Jewish law. There's a lot of discussion here as to how does one behave with the donuts. Who should eat donuts? How much donuts to eat? By the way, I answer very strict. I think the other thing is sure, the minimum amount. When should one eat donuts? Is it kind of night or daytime as well? The blessing of big donuts, this is actually not at all obvious. There's a long discussion about whether or not how to relate donuts to bread is a different blessing you would have like cracker bread. So I'm not going to go into those details, but I will summarize 4 quick things because these are important for you to know if you want to observe this custom properly. First of all, what are the best kinds of donuts? Non-dairy. Dairy donuts actually involve quite a few questions. And so, check with your local Orthodox rabbi before you decide whether or not to buy dairy donuts. This is the time when you try to get hard donuts as opposed to years ago. Secondly, yes, so it's really hard, kind of like Montreal style bagel donuts. They're not donuts in the full sense of the word because the donuts also have a connection to particular sacrificial flour offerings from the temple, which will also make third, and this is, I think, really important, especially relevant for Americans, no holes. That's right. The ideal donut for Hanukkah does not have a hole in the middle. That hole in the middle, it's like an American invention. It's like almost heresy. The donuts are supposed to be like a hole, like the manna that fell from heaven. Since they look like a donut, actually, you should look like a donut, right? And thirdly, if you are inclined to have a holistic sources, you should have at least one. You should have some kind of a supply, which like custard or jelly or what have you, because like we have the Torah, which has the exterior obvious fluorescent to reveal, you also have the interior fluorescent so there you go. One last thing. Another commonly used on Hanukkah occasion is latkes. These were also made with
eventually, this kid had another major issue.
I
And
hope
it's really
what
cracked
Christmas,
his skull.
as much as I enjoyed reading this book,
So
and I
that's your
wish you a
defense.
great
And like, yes, he's fond
Hanukkah,
of that.
a
But it was
happy,
also, with these other complications, this was the big one where the New York Times had that big picture of the starving baby. And they kind of like pointing at other medical, problems too. Mother said, they said, mother said, doctors told her the reason that they had other medical problems was she was malnourished during pregnancy. It's like, okay, so yes, you are right, Israel defenders. The kids starving to death are the ones who have other complications. That's always who dies first in famines. I don't know what victory you think this is, but so since the International Court of Justice ruled this
The
clause
10th of February constitutes
21
an
months
important
up
day
to today.
in
Since then,
historical
I know
calendar. It falls
at
this
least
year
a
on the 14th
former
of
and a
December
current
2021.
prime
And
minister
in
of
fact,
Israel
it is
have come
marked
out and
with
said
a
they
fact
war
ignoring
crimes.
any doubt
Because
as
they
to
didn't
whether
call
or
it
not you also
genocide,
read the
they
fact
call
that
it war
the
crimes. So that's where your debate is at this point.
not a rabbi,
Where are we between genocide and war
why we're
crimes?
talking
What
about
area in
David
there does
is
this
specifically in
occupy?
historical
How the
context. What
fuck do you
exactly
defend any of
happened
that,
on
dude?
this day?
I don't know if this is
Why
true,
is
so
it
I'm gonna look it up
significant
for
some 2600 years later?
someone sent me some thing
Specifically,
saying that
on
Rock
this day in the year
was
588 before the Common Era, this is when the siege of
because
Jerusalem
Rock
begins. We have
had said that
textual
Israel
evidence of
was
this
committing
in the
genocide.
book of Kings, second book of Kings,
So
in which
someone
it leads the
asked
ninth
Rock
year of his reign,
whether
the
Israel
10th
was
day
committing
of
a
the 10th
genocide
month,
allegedly.
and David
I want to find out.
Nebuchadnezzar,
I saw this
who
article
is
real
Muslim,
quick now.
which is higher besieged it, and they built towers
And
against
then
it all
it was
around.
reinstated. So
This
I don't
siege
know
extended
if
for
those
over
posts
a
were
year,
deleted.
and it
I
was
don't
kind of
know
a
if
brutal
this is
siege
real.
that was marked by
I'm
extreme
not
hunger
shocked.
and even
I'm not
horribly
shocked. I read it and I'm like,
terrible events
you
are
know,
described in the book of
I can see,
Lamentation. And
first of all, how it could interpret it as
finally, on the
genocide.
ninth day of the month of Av, Jerusalem
Rock
was
is just a
entirely
large
sacked
language
after
model
this
that's
burning.
pulling from the internet.
We've spoken about that.
What's the general consensus for
One of those significant extra biblical texts that refers to this is this document here, which is called the Babylonian Chronicles. This specifically is the Jerusalem Chronicle because it has a reference to Jerusalem in it, and it's describing the period before the actual siege and destruction of Jerusalem when Nebuchadnezzar actually made his way to Jerusalem. It says in the 7th year, in the month of Kislev, which would have again been around this time of the year, the king of Babylon assembled his army, and after he invaded the land of Turkey, which was then Turkey or Syria, he laid siege to the city of Judah. On the second day of the month of Adar, he conquered the city and took the king's prisoner, resolved to give place to another king of his own choice after he received the tribute and sent forth the sacrifice. So Jerusalem was part of the massive Neo-Babylonian Empire. At this point, it was destroyed. It's considered this map shows just how tremendous an extent was the extent of the Neo-Babylonian Empire. But a few years later, relations went even more sour, and that's when Nebuchadnezzar laid siege to Jerusalem on the 10th of David and ultimately destroyed it. Fascinatingly, there's been some really interesting archaeological discoveries in recent years, including these remarkable arrowheads, which are Scythian arrowheads from the 7th and 6th century before the Common Era, and they were the ones commonly used by Nebuchadnezzar's army, and it's dated with other examples of other campaigns. One of my favorite writers of popular archaeology for the time is Commander Rothschild'S. Whenever I see her byline, I have to read what she has to say. It's usually quite fascinating. And this article certainly does not disappoint at all. There's a new PhD dissertation that just came out recently that looks at some of the remains from that early destruction. And as the Jan points out, it may even hold the key to protecting the planet. Okay, so let's try and figure this out. This is kind of complicated scientific stuff, but nevertheless, I'll try to explain it as best I can. So this PhD candidate, Yoav Rahim, did an excavation in the city of David. He got the parking lot, right? Only in Israel you find things like this in a parking lot. And she discovered that minerals embedded in the chunks of ancient floor from the house in Jerusalem were heated beyond 932 degrees Fahrenheit or 500 degrees Celsius. And apparently that's consistent, of course, with the idea of the destruction of the city. Now, Yoav Rahim is an
saying it's citing the sources. Many human rights organizations
basically another way of
genocide,
dating
citing deaths and
things
destruction.
by looking at their magnetic field, which is really quite fascinating. Apparently,
So
when
now
things
then
were
they'll
very
eventually evaluate.
intensive, and apparently the
Meanwhile,
core
chaos
that he
is
studied was built at higher than
answers
930
to
degrees
these.
Fahrenheit or 500
Here you
degrees Celsius.
genocide
That kind of locks in the magnetic field of the object at that particular time, which corresponds to whatever the magnetic field of the Earth is at the time. And you should note that the magnetic field of the Earth changes with some frequency over large periods of time. So therefore, by taking the tools of traditional archaeology, dating this area to the destruction of the first temple of 586, and by looking at the magnetic field, literally, of the bits of floor that's in there, they're able to determine what the Earth's magnetic field look like 2,600 years ago. Now, this is really exciting for anyone who's fascinated with Jewish history and archaeology as I am. But it's really important for all of us because apparently the Earth's magnetic field has a tremendous role to play in Earth's climate from all kinds of sun's radiation. And with the magnetic field decline, apparently that's not a healthy thing for our planet. So by getting a distinct measure of what the magnetic field was like back then, scientists were able to use this data point to figure out how to protect all of us from the devastating climatic challenges we're experiencing over the body. I think this is operations. I hope you enjoy this as well, and I hope that you, like I, perceive just the civilian redemption that Henry discovered in the ashes, literally, of counterterrorism and genocide. Finally, we return to the physical death. We think of passage of Zacharia, chapter 8, verse 19. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the fast of the fourth month, the fast of the fifth month, the fast of the seventh month, and the fast of the 10th month, as is on the Leviticus, shall become occasions for joy and gladness, happy festivals for the house of Judah, but you must love honesty. I mean, that's very nuanced. I hope that for those of you who are fasting, fast and be easy and meaningful ones.
So it's not going to give you an answer. It's essentially saying, which I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. And that's what I would like him to do, especially if there's debate. Well, also, I mean, I think one of the real problems, this is why I kind of avoided using the term genocide too much, at least in the beginning, is that there's no good definition for genocide. Like that definition.
This is truly an honor to be speaking to distinguished scholars, particularly in the Asian world. I have long, appreciated the tremendous contributions that your cultures have made to world civilization, and I have to say, on a personal level, my own diet, because I am a very devoted fan of Asian food. As anyone who watches my lectures will know, I eat at least once every 3 to 4 hours. What my goal, the task that Professor Katz has given me is to speak within 20 minutes on Jewish religious practices, which is a task akin to Pharaoh's asking the Jews to make bricks without straw, because it is virtually impossible to say anything meaningful about the tremendous amount of detail involved in Jewish religious practices, but nevertheless, given the illustrious nature of the colleagues with whom I'm speaking today, Professor Drill, who I've long admired his work, and also Rebbetzin Greenberg, who wrote some really seminal works that contributed greatly to the particular history of Jewish women. I decided to accept the task. So my goal for today is to try and say something meaningful about this complex set of ideas. I'm going to do it in such a way that I hope will be accessible both to people who have very little familiarity with the practice, and at the same time will be modestly entertaining for those of us who have, particularly those of us who are Western religions, with
portray those people are your people. Like you have an obligation to them. Israel has had control of Gaza since 1967. They've been the sovereign and all the way through. If you talk about the disengagement in 2005, that's immediately they still control the whole strip. They just didn't have their soldiers inside. They had them around the perimeter. It doesn't matter. You're still controlling those people. And so, like, if you have resistance, violent resistance to a 60-year-long occupation, you don't get to just say, I'll just turn the electricity off, just cut off water until the place. Let no food, 3 straight months, not one week got into Gaza. And by the way, it's been like a month and then that's when it started. Slow trench. And then 1 great week will get it. And then a few months later, you go, starting the end, that's the conditions. And so,
I cannot resist, as I am with first Western people, and I realize that many of you on this conference,
it's just
after
very
I've heard
obvious that
this
this
joke, I have to start with this joke because it's very illustrative. If not of the reality of Jewish relations, certainly go back over 1,000 years. Nevertheless, it is representative of contemporary Western Jewish understanding that it is of
anybody believe that Hamas was about to mount an attack on the United States of America?
I would love
They
to
were going to take over
about that.
if it wasn't for Israel sticking up for us and just destroying the entire strip. And it's ridiculous. Like, still to this day, albeit like a debate or like a panel or something like that, and someone still start with the question, like, do you think Israel has the right to exist? And isn't it amazing? Over the last 2 years, that has been the question that's answered so much. Like, very clearly, a more relevant question would have been, does Gaza have a right to exist? Because it doesn't now. That was the only existence that was ever up for debate. They flip the thing around and go, well, you think Israel has a right to exist? First of all, I don't think governments have rights at all. It's totally incorrect. It was that individuals have rights, not companies. It's like they're probably saying corporations are people or something like that. But I think all people have a right to exist. I think Israel does not have a right to do what it's doing to Gaza. And
difficult it is to get this. I'm going up the Holy Mountain. You can't climb the Holy Mountain. I'll go to Sherpa. It doesn't matter. She goes up the Holy Mountain through this temple. She sits on entering the temple. So you can't come into the temple. This is a holy day. Reserved only for Buddhists. It doesn't matter. You serve into the temple. She has the Holy Land. And if you know, observe the vow of silence for a decade now. You can't go. Your first pastors are those who the inner sanctum of the temple, and she sees the Holy Man sitting on the golden condition, and she says to him, Howard, come home already. It's hard to tell on Zoom if it's really about jokes or not, but I certainly do. And the notion behind it is that there's such a close relationship in many ways in ideas of Buddhism and certain ideas of Judaism that it illustrates the affinities that many Jews have for the body of God. But let's get to our task at hand. So I divided my talent into 4 basic things related to religious practice. The first of which is the idea of mission.
You don't have the control to propaganda apparatus anymore. And so the thing is now, one of the people that comes in are still people who don't really pay attention. And like, there's somebody who's listening, let's say,
very, very strong sense of
Netanyahu's interview
something that
with
is really
I have to say, like, a large portion of them at this point, they're listening to podcasts about politics, right? Like, they're not
just
encompassed with it. There have been so many Israel-Palestine debates over the last 2 years. It's almost everyone watching has at least seen what some confident person on the other side of this issue has had to say. And so, like, one of the things they brought up, what they really did, I thought Gaza did a reasonably good job in the interview. I forget his his partner, Francis. The two of them, I thought they did all right. I thought they were a little, there were times they could have asked some follow-up questions, particularly the one that I thought they went off with. So they asked him about his support for Hamas, and they just totally let him go like, make sure the people aren't suffering too bad, let some aid in. That's enough. And the thing is that so many people listening to this, nobody heard this explained. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I was I'm saying that I've been
not 10 as
there's actually a
they
video
can,
of
but
it's
there
not
is
just the
a
reports. There's
massive
the
number of
quote that was
that
there in the video was
surveyed
we
all
can control
aspects
the
of
height of the
human
frame.
ambitions.
It was
Not
basically
just
saying like we
what
can
one
commit
does
the
in the
quote
synagogue,
that
etc.,
originally he said,
but what one does
which was in a closed door
in
message
the boardroom, in business meetings, what one does in the bedroom with one's family, what one does at the table, every aspect of life, literally from how you tie your shoes in the morning to how you sleep at night. Every moment of it is rightly regulated by this massive body of science. This is not to say, however, that the mission is to change everybody else to do so. One of the basic ideas of Buddhism is that this set of commandments is specifically for the Jews. For all other human beings who are considered the children of Noah, that is, Noah and the flood, I'm sure you're familiar with that book of the story. All other human beings merely cover 7 basic commandments, most of which are really quite obvious and understandable, like, for example, set not to break the law, maintain justice, avoid cruelty to animals, other living things, and so on. So the mission is not to convince the rest of the world to be Jewish, which is in contradistinction to other Western cultures. The mission is that Jews should choose their faith, to take back their commandments, and by some means of reflection, then they will extend God's will to other humans. How that is expressed, I guess, is in one basic notion, that is of holiness, which I actually do not know enough about Buddhism to understand if there is a similar concept. But if you were to try to understand how holiness actually works as a religious practice in Buddhism, it is part of a massive network of separation that is forming and places a focus which you say what I am doing now, what I am thinking now is separate and therefore holy. For example, the concept of time is very, very important in that. The 1 day a week of rest, of Shabbat, Friday night, Saturday night, this is a rest from any creative or manipulative religious practices codified for these distinct types of activities which fall into the foundation of what it looks like in real practices. For example, whether you say electronic devices, every microfluid, one disconnects from all these things and is forced to engage in a human level, corporate level communication, untraveled, and things like that. No television, no artificial entertainment. It's all about simply connecting with other people. That's how it is the experience. Of course, much more to say about this, but that's an idea of separating the children. Unfortunately, at this point in my presentation, some structural otherwise came on and started distracting us with words that are childish and music and child, but I was able, thankfully, to go back to my presentation and do my best to address the rest of the conversation. So today, I'm going to give you a little bit of context and then go back to my presentation. It's a very nice group. There are about 15 people on the call, I guess. And there are a few very distinguished scholars and musicians from the West. Buddhism is something like that. They all discovered the planet. And then everybody else, for the most part, there are about 20 Buddhists on the call. And so they were in massive roles on the left shoulder of them, things like that. And they worked very carefully. And was like, we're really trying to learn something about Buddhism, which was roughly effective. And then all of a sudden, some crazy people come in and they start singing on Hitler and they start taking over the scene and start showing pornography and it's like absolutely ridiculous waste of time. But it provided valuable instruction. It provided a great learning lesson for our Buddhist colleagues to understand
picture they had, an image of one of those. There was like some pictures that had come out of one of the main hostages there. Did look like, bad shape, looked like close to starvation. And the Israel Civil War using this as like their look how horrible Hamas is, look what they're doing. This did come after 3 months of zero food being allowed into Gaza. And so, like, I don't know. To me, it seems like it probably doesn't take a genius to go, like, Hamas is going to be dead. Like, they're not going to suffer from these numbers, right? In fact, a lot of the pro-Israel people were saying the Israeli government themselves, they were making claims, a lot of them unsubstantiated, but making claims that, like, Hamas is stealing all of the food we let aid in previously, but Hamas stole it all, and they mark it up and charge more money for it to the people of Gaza. And you're like, okay, but then what does a food blockade do? I mean, you already said it's not taking food away from Hamas, right? So who's the war against? The civilian population. And of course, you'd imagine, like, just like under Nazi Germany, you'd imagine Jews and gypsies and other, they're going to get the worst treatment in a totally centralized war economy. The state is going to decide who eats and who doesn't eat. Who do you think they're going to pick?
This is what we call
It's like,
that's another big part of Jewish
stuff
reality.
just leads to, like,
And
unbelievable amounts of human suffering. And it's
but we hope that moderators can
well,
do it as
I
well.
mean, I guess there's some competing plans. Like Donald Trump said, kind of flippantly a few months back, that America was going to take over the Gaza.
So we have a few minutes before the next one goes on. Thank you very much for family. We are very big into fidelity, which for the most part involves monogamous relationships. Although there is, of course, a biblical period, polygamous relationships as well. This idea of separation in the sense of separating from the rest of the world sexually and focusing on one's spouse. Also,
stupid that I'm aware of something that these guys aren't aware of, or that they know that they've lost control.
Go on with many practices like this, such as, for example, our diet are regulated by a system called
those 70-year-olds
allows
watching
us
cable news
certain
are going to age out and
prepare
die, and
certain
the people in
ways
charge are going to
with
be this
very
generation
minor
that's totally different
adaptations
than
we are
the
able
previous
to a
generations.
large
They
variety
know that.
of Asian
But
foods
then,
God. And so all of these
what do you do with that information?
focusing
And
activities,
so
all
I
of these
think
things which
that
say
there is a
we
part
tend to fix
of
these things on
the
others,
Israeli war
we
cabinet, the Israeli government,
now,
are looking at
other
this and
things
going,
now.
all right,
These are not
so
seen as
we got like 10 more years of this relationship.
they are seen
We
as
got like 10 more years of where the U.S.
I'll give
has
you
our
a
back.
contemporary example.
And so you can see what the
On
conclusion
our
of that might
computers
be.
today,
We got to go for it now.
they used to,
But you really do have this rare Israel project.
Kick that mail, right? Like little disturbance, they all pop up and say, hey,
He's going to do whatever to
it's
support Israel. It's
rather
totally on your side. You have this
now,
administration.
my
Every last
computer,
member of
what
this
they have is
administration
setting
supports
parts
Israel.
surface,
So now
allows
the
you to
time
shut off
annex Gaza and
all
the West Bank.
other distractions.
Parts of
That's
Syria
really
too,
what most
and whatever else they want to do.
about,
So I think they
where
might
they
be
were
going for it,
separating from
And then,
certain
I don't
times,
know, we'll see.
separating certain
I mean, they started
activities,
bombing
separating
Korea, that's
certain
why.
foods. These were all designed to focus us on
Well,
the
they tried
larger
to
mission.
suck Trump into a
Now,
regime
let's
change over
move
there.
on to the second
And
overview.
it didn't
The
work.
only way to really
But
appreciate
the whole
this
thing,
mission of
the
theirs
whole
is to
12-day
study.
war, first
And
of
this
all,
is something
this thing is not over.
have
We're kind of
developed a
in
very,
like
very
the
extensive history
fundamentals
and
of the
practice.
conflict.
Study in
Are
itself,
still
study
there.
the holy
And
text,
in fact, I
study
think it was
of
just
the
a few days ago,
sayings
the
of
Israeli
our
spokesman
teachers,
were already saying,
as
like,
in many faiths,
they have
is
to go,
distinctly
say
a
about this
religious
again.
act.
And Yahoo himself said when
Pronounces a
Trump
blessing
met
of
in the White
gratitude to
House,
God core religious practices of Judaism is a separation which says, I will not become involved in the world. I will retreat from the world. I will not engage in business. I will not engage with others. But on the other hand, actions require actively being involved in various aspects of what we would call olam, or the affair of the world of the ancient world used secular senses to reflect this kind of engagement in Christian worldview. It's fascinating to me at any rate that even when Jews become, as they have been over the last couple centuries, alienated from some of the religious practices such as the observance of Shabbat, Jews still remain very connected to the fact that the idea of a world of a light humanization and to offer some kind of moral conscience for the world as Jews would see them. There is, I will remind you, no meaningful distinction in Judaism between the imperatives of ritual conduct and any business conduct, or even governmental conduct. Any activities one has in the world need to be regulated by this massive body of thought that dictates how one should behave in any situation. So action, here we perhaps all of our religious practices, like something as simple as, how one returns a lost object to its owner, to how one dresses, to how one speaks to people, speaks to elders, religious practice. All of these things are found within the tradition and are revealed through Christ. Finally, the last thing I can say, which broad generalities about the religious practice, is that Judaism believes very deeply in a progressive model of history. This image that we're looking at right now is a 13th century copy of a parable called the Haggadah, which is used in the holiday of Passover. And it recounts, of course, the exodus from Egypt, which is not only a very specific religious practice, but by enshrining it into the yearly calendar and specifically making it an aspect of study, parents are required to teach their children. One specifically leans into the idea that there is an arc to history that begins with redemption and ends with eventual redemption. The divine influence of history, the our understanding of God is our being that is directly, physically involved in history, specifically in history, rather than, let's say, the more distant walking away from being along with the plan I don't, largely invested in history, and this divine influence in their liturgy, in their practices, day in and day out, especially, for example, on the holiday of Passover. So one sees the reminiscence of history and the conveying of the lessons of historical events as understood by the churches as a deeply important aspect of religious practice. And of course, it then introduces the notion of a time of redemption, the arrival of a Messiah, which is a major distinguishing concept between Judaism and our daughter religion, Christianity, which believes that the Messiah has already arrived and will come a second time. Historically, we do not believe the Messiah has already arrived, so we are anticipating that he will. This is something that's deeply informed our Jewish religious practices in Judaism. And with that, I think I'm short on time, even with these small anticipated interruptions. Thank you for that demonstration of the realities of Jewish religious practices today. Very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all. Thank you very much for your attention.
You ever seen I'm sure you have, the compilation of Netanyahu over the years saying how close Iran is? Oh, yeah, it's great. That's great. Have you seen there's other compilations of him too, where he's just guaranteeing, like all his guarantees? Like there's one of him in like, I think it's the year before I was born, if I'm right, it's 1982, and he didn't go by Benjamin Netanyahu back then, he went by whatever his more, European sounding name was. They changed names. Well, because they all have. The 80s? I would guess it's got to be in the 80s. It was used in Netanyahu by the 90s. But in the 80s, they were still calling him whatever.
1907,
Well, change the name. Well, they all kind of, because is that Israel is a European, construct. They were made by a bunch of Europeans who came over to Israel, but then they have to claim they're the true Semitic people. Is it true that the genetic testing is not wrong there? I believe that is true. I believe that's true. I double check on that, but I believe it's true. I should definitely. You need permission from the government to go get DNA tests and stuff. Because I believe this is the problem with the terms. Because these are European Jewish people. It's not the exact same genetics. That's right. And then genetic testing heavily here. You can fucking get it at Walgreens. That's right. Yeah. And focused on medical and reproductive purposes with a broad support for carrier screening and pre-implantation diagnosis. Pre-implantation diagnosis. This creates a system where health-related genetic testing is robust, often publicly funded, but direct-to-consumer tests or ancestry or paternity are highly restricted. Now, why would you highly restrict anything like that? If you want just a human being has bodily autonomy and you want to find out where your ancestors came from, why would that be? What do you think? Well, the only real answer to this is that the Israel project, the Zionist project, always relied on this kind of claim, which is a crazy claim in a way. It's like a supernatural property claim. Right? That you have this, which if you go, there was a great documentary on the settlers in the West Bank. They'll tell you to a man or to a woman, the godmother of the settlers woman, they'll explain to you, like in very plain English, that God promised them all this land. So God promised us all this land. So I don't know who these other people are here, but God didn't promise it to them, He promised it to us. And so, that's kind of the claim that we're the original people of this land, and so we have like a right to come back here. Now, forget for a second the fact that nobody conceives of property rights in this fashion in any other way. Nobody thinks I can come with a DNA test and be like, oh, I've got some Ukrainian in here. Oh, right, well, I'm going to march into Ukraine, knock on the door, and be like, this is actually my house, because I was here 1,000 years ago with it. It's fine, right? Well, live evidence is not really an argument. But let's just say, hypothetically, if, say, the truth is that the Jews 2,000 years ago weren't actually kicked out of the land, but in fact they were forced to convert, and that actually those people who you're saying were never promised the land are actually the people who were promised the land and then converted to Islam. In fact, you are just some European who came their way out of it. I'm just saying, that would be something that maybe you would want to control the information on this one.
And then it says, very brief letter, it says,
well, I want to show Judah household
should observe natural prayer.
the real positive case about this, because I do actually, I'm not a pessimist, and I want to make sure I'm not just a downer. I saw it today. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, I've done, whatever, I've done 17 years of training or so.
Your book not work.
So I hung out with Rob a little bit as I was telling you guys as part of the other day. And, it's like, every time I see him, he always asks the same question. And it's always like the feeling like, it's like, like there's a right answer to this and a wrong answer to this. But he always goes out and he goes, so Dave, are you more optimistic or pessimistic? And I always say optimistic, because I know that's the correct. Every time he asks me this, I say optimistic. Back on this line, when it's right, that's the correct answer. You don't have to be pessimistic, you gotta be optimistic. And I am, but I am optimism sees a better world ahead and offers potential solutions. And at least a mindset of a potential solution. The problem with pessimism is there's no way out. That's right. And you kind of, I think this, I mean, I feel this way particularly. When you have kids, this becomes like almost, I think that the way I look at it is because I have kids, I don't have an option to be pessimistic. I don't have an option to be black-pilled or just be a man out of it. It's like, no, I got little kids. They're going to inherit this world. I got to do everything I can to, like, I with guns charged mass. And it's just you. You just have your one or two guns. There's 10 guys with guns charged mass in your family's house. Like, you don't have the right. It's like the man of your house. You don't have a right to sit there and go,
The last part of the letter reads, for 7 days, don't let any leavened products
you can say, well, this, I don't care. But I don't know. You know your house better than that, right? What do you got there? You got some gasoline in your shed? Okay, shoot the shed. That blows up. Get your family into the attic, get into the basement. You gotta try. You still have a fucking shot there. So you don't have a right to just sit there and feel bad. You know, the odds are against you, but you know, crazy things have happened. I will say, you think it's not bad. 10 guys so far. No, I'm just saying, even in a scenario, even your currency, sure, but even in that, we don't know that you're necessarily fucked. I mean, hey, listen, dude, mine's like John Wick. Well, yeah, but also there's a big advantage to a house that you know that other people don't know. At least you know anytime people with guns come to your house, they have a pretty good understanding. Okay, maybe it's not a perfect. I'm not saying it's going to work out well. I'm saying in that moment you still know how to try. Okay, now I think we have a way better situation than that. I think that tyranny has always relied on propaganda, and that we are running an experiment for like the first time where they're flying with no head. They don't have a propaganda apparatus anymore, like at all. What I see, certainly don't have control over narratives anymore. Donald Trump can't even control what Tucker Carlson is going to say. You know what I mean? Like you can't even count on your most influential right-wing voice in America to go. Like there was never anything like this before. There was never, even just in recent times, there was never something George W. Bush could have done where you'd be like, tonight on Fox News, Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity are going to tear him apart. That didn't exist. There was never anything Obama could have done where Rachel Maddow was going to tear him apart. We have that for the first time now. People are waking up in a way to this stuff that's like never happened before. And I think that gives us like enormous potential for positive things to happen in the future. And the other thing that's happening is that, like economically speaking, our system is being pushed to a point where eventually they're going to have to go upwards on all of this. Like we just can't keep going up. Like the different thing was exactly recent numbers, but it's so like it's over $1.2 trillion a year just on interest on the debt. Interest on the debt is like overtaking the entire budget. And at a certain point there, someone's going to have to call it quits and be like, we just got to start bringing this thing back in. If they lose all of their popular support and all of their economic ability to keep running up the debt and keep the printing machines going, and I think there's going to have to be a huge adjustment made there. And I do think, like, let's just see what's yeah, that's right. Yeah. Which is why you wanted this massive economic. Yeah, this is why you wanted to do it on. You saw how that worked out. Well, okay, he was right. Yeah, but that was still also like the first attempt at that. He was right about that stuff. So okay, so yes, that didn't work. You know, Doge was a failure in terms of actually getting cuts done right now. But it was a huge success in terms of like putting a spotlight on this issue and then putting it into the national consciousness in a way that it's never been before. And so now it's like, okay, well, the second attempt, well, the third attempt, like, look like. And how, you know, we have a new world now where Donald Trump won the presidency in no small part by coming on this show, by going on.
Here's the document in question. It's from the Cairo Visa, which we discussed on many occasions. It's a phenomenal medieval trove of fragmentary documents that were collected in
policy is still what it is, and the people don't really have much control over that. But I think, like, long term, I'm very bullish on the ability of people to really wake up and understand what's going on here. Apparently, there's some real talk about changing the status of marijuana. Yeah, I was reading about that a couple weeks ago, right? But there's something that just came out yesterday too, where they think that Trump might declassify it and take it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, which would change everything. And open. There was an article about the economics of it, because they were talking about these businesses, how they're taxed, and how, federally they're still operating like criminals. Yeah, so that's how it's viewed by the federal government. Use it as a Schedule 1 substance. And if you get arrested for it, you're fine. Where they're going to change right now they have a limited ability to bank. The interest rates are all fucked up. Everything's fucked up. And just that alone will make a huge economic impact. If you want to do something, first of all, you would kill a lot of the interest, or excuse me, a lot of the financial interest that the cartels have. If all of a sudden it becomes legal here, like the cartels probably, they're probably going to be involved still a little bit because they're involved in it already. They're involved in avocados. I had in Calderon yesterday was explaining how they're involved in illegal fuel, human trafficking is a giant business. They have many horrible interests. But you would, at the very least, you would empower American businesses to do illegal here normally and have organic marijuana in air quotes. Because some of the stuff they're finding in California that the cartels they're using these terrible pesticides and herbicides that are like insanely toxic and illegal everywhere else. You can't use them on American crops, but yet they're using them on this marijuana. And it's being sold at like dispensaries and stuff. It's being sold. It's 90% of all the marijuana that's sold in all the places where marijuana is legal. But cartels are growing. They're growing it in California in national forests because it's a misdemeanor if you're caught illegally growing marijuana in California. There's a great book, John Norris, Hidden War. It's all about had to find out about this hard way that it became part of the tactical way to go in and fight the cartels. How about that? Yeah, it's fucking crazy. So if he does that, that'll be another cool. The other thing that he's been doing is getting these people together that have been in conflict forever and making them shake hands and having conversations, peace talks. Like how many different people, how many different countries have had representatives agree to peace talks because of Trump? I was reading this breakdown of all the different things that he's done. Intervene, but he, with the India-Pakistan thing, I know he got all of them on the phone, and he's, obviously just had over here about the White House to shake hands. It's great. It's great. Yeah. So it's not all negative. Well, it's not even great, right? But it's so insane that it took this long for, like, just with Donald Trump, I always say, I know this is kind of like a hippie-ish thing to say, but I think the right needs a little bit more of that. It's kind of crazy that war still exists. It's kind of crazy that we're, and you almost feel like if you saw society and you're like you've gotten to the point where like you have the written language in 2-story buildings, you probably should have figured out something other than war at this point. But you're talking about a society with the internet and skyscrapers and heart surgery and like all these things, like but still, and we have international governance of some sort of United Nations and things like this. And you're telling me like there is international law, and like the first rule isn't that like if any countries are ever going to go to war, you guys have to get in a room together. Like before we go to war, we need to know that we've exhausted every alternative option that there is, especially when it's the United States and Russia. You know what I mean? And yet it took all this time for the first time, the 2 years of them to sit down and meet. It's crazy. But on the positive side, they did just sit down and meet. That's a lot better than not sitting down and meeting. And that's what's unique about him, is that he wants these things to happen. He truly doesn't want us to become ran on that. I think it's true. And despite what happened in Iran, like it was at least limited. It seems like there was some communication that made it it's insane. They could have found any excuse, you know what I mean? Like, once you get to that one, they could have found any reason to keep it going. And at least that kind of makes sense to me, because there were these right-wing people, whereas seeing the left wing calling for war and saying that Ukraine's going to win this thing. God, what happened? Well, how did it flip? If you want a conclusion to the war that you're supporting, how did that flip? How did it flip when people are trying to exhaust every possible way to stop the end of the killing of all these people that are conscripted and sent to the front lines to die when they don't want to be there? Yeah, no, that's right. It's crazy. Well, also, even though, like, people are like bragging about like the 12-day war, which again, not clear that it's over yet. You know, really, it's decided that years later, you know, they call it World War I until World War II came around, right? You go, oh, that was the first World War. What's it say? I've settled 6 wars in 6 months. One of them was a nuclear disaster. Trump approached social on August 18th with European leaders, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, in the White House, where he made a similar claim. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I don't need the advice of people who have been working on all these conflicts for years and were never able to do a thing to stop them. So click on that one. It says 6 wars in 6 months. Seems fair. Oh, it just says most. What are the 6 wars? Throw that in the group. I'm just interested in like what years, what wars are these? Yeah, go ahead and bring through, because I know he has had these people. Israel, Iran, you don't get to count that one. Pakistan and India, Rwanda, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, June 2. June 2, countries signed a peace agreement in Washington aimed at ending decades of conflict. Trump said it would help increase trade between them and the U.S. What's the next one? Thailand and Cambodia. 26th of July, Trump posted on Truth Social, I'm calling the acting Prime Minister of Thailand right now to likewise request a ceasefire and end the war, which is currently raging. A couple days later, the two countries agreed to an immediate and unconditional ceasefire after less than a week of fighting. At the border, Malaysia held peace talks, but President Trump threatened to stop separate negotiations on reducing U.S. tariffs unless Thailand and Cambodia stop fighting. Let's read this one. Armenia and Azerbaijan, the leaders of both countries and Trump should receive the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts in securing a peace deal, which was announced at the White House on 8th of August. I think he gets good credit here. The Oval Office signing ceremony may have pushed the parties to peace, says Mr. O'Hanlon. On March, the two governments had said they were ready to end their nearly 40-year conflict centered on the status of the, how do you say that? Most recent serious outbreak of fighting was in September 2023 when Azerbaijan seized the enclave where many ethnic Armenians lived. Egypt and Ethiopia. Here's another one. After 12 years of disagreement, Egypt's foreign minister said on the 29th of June that talks with Ethiopia had ground to a halt. Trump said if I was Egypt, I'd want the water in the Nile. He promised that the U.S. was going to resolve the issue very quickly. Egypt welcomed Trump's words, but Ethiopian officials say they risked inflaming tensions. No formal deals were reached. Okay. Serbia and Kosovo. Trump claimed to prevent an outbreak of hostilities between them, saying Serbia and Kosovo was going to go at it, going to be a big war. I said, you go at it, there's no trade with the United States. They said, well, maybe we'll go at it. He talked, you just know that these two countries signed an economic normalization agreement in the Oval Office with President Trump in 2020, but they were not at war at the time. So, historian decided to become a historian. Yeah, it seems like some of them have totally been resolved. Well, I think at least he's trying. The Armenian one, I think, is the one you should get the most credit for, because they did sign that peace deal in the White House, and both the leaders did say, like, yeah, Donald Trump really played a huge role in this. But the other thing is, he really not exactly on a particular day, but this guy, he's only been
several different groups of religious figures working in Judea at the time. Sort of dabbled in all kinds of different religious ideas. So we finally decided, somewhat hesitatingly, perhaps but unenthusiastically, to be siding with the Pharisees, who are most likely associated with the Rabbi who was at any rate, his claim to fame was that he was appointed to be the commander of the northern forces defending Judea against the Roman invaders in the late 60s of the century. Basically, what had happened was, in 6 of that year, there was significant upheaval in Judea. There were a lot of social movements and political and economic disagreements with the Romans who were occupying Israel at the time. And they sent a general, Sestius Gallus, from the north to come down and try and quell the uprising, the incipient uprising. Turns out that Sestius Gallus was a total failure, and this band of guerrilla workers completely wiped out his legion at the pass of Bethhoron, humiliating the Sestius Gallus himself was able to run home in humiliation, but he even lost his treasured people standards, which is, kind of like a huge Roman money and a Roman pride. So the Romans certainly didn't take this lying down. They resolved to send a much more proficient general, Vespasian, who would later become the emperor of Rome. And he approached the north, and the rebels decided that they better get their act together. So they sent Josephus, who was a young man of his mind, who was in Galilee region, to set up the defense. We know about all this primarily, by the way, from Josephus himself. So if his story is a little self-serving, it's probably because it is. At any rate, he's up there, and from his account, admittedly, he is a really brilliant general. He has difficulty, getting the Jews to always agree with him, and he frequently has conflict with other leaders in the north. But I'm going to focus specifically on Rothschild'S, who was corresponding to roughly June 30th of the year 67. At that time, Vespasian had laid a siege to the city of Yotamata, known in Hebrew as Yotba, in Rome. Josephus was there with his rebels for a brutal siege that lasted about 50 days. In that context, Josephus demonstrated tremendous prowess as a commander and doing all kinds of things like, for example, devising these clever ox-hide shields that could be held over the heads of workmen as they went out to repair the breaches in the exterior wall. And it was especially clever move. Sieges are just as hard on the attack army as they are on the defenders. It depends really on how much stores they've laid up against the siege, while the attackers on the outside have to find their own food all the time, not just them to eat it. So the besiegers were hoping that Yotamata would succumb to thirst in particular, and in order to try and send the opposite message, kind of early Zion, Josephus had his rebels do all their laundry in the fairly scarce amount of water that they had remaining, and then hang their wet clothes over the wall, so the Roman defenders would see that and say, wow, they must have a lot of water in there because they're not worried about it, they're doing their laundry. But in the end, it was inevitable. The Romans would take Yotamata. Josephus tried mightily to convince the rest of the defenders to surrender, and they failed to do so. By the way, Josephus is so hard to really properly because, as we shall see, he was later writing for a Roman audience, and specifically for his Roman patrons, which included most prominently among them was the son of Vespasian. So he has to write it in such a way that the Romans appear noble and brave and confident. And the reason why it's so long, like, 5 years, well, with rebellion in Judea, was because of the ferocity and the intelligence and agility levels. So he's always trying to break that fine line, find that fine balance between humiliating the Romans and describing his disaster. At any rate, what Josephus says is that he's not able to convince his rebels that the smartest thing to do was surrender, and with their massive battering rams in particular, the Romans eventually resolved the Roman conflict. There's a horrible massacre that ensues. Josephus manages to find some refuge with about 40 other soldiers, sometimes underground shelters inside the city. There's one point of egress that the Romans discover, and they stand guard at the outside. So in that environment, Josephus is about to be killed by the rest of the soldiers who say to him, hey, why did you get into this difficulty? And he says, well, you know what? I think we should do this. Amazingly, with his very fluid language, he explains to them that it would be terrible to go out there and surrender now, because they would just be taken off into slavery and about tens of thousands of Jews worship them to Italy or slavery and he says we can't surrender now. And we also know that the Bible forbids suicide, as that's a great transgression against God. So therefore, why don't we make a pact? Let us kind of like do a lottery, and the people who are chosen will kill the rest of us, and we'll do this in secret. One person killing about 10 people, another person killing the next people, and then that way only the last person will actually have to commit suicide. So rather surprisingly, they go along with it. It's remarkably sufficiently similar to events described on the Mount Masada, which we'll talk about around another video. And what happens is, remarkably, Josephus and one other person end up being the last people alive, at which point they take place a century through. It is actually better to show discretion as the better part of knowledge. And those two last people surrendered, and when Josephus is presented to the invasion, Josephus has kind of a flash of inspiration and says that I bet you're going to be emperor soon. Vespasian stops, but just then, finally, another messenger comes up to say they want you in Rome, and so all the way Josephus has been fired. That story also sounds similar to a story told about Rabbi that guy in the Talmud. And although the Talmudic account is headed to writing hundreds of years later, based on the oral tradition, you should know that Josephus, as a historian, was not at all squeamish about borrowing material from other historians who might necessarily consider from his sources. So at any rate, what happens to Josephus at that battle at Rothschild'S is he is taken into the Roman captive, but once Vespasian is in fact elevated, then he ends up becoming sort of like the professional leader of the forces. He accompanies Josephus days of time on his campaign against the rebels. He describes his experiences with the destruction of the temple itself, and his passage is full of pathos. He describes how, he begs Titus to keep a Torah scroll for himself, to release members of his family from captivity, and even to take down some of the rebels from crosses that had been erected, hundreds of them around Jerusalem, to crucify the rebels, crucifixion being a go-to method of execution for the Romans for rebellion. And then, what happens to Josephus is he goes on to become this great historian. He records first his story of war in a very successful book called The Jewish War, or The Jewish War. And then later, about 20 years later, living in Rome, never goes back to Israel. He writes this massive multi-volume history of the Jews from creation up until this day, called Antiquities, and a few other books. Really quite fascinating. As I mentioned, it's very problematic, difficult historian to work with because he's writing under very strange circumstances. It also is worth noting that he's actually, maybe it's a very unlikable historian. His narcissism is evident in many places. For example, in his autobiography, he describes how he is so learned at the age of 14 that the elders of Jerusalem were consulting with him to find out his opinion on Jewish law, which just sounds absurd. But, he's a troubled and sad figure in many ways, but an absolutely essential resource for us to understand that person. He's actually a very talented writer with an expression of dramatic, and he brings to light so many pieces of information that we was
shreds because it's actually not that hard. And like these people aren't really experts
today
either.
is the birthday of
These
Jewish
people that are
history.
talking about this are talking about people not being experts while they're not experts. There's,
By the way, for those of you who are subscribers to this channel, especially members of the channel, you may notice a little bit of a dip in activity over the summer. That's primarily because I'm really excited that I'm making my way towards my first publisher due date for Volume 1 of the history of the Jews I've been working on for a couple of years now. And it's really thrilling. It's reading
very complex,
and
sophisticated
commenting on discussions that have about 100 people who are just so members of the channel. And I started checking in
so much
on
so
for
much
that.
bullshit.
And
What's the truth?
I
What's
have
the
a lot of
narrative?
great
Who's
plans
pushing the
for
narrative?
later on in the summer when we get started up again with the
Which is
season. I look forward to producing
there's so many of these fucking
sharing.
online
Thank you very much for
influencers
your
that are
attention.
really human beings that have like prominent accounts. Yep. Yeah. But then there's also it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss somebody because just the fact. Well, I thought it was this just I thought was really funny to me was that so like a few days after the last time after Ian and Douglas Murray debated on the show, he went on Bill Maher's show. And so it's like after having this whole thing, 45 minutes opening the show about how you comedians don't know what they're talking about. So don't know well, he's smearing two people who he's never heard of and doesn't even know what they do or whatever, but not the best way to make an appeal to expertise. But no, he doesn't have a problem with Bill Maher doing it because he agrees with him. So the issue isn't really being an expert versus being a comedian. You know, Konstantin Kazin went on this whole thing about expertise and all of this, and it's like he also started as a comedian. Why all of a sudden does the standard only apply to me and only when I'm talking about Israel? It never applied to me when I was talking about COVID. It never applied to me when they agreed with me on stuff. They would just go, look, Dave breaking it down. But now there's this one topic that one guy is not allowed to not be an expert on, and it happens to be this one topic that the entire population is turning on. I should say the entire, but huge numbers. When someone attacks what you do professionally versus what you're actually saying, why not just be what he's saying instead of this appeal to authority? Right? You're not an expert, but also to ask that question is to answer that question. You can only ask me a few things in life that I can give you definitive answers on. And even then, I might have to refer to expert. You want to ask me about judo? I've been doing jiu-jitsu since 90. I think I started in 97, somewhere around there. 96, maybe. I don't know shit about judo. I know how to do a few hip tosses, but when someone is doing something, I don't know what it's called. If I go haragoshi, I might get it wrong. Because haragoshi might be legs on the outside versus leg on the inside. Wrestling, I got to defer to DC. Even in martial arts, I'm not totally an expert. Yeah, and then there might be somebody who is totally an expert, say, a wrestler who went to the Olympics, right? And with a total expert or a coach or something like that, total expert in wrestling, and they could still get something about MMA completely off or jiu-jitsu, right? Because in the last fight, in the last UFC card, Daniel Cormier didn't know about the dead orchard. So he thought this person was fine because they had two arms in while they're caught in a triangle. No, this is a real submission. This is fucking dangerous. Right? There's this guy, Nathan Orchard, who figured out how to do a triangle with two arms in, and it's replicable. A lot of guys do it now. And I think it was a lady at the last UFC had it. And I was like, oh shit, and Daniel didn't know it yet. There's a couple other things, like the lucky choke. If you don't know about jiu-jitsu, and you see a guy who's on his back and he's getting smothered, but all of a sudden he reaches under with his leg, and I'm going, oh, and you don't know what's going on. That's a fucking choke, a really dangerous one. Tyro Tolo gets you in that, you're fucksville. There's guys, so it's there's areas of expertise, even in areas that I'm an expert in, that I have to call other people. This is a stupid argument. What are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? What's going on? Are you funding Hamas? Is Hezbollah a proxy of Iran? Did Iran get the money to do this when Biden released the funds? Because who's allowed to be an expert on all these things? Yeah, and then say like, do you support lockdowns? And like, in order to have, say, an expert opinion on this policy, it's like, okay, well, you'd be like, they'd say we're following the science. So in other words, they have an epidemiologist or something like that who's arguing lockdowns will cut down on the transmission of the virus. Forget they turn out to be wrong, but leaving that aside, you're like, okay, but are they also an economist? Are they also a sociologist, a specialist in childhood development who would tell you what closing the schools? Who's the person who has expertise in every single one of those fields? It doesn't exist. There isn't an expert in all of those fields. You know what I mean?
That was the problem with that time, because that time everyone was so fearful, and the news is pushing fear. It was clearly there. I forget who it was, but some health official was being interviewed recently. He said that during 2020 that Anthony Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans aren't scared enough, which is crazy to say. It's a wild thing to say that your goal is to make people more fearful. So you're trying to put out a narrative that makes people more fearful, which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not good at all to be scared. I don't know how many people got really, really, really sick from COVID because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out. They couldn't sleep and they thought they were going to die and they were riddled with anxiety, and that makes you attack people around you, and then you look for a solution. These trusted institutions, which up until 5 fucking years ago, I was 100% on board with everything, with vaccines, with every medical innovation, other than psychiatric medications, which I think are pretty much overprescribed. All of a sudden, everyone's like hoping these people have the answer. So he's like, this is guy Jim he's also an expert. Fuck you. It's like an anti-science, trust the science, COVID denier, vaccine denier. It just became this fearful response. Everybody's response to fucking idiots. Everybody's too to all of this negative shit, man, all day long. But you have to scare people. You know, if you want to implement like a tyrannical policy, you always have to scare people. I mean, that's the only way. Everyone knows, right? Like you just said, like being terrified is not good for your health. And on a human level, we also all know that it's not good for good decision making. You know, but it is excellent for. I will turn my brain off and give the authority to you to go do. I mean, look, it was right after 9/11. Forget about this, but like the level to which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush used to fear monger. And Dick Cheney, the vice president of the United States of America, was a bit more than just your average vice president. He said it's not a matter of if, but when there will be another 9/11 attack. They were trying to tell the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear. Do you remember the COVID warnings where they had colors? Or excuse me, the warning where they had colors, the threat level, or whatever color. Yeah. And then one day they'd be like, it's up to yellow. Yeah. I mean, we were really still traumatized from 9/11. But the thing about it is that they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the policy they wanted to start embarking on. And it was a mix of they hated the big lie, which was they hate us for our freedom, which was like really the big lie after 9/11. Was like, because the American people very organically wanted to know what the beef was. Like 9/11 everybody was like, yo, why do they hate us? What's this beef about? And their answer was they hate you for your freedom. And by the way, this is going to happen again. So be terrified. Second off, understand that they're so irrational that their beef with you is that like your grandma can go to the grocery store. So what do you do with that? Other than say what the American people said, which is George W. Bush, you have a blank check to go attack whoever you want to, and we'll support you.
Yeah, I remember feeling that way. Right, I remember feeling it's up to these fucking guys, these hard-nosed generals and military leaders that are, these are the guys that are going to protect us now. We have more faith in them. This shit is real. It's going on. I had no idea. This is so 2001. I wasn't much of a conspiracy theorist. I was into UFOs. I was into Bigfoot. I was into stupid shit. I mean, I was into fun, stupid shit. You know, me and Eddie Bravo would get high, watch space documentaries, and freak out on aliens. You know, that stupid shit. But then the Patriot Act came along. And I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? Like, what is indefinite detention mean when they sign the NDAA? Like, what are you talking about?
Nothing to do. Read this fucking book for like 6 hours, freaked the fuck out. Showed up at the show like ashen faced, like, oh my god, they killed the president. Like, I've never even considered that before that book. Right? I never even thought that there's like secret government agencies that plot against the president. I thought that's the fucking man, everybody works together. And Harvey Oswald was like, nah, he fucking shot him. Oh my god. And I bombed. I fucking bombed. I apologized to the staff. I apologized to the manager. I go, listen, I fucked up. I read this book right before I got it. It's done that before. You need, when you have your mind blown like that, you need time after that before you make it funny. Like it takes time to like then almost come back to it. You should never engage in that kind of stuff like right before you lost it. Just tear you up anything real and ominous. So I had a second show that night. But it was like, okay, I can't ever do that again. But that started me. That was just peripheral. It was just the JFK thing. I was only interested in that. I didn't get into Nixon. I didn't get into Vietnam. I didn't get into any of this. September 11, 2001, the beginning, it was wonderful. After the attack, everyone was so friendly. It's terrible that this thing happened. It's terrible that these people died. But it made me think, like, we need, every now and then, we need to get bitch slapped. You know, it's like when you see people like getting in people's faces for like waving an American flag, fuck you, fascist, bitch slap every now and then. Like, that guy might go, fuck, what was I doing? Just ran out to that veteran and I got in his face because I wanted to impress my lesbian girlfriend. Like, the fuck is wrong with me? I don't got to fight. I know I got a concussion. And this guy will bitch slap me. It's on TikTok. Fuck. You know, like, you need that sometimes just as like a course reset. I felt like as a country, we've been doing shady shit all around the world forever. And there's real war happening everywhere, but we're super lucky because we're separated by oceans and not too much to happen here. Oh my god, this is real. And they had an American flag on their fucking car. And when I was in New York City afterwards, we were filming Fear Factor one night, and everyone was so cool. And firemen were rock stars. You know, cops were rock stars. Everybody was thanking them. Everybody was thanking them for their service. It was great. Everybody was farming for this for me and the Fear Factor. These guys were fucking. It's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. It was nuts. Everybody was so thankful. Where'd that go? Yeah, I was there. I was in New York City on 9/11, and I remember. So I was in Brooklyn, like a few miles from the World Trade Center, and did you physically see? No, I saw it. So I remember seeing. You know, I think so. When I got out of school, I was in high school, I was a senior in high school, and we got out. One of the girls like forged a note, said it was from our parents or something like that. I forget exactly how it worked, but we got out. And it was like I was friends with a security guard. I used to buy weed from him. But you know, it was a different time. Pre-9/11, we were just all hanging out buying weed from the security guards at schools. But so he let us out. So I remember we came. I'm pretty sure when we came to Flatbush Ave, we saw like there was smoke in the air. All the towers had fallen by the time we got out. But there were people. So the subways had been out for a while. And where I was like on Flatbush Avenue. If anyone knows, Brooklyn's like Flatbush and 7th Avenue. So this is like it's kind of a straight shoot down to the Manhattan Bridge, and the Brooklyn Bridge is down there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you can walk over. And so at this point already, people who were down in the financial district, they just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they realized they weren't going to get a cab or get on the subway. And so you'd see just like one guy in a suit and tie, covered in sun, head to toe, like walking up like, oh, he must have just been down there and walked up. something incredibly important, well-linked. Yale conservatives. Well, why would that be a thing that you can't discuss? That sounds crazy. The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to stay in the action from kickoff to final whistle. Whether you're betting on your go-to team or making moves mid-game as the momentum shifts, Saturdays are yours to own with DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's something special for first-timers. New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers. Get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Woodville Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over age. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.com/audio.
Well, I mean, I'd say the answer is that those guys got into that order. They really hijacked American foreign policy after 9/11 because they had all the power in the Bush administration that 9/11 happened on their watch. But if you go back and read the shit they read, and I will never stop talking about this because it's just too goddamn crazy. And if you read all of these guys, the guys who were in the George W. Bush administration, like the signatories on the Working for a New American Century, which was the think tank, PNAP, as it's called, were like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz and Faith and Richard Pearl and David Worms, right? Listen to the whole group who took over the government world, and they wrote explicitly in the Project for a New American Century that they were like, look, okay, Soviet Union has collapsed. We are for the first time in human history like the lone superpower in the world. So what we should do right now is fight multiple wars because no one threatens us. And so therefore, we should fight multiple wars too. Right now, we have an opportunity to remake the world, overthrow the old Soviet Soviet states, install our own states there, and guarantee, as the name says, the new American century of dominance, the 21st century. And they specifically said they want to overthrow Saddam Hussein. And then they specifically said, and now this is something that the 9/11 truthers really held on to. I'm not sure. I think they might be over